Good morning, Professor Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Also, hello, Professor. Can someone, hello.
Hello,
Yeah, Professor, can you hear me? Shashi here.
Sashi, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much. It's all good. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Good morning, everyone. I think we are ready to start. My name is Nilesh Conroy, and I'm with the School of Accounting, Finance, and Economics here at USP. On behalf of USP, Vice Chancellor, Professor Pal Aluwalia, the Development Policy Center, the ANU, Professor Stephen House, I welcome you all this morning to USP for day one of the Pacific Update. We couldn't have the Pacific Update in 2020, but we had online last year, so we are really pleased to be back here in Suva for in-person Pacific Update. I'd like to welcome Sabina Prasad, our former colleague from the School of Economics, and other dignitaries and members of Parliament who are present here this morning. I'll now hand it over to Vice Chancellor, Professor Pal Aluwalia, to provide the welcome remarks this morning.
Thank you, Nilesh. I hope people can hear me clearly. Nilesh, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, talofa and warm Pacific greetings to you all this morning. On behalf of the University of the South Pacific, I'm deeply honored to join the ANU in welcoming all of you to this opening of the Pacific Update. I want to begin by acknowledging, of course, the presence of His Excellency President Angamia, the President of Nauru, the Honorable Pat Conroy, the MP Minister for International Development and the Pacific for the Australian Government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, heads and representatives of regional organizations, our esteemed panelists and attendees, academics, staff, and students of both the ANU and USP, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this, the 10th Pacific Update Conference. I'm absolutely delighted and like to express my sincere gratitude to the ANU's Development Policy Center for co-hosting this very important event on our calendar. USP is very proud to support and co-host the Pacific Update to provide a platform to discuss and explore possible solutions to challenges and pressing needs of our region. Together, today we gather with much optimism around the Pacific and beyond as COVID measures begin to ease and travel restrictions are slowly lifted. Our region is unique and renowned for resilience to change over many years, not least through climate change and most recently COVID-19. I'm well aware that Nauru is perhaps the last in our region to be affected, and Your Excellency, our prayers are with you at this very difficult time. Our gathering reflects the commitment to continue deliberations on the development and research to public policy for our Pacific region, particularly as we continue to adjust our sails and navigate forward. The discussions over the next few days are very important contributions towards USP's commitment to shaping Pacific futures. To ensure there's sustainable development in our communities and in the lives of the people we serve, our focus at USP is to work with all stakeholders, development partners, local and regional, to deliver a means to advance progress towards addressing development challenges and achieving aspirations driven by our member countries. And this specific update, as in the past, is a real testament to this endeavor. In the pursuit of sustainable development goals, we must promote accountability in good governance through all our policy creations, through amplifying the voices of the community and individuals, where participation reinforces accountability and good governance. Good governance and accountability are considered key ingredients for sustained development. And broader consultations improve the policy-making process and generates effective policies, as I am sure most of you cherish. Good governance leads to good administration, good performance, good stewardship of public funds, and good public engagement, and ultimately good outcomes. At USP, we are very conscious that we must inculcate such values in our graduates, and ultimately the importance of speaking truth to power. As concisely put by former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, good governance is sine qua non for development. In addition, climate change and growing natural disasters are particularly germane for our region. The impacts of climate change are not restricted to escalating weather patterns and rising sea levels, but also has an impact on food security. And these challenges give rise to food imports, which in turn can lead to poor dietary selections that in addition gives rise to non-communicable diseases, one of the many curses that our people are really suffering from at the moment. At the same time, we need to be advancing women's participation, particularly in leadership roles towards climate action and disaster management. Women living in the Pacific region are often disproportionately affected by the socio-economic impact of disasters, largely due to climate change. We look to more discussion on how we can ensure women are included in the discussions and involved, particularly in climate action. I have full confidence that in the days that follow, will be packed with stimulating presentations, insightful discussions that I am sure are going to strengthen our collective response to the challenges we face. This is our Pacific journey. It's our duty as custodians of Pacific futures to nurture and sustain our Pacific ways of resilience for our region. With these words, I welcome you again to the 10th Pacific Update Conference and wish you all the best of luck in your deliberations over the next couple of days. Vinaka, thank you. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for those warm words of welcome. We really wanted Professor Pal to be here with us, but I think he missed his flight last night. That's why he couldn't be here and speaking from somewhere this morning. So once again, thank you, Professor Pal. Next, I'd like to invite His Excellency Lionel Rowan Engimia, the President of Nauru, to provide opening remarks for the 2022 Pacific Update.
Good morning, everybody. Come over more. Salutations, as we say in Nauru, it's over more to everybody, and a more joran to everybody, which is good morning. Professor Brian Schmidt, the Vice Chancellor of the Australian National University. Of course, my good friend, Professor Pal Alawale, the Vice Chancellor of the President of the University of South Pacific. Ali Shulito, Assistant Secretary of Pacific Labor Policy and Engagement Branch, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australian Government. Alison Culpin, Social Statistics Advisor. SDGs, Pacific Community. Representatives of the University's development partners, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the regional international organizations, senior government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize. I sincerely would have liked to have been there in person, but due to a community outbreak of COVID here, 2 years late in the coming, still we've got it. I've had to be on island to ensure leadership, to ensure that my presence here brings the stability that our country needs when indeed something like this is assaulting its people. It is indeed an honor to be present amongst you this morning for the opening of the 2022 Pacific Update. I wish to extend a special welcome to our keynote speakers of the opening plenary, Ms. Carly Shilito and Ms. Alison Colpin. Universities play a vital role in developing research skills, networking, and immersing the next generation of policy practitioners in the challenges and opportunities the Pacific region faces. I would like to thank the Australian National University, ANU, and the University of South Pacific, USP, for co-hosting this great initiative and bringing us together to share such a platform. Indeed, as a former Chancellor, an academic, and then an alumnus of USP, I am deeply honored to be invited to make these remarks today. This specific update is of particular importance to our region. There is a great need for harmonized national and regional responses as our economies navigate both a COVID-19 and a post-COVID-19 world, often simultaneously. This is particularly important as our political and economic relation with the world grows at an unprecedented rate. In Nauru, we have been extremely fortunate that we have been spared the early ravages of the COVID pandemic. This, of course, required careful planning and intense measures to ensure the safety of our people. Nauru has a unique ecosystem, and we have a history of facing disease and pestilence from outside affecting our very way of life. The Second World War was a prescient reminder of our vulnerabilities. Consequently, we developed early intervention policies and sought to ensure that we have almost universal vaccination rates amongst our adult population. In addition, we are working hard to rapidly ensure our pediatrician vaccination program is rolled out. We were aware that it is virtually impossible to live in a sealed bubble, and at some time we would face community transmission. We have learned the lessons of our neighbors as well as paid heed to WHO protocols. Together, I am confident that these various interventions will allow our people to face this once-in-a-100-year pandemic. Taking decisive action such as restricting movements, carrying out lockdowns are crucial to our very future. We can now only pray that the people of Nauru will be spared the horrific outcomes that people in many countries faced before the development of vaccinations. Over the next few days, you will bear witnesses to deliberations on economic, social, political, and environmental issues of our region. The importance and need for having well-developed national and regional policies is vital for the Pacific region now. All stakeholders have a role in designing, developing, and implementing effective policy. There are unprecedented uncertainties affecting global markets as a result of the pandemic, with potential capital leakages occurring that go well beyond what we have witnessed in past crises. As the world returns to some degree of normalcy, albeit that we are all at different cycles of the pandemic, no doubt new opportunities will be created. The need for transparency and stringent financial policies for Pacific Island countries now are significantly high. It is more urgent than ever to take advantage of these opportunities and expand our economic commitment for a strong, stable, and successful region that enables our economies to grow and our people to prosper. Let me address a few key issues that are critical to our future that require urgent attention. The first one, why is the Pacific region receiving significant attention? What is making the Pacific a focus of attention? Whilst COVID-19 remains of critical concern, we must not lose focus on pursuing solutions to existing regional matters. Our development aspirations have been set aside temporarily due to the COVID pandemic. At the same time, the Pacific has become an increasingly sought-after strategic space, raising concerns about security in our region. In addition, climate change remains our greatest existential threat. Quite recently, the growing geopolitics tensions in the Pacific are testing our relationships with each other and with our development partners, beckoning for us to find amicable solutions and ways forward. During the Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union, the brunt of the conflict and its worst effects were felt in Asia. In our region, at all costs, we must avoid being the fodder of other people's battles. We must not be the arena where proxy battles between superpowers are fought. Since late March this year, there has been an intensified interest in our region with the announcement initially of a policing agreement between China and the Solomon Islands, and then of a broader security agreement that was eventually signed in April. Much has been said of this security arrangement, including whether China was poised to build a base in the Solomon Islands. In the lead up to the Australian election, the security of the region became predominant with the Sino-Solomon Islands Agreement, was seen by some as a failure of Australian foreign policy. What was forgotten amongst the hype were some critical facts. That is, Australia has a similar agreement with the Solomons, and that China has for several years had a security agreement with Fiji. Indeed, when that was signed, the possibility of a base was raised with the attendant challenges that it would pose to regional security. The security agreement and a plethora of activity that has since ensued, including high-level Chinese delegations visiting several Pacific Island nations, as well as visits from the Australian Foreign Minister, only days after the new government was sworn in, as well as major figures of the US administration, have all added to the speculation of spheres of influence and the strategic geopolitical importance of the Pacific region. I will leave it to the security specialists to dissect and discern the security implications of various agreements and the significance of these high-level meetings. What is crucial for us is that we do not become engulfed in other people's strategic machinations. In Nauru, our history provides us a prescient reminder that such interventions have meant that we are still recovering from the Second World War and the ravages of administration. It is vital that the Pacific is not viewed as a geostrategic chessboard, because such activity has real consequences for our people. We have to remain focused on delivering and promoting development that empowers our people and makes our region stronger. As a region, we need reliable partners that respect us and work with us, recognizing our unique cultures. Secondly, Pacific Islands Forum and Micronesia. I want to also address the issue of Micronesia's withdrawal out of the Pacific Islands Forum. I am pleased to say that an agreement has been reached but awaiting signature by the other PIF countries, which seems to me hesitant in coming. Part of the reform includes the rotational system of the Secretary General's position. Micronesian countries in the North Pacific are at the interface of many spheres of influence. We are generally lowly populated with unique climate and development related challenges that makes us extremely vulnerable. At the same time, our Micronesian unity and collective resolve makes us highly resilient. Our demands for a Micronesian Secretary General are not only about respecting Pacific principles and values, but also about ensuring that our voices and our concerns are adequately reflected in the regional body that is so vital to our future. We await the formal signing of the agreement by the end of this month. Extending the Micronesian solidarity into a broader regional forum has never been as important as it is now, but such solidarity demands respect, integrity, and adherence to agreements that reflects the entire Pacific region. Thirdly, regional dialogue and unity. We need unity, political will, and groundbreaking policy action to protect the vulnerability of our people and their well-being, tackle climate change action, and safeguard the geopolitical interests of our region. Solidarity and Pacific regionalism are especially needed on the issue of climate change and COVID-19 related economic crisis. International demands for a new order were already emerging before the pandemic struck. Together, we can work to provide the guidelines towards strong leadership to choose a path that works socially, politically, and economically. The Pacific economy has so far proven to be malleable and resilient. The vaccine strategy and distribution has helped significantly in this regard, in which we are deeply appreciative of the support of our development partners and neighboring nations. I call on all Pacific leaders to be fully engaged and to find best practices that can support the sustainable development of our vulnerable communities and economies. Communally, the Pacific has the potential to generate a systematic change that goes far beyond financial mechanisms, but to remodel shared values and provide a more sustainable future. The Republic of Nauru is deeply committed to a vision of a united Pacific through regional cooperation. The future of the region hinges on the cooperation of all sub-regional parties towards this cause. Nauru stands firm in ensuring the unity of the region is maintained and justice and respect for each Pacific state's sovereignty is observed. I am confident that by working together, we can create better conditions with stronger policies and more robust institutional frameworks aimed towards a prosperous Pacific. Fourthly, Pacific consciousness and the University of the South Pacific, USP. A final matter that is affecting our regional unity and resolve is the University of the South Pacific. The outcomes of the university's issues have called us as custodians of the Pacific to also reflect and reignite what Pacific regionalism means to us. For me, it is the beginnings of inculcating a new paradigm, a renewal, a renaissance for our region. Indeed, it is about developing a new Pacific consciousness for the 21st century. This is a period of great challenges, but equally it is an era where we break the shackles of the past to determine our own future. As part of the new generation of Pacific leaders, I am deeply aware of our challenges, but equally I am cognizant of our rich legacy, which is why a new Pacific renaissance and a new Pacific consciousness is essential to deal with our seemingly intractable issues. This new consciousness demands that we formulate strategies and mechanisms aimed at delivering our people as well as our governments from past practices and ways of doing things that have often made us vulnerable. It is about allowing our voices to be heard on the world stage. I believe that Micronesia is leading the Pacific Renaissance through finding pathways that are designed to be transformative by rejecting orthodox hegemonic worldviews. We're at the cusp of a new dawn where our voices are calling for critical dialogue rather than passive acquiescence. It is this new Pacific consciousness that we want USP students, our future leaders, to embrace. They will have to carry the torch for this Pacific Renaissance and to work with us to imagine how we define our new Pacific consciousness. I'm extremely grateful that during my chancellorship, I was part of transforming USP as part of the journey of shaping Pacific futures. In my capacity as President and member of the USP Council, we will continue to push for a resolution at the highest level. In conclusion, I would like to say this. Australia and the Pacific have forged a special and close relationship through decades of sustained engagement. In light of the pandemic, Australia has continued to showcase immeasurable support towards the Pacific and its plans for recovery with a focus on financial stimulus necessary to help economies recover. There is a scripture that says, you stand shoulder to shoulder, and those are the people that stand with you. The Australian government has stood by Nauru on many an occasion, shoulder to shoulder. It has built strong bonds by working cohesively with our region to improve the quality of life for our people, develop our economies, and protect our precious environment. I welcome that spirit of cooperation evident in this specific update and the cooperation between ANU and USP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for those very powerful opening remarks. You have touched on some really important issues such as Pacific regionalism and some core values such as unity, political will, and the need for solidarity in the region. So once again, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the opening remarks, and I'm sure your remarks will set a very good platform for the discussion over the next 3 days. And the thematic areas around which this conference is anchored resonates very closely to some of the issues that you have highlighted. So thank you once again to Professor Pala Aluwalia and His Excellency Lionel Rowan-Angamea for gracing this opening session. We'll now move on to the next part of the opening plenary, and we have Alison Culpin, who's the Social Statistics Advisor at the Pacific Community, and she's going to talk on where is the Pacific as we near the halfway point of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. There's a slight change in the program. Just a few minor changes, so you'll find the updated program outside. So before I invite Alison's the Social Statistics Advisor at the Pacific Community, and she works with Pacific member countries to improve data availability and monitoring. And she's based in the Statistical Development Division in New Caledonia. And she'll have about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll have 10 to 15 minutes for questions or discussion, depending on how much time we have towards time. So over to you, Alison.
Thank you, Nilesh. I feel slightly inadequate coming after a Vice Chancellor and a President, but I'll do my best. So, yes, I really appreciate the words from Your Excellency, President of Nauru. That really encapsulates what we're probably going to discuss in the coming 3 days. So it's a really nice introduction. So I've set a fairly big question to address in 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll be giving a very light touch of regional summary. And of course, the coming discussions, which are country-based and sector-based, will really give the richness to how we are progressing. So Agenda 2030, of course, is the UN's Global Sustainable Development Framework. And the overarching aim is to eliminate poverty in all its forms. But more importantly, the pledge to leave no one behind. So we're really trying to reach everybody in the community. And I guess the public face of Agenda 2030, which you may be familiar with, is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the targets and indicators that sit behind that. So that's what I'm going to focus on today. I just want to start by asking you to reflect from your own perspective. This is possibly something you've uttered yourself when trying to do your research. There's no right or wrong answer, I guess, but maybe you'll have a different answer at the end of this workshop or conference than you did at the start. But I just wanted to put that in your head as something to consider. So just a quick recap on what's happened in the region. Your Pacific leaders were very strong early on in recognising that if the SDGs were to be addressed, then coordination, collaboration, implementation, and some strong governance were required. So the Pacific leaders, when they committed to the SDGs back in 2015, asked the regional organisations acting in the Pacific to develop a roadmap in consultation with member countries. So that was endorsed in 2017, and indeed the Pacific region was kind of lauded as being on the front foot and one of the first regions in the world to actually come up with such a roadmap. And part of that roadmap or request from the leaders was to look at that global framework and try and simplify that or cull the indicators into a more manageable set of indicators that would still tell the Pacific story of development. So what I'm going to talk about today is based on that subset of the SDG indicators, of which the Pacific prioritised 131 out of the global 220 odd. And the roadmap also called for regular reporting to leaders, not only on progress on the statistics side, but in terms of the financing and implementation. And happily, at this point, nearly halfway through, all Pacific Islands have integrated the SDGs into their national policies and strategies. And almost all have presented to the UN on their progress in the form of a voluntary national review. So part of Agenda 2030 suggests that all countries report at least twice to the UN on how they are tracking. So just a bit of a look at the timeline for that in the Pacific. That's the years that countries have presented, and Tuvalu will be going up next month. So the voluntary national reviews are a form of national accountability. But more importantly, countries have used this in conjunction with either a review of their national plan or a midterm review, or when they're starting out on developing a new national strategy. So it's actually working in line with national priorities rather than being a separate process. A couple more slides before I get to the actual crux of the talk. But just to give some context on why it's actually not quite so straightforward to say how we are going, how we are progressing. For all of those targets, 169 targets in the global framework, only about 30% actually have a clear numeric benchmark or endpoint, which makes it a little bit trickier to actually apply some statistical processes to measure change. And all of the indicators have a global custodian. And most of those global custodians also have different techniques for measuring change. And our Pacific countries themselves are generally using qualitative assessment of progress. And indeed, if you go to those voluntary national reviews, you can see there's a lot of discussion about programs and processes, stakeholder engagement, and actions happening nationally to address the vulnerable communities. But so far, not a lot of, I guess, numeric or quantitative assessment. And just a final point that countries can and indeed have been encouraged to localise the SDGs to align with their national development plans and strategies. And that includes adjusting the target to something that's meaningful at the national level. So obviously the SDGs are a global framework. They apply to developed and developing countries. So the targets are extremely ambitious, and I guess it's putting the Pacific in a position where they have very high expectations that to achieve in the 15-year period are very unrealistic. Just touching on then how we do assess progress. In the first few years, we were really just looking at the current status. So comparing an indicator value against the target. But as we get more and more data stocks, we're happily moving into that second step on the right where we can comment on the rate of progress and whether the progress we're seeing is sufficient for us to say we're on track to meet any of the targets by 2030. So what data do we have to do this? The dark blue or the solid blue bar shows those indicators out of the global set for which we can say we have sufficient data. So we have a minimum of 2 data points, a baseline, and then a second current value. And the shaded bar next to that is we may only have 1 data point, or we might not have the full indicator. So I guess there's a couple of messages in this. To me, that shows our Pacific countries are doing pretty well if we consider the statistical capacity and budget spend on statistics in Australia and New Zealand. We have Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Vanuatu, the Solomons in that same region. So indeed, if we were to convert this to a number of indicators per capita of statistics staff or spend on statistics, we're actually doing fairly well. But it also shows even for the most advanced statistical systems, a lot of these indicators are so new, we just don't have the data systems in place. We can't suddenly turn on a data source that wasn't there. So again, very big picture, very simplistic, but hopefully a nice visual to condense all of those targets and indicators into one little message. So that grey bar should actually be saying 2017. So based on the data we had in 2017, we could demonstrate just that little bit of green progress towards 2030. And using that rate of change for those indicators, we predicted that it wouldn't be until 2052 until we achieved the SDGs. Jumping to 2019, a bit more progress, but the estimated year pushed out to 2057. And 2021, again, we're looking at 2065. So that last line, 2021, yes, some of that is COVID, but we've got to bear in mind that a lot of the COVID impact will not have come through in the data yet. So the next few years, this will get even worse. And if we look back at the first two lines, apologies, the screen hasn't shown the full dates, 2017, 2019, you can see we were already behind where we needed to be. So yes, COVID, natural disasters have exacerbated what was already a lag. And I don't want this to be all about COVID, but yeah, obviously we can expect, as we get more and more data in the next few years, that shows the true impact that we'll be looking at 2070, 2075. So yes, the takeaway message is it's unlikely the Pacific will achieve 1/5 of the targets, which is not to say that there are great success stories. And this is only based on things we can measure. So there's probably a lot happening on the ground that we don't have official indicator data for. So part of that worsening story is because we actually do have better data. At the start, if we look at the example of access to safe drinking water, we were still relying on the MDG definition of access to improved or basic drinking water, which can include water delivered to the house, bottled water, rainwater, etc. Just in the last couple of years, thanks to the UNICEF Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, we've actually got the full definition now for that SDG indicator. So you can see we've gone from a nice story on the left to now a very stark figure on the right. And that's been possible because the enumerators that go to the household actually taking samples of the water in the house and at the source and testing for E. coli fecal contamination. So part of that apparent regression in our progress is simply because of the data that we have now. Now just go through the actual targets that we captured in the Pacific Roadmap using a fairly standard traffic light system, which seems to be quite popular around the world. And splitting up the goals into the 5 Ps of sustainable development: people, planet, partnerships, peace, and prosperity. It's like trying to remember the 7 dwarfs. I always forget one. So SDG 1 on no poverty. We can see some progress, but nowhere near the rate that we would like. International poverty line, we're actually not doing too badly, but it's fairly widely accepted and recognised in the region that the international poverty line does not have a lot of meaning for Pacific communities, and it's more that second target around reducing proportion living below the national poverty line. And there's been a lot of discussion and methodological development in the region in terms of trying to come up with some guidelines around how to measure poverty. And I believe there's some presentations later on that will look at that. Social protection, again, we've seen that really ramp up and governments respond during the last few years to show that it's possible. So it's just making sure that that's sustained beyond the pandemic. And there is still a lot of reliance on the informal social protection measures. Looking to zero hunger, unfortunately, we do have a target where we're regressing or moving away from the target, and that's seen in the undernourishment, prevalence of undernourishment, which is measuring whether people's normal dietary intake or habitual dietary intake is sufficient to meet energy needs. So it's not looking at the quality or the nutrient value other than the energy. I'll jump to goal 3 on good health and well-being, and this is probably the SDG where we have the best data coverage. It's obviously a lot of these topics, they've been around for a long time, so the data's in place, and we've been collecting it for enough years to have some time series. The one where we've seen regression, again, communicable diseases. This is even without COVID. So this is our malaria, our tuberculosis, and neglected tropical diseases. So things like dengue, leptospirosis, waterborne, mosquito-borne diseases. And of course, probably think back to 2019 when the region was gripped by the measles outbreak. I've put child mortality as a green, only because 14 of our 16 Forum Island member countries have achieved the target, but we've still got a couple that are too high, the target being 25,000 deaths by 2030. So you can see in terms of the volume of countries, we're doing okay. But of course, PNG's story will dominate if we're looking at the actual number of people. And another thing that we really have not been able to pick up in the data, much improvement is in child stunting. So this is when a child is too short for their age. You can see we've still got some very high rates of stunting. So we look to the next 3 goals on this page: quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. Again, a fair few that we can't measure sufficiently yet, and a smattering of ones where we actually need to accelerate progress. But in the education sector, as we get more data about the education facilities, we can see there's improvement there in terms of access to water, to electricity, to computers and the internet. Moving on to planet. 7.2 is an interesting one, renewable energy share. So overall, we're actually moving away from the target of increased renewable energy, but that's a very mixed picture. The countries that started with a very high proportion are decreasing, but the countries with low levels are actually increasing. So it's kind of tied up. As countries move towards more and more access to electricity, the mix is shifting a bit away from renewables. And SDG 11, the red is just simply picking up that there's more people killed and affected by disasters. So it's not really something we can say the countries have control over. This is an impact of natural events. But the 2 greens, the disaster risk management and 13.1 on resilience and adaptive capacity, This is measuring the country's commitment in terms of legislation, policies, strategies and plans, and their implementation to disaster risk management, so that they get good ticks because we're already achieved or on track. So from what the country can do, the work is there, but the impacts are still obviously being felt. Goal 14, life below water. Again, that's a really critical goal for the Pacific, given our geography. And until a couple of years ago, we had no data, essentially. So we've started to get some good information in on benefits from marine resources and support and policies, legislations against illegal fishing and policies to protect small-scale fisheries or fishers. But again, based on what we have, we need to accelerate action in those areas. Goal 15, life on land. 15.5 is simply the red list index. So for all countries, that's just slowly dropping a little bit. And that's measuring extinct species. And the green is measuring equitable sharing and benefits from genetic resources. So we can actually say that we're on track to achieve that. Now, unfortunately, in SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and this is where COVID can be seen, per capita GDP growth and unemployment, we're seeing a worse story. And unfortunately, before COVID, per capita GDP growth was actually green or on track. So it just shows how quickly things can shift. Let's look at 12.B around sustainable tourism. Just to note that while that's red, that's only measuring accounting systems and whether there's data to monitor in the form of tourism satellite accounts and accounting systems. But it's worth mentioning that SPTO in the region, the tourism organisation, is embarking on developing a set of indicators to measure and report on sustainable tourism. So that will be a complement to the SDGs. Peace, which is SDG 16. Again, not great data coverage. The red there is for 16.6, and the indicator there is really only looking at whether primary government expenditure is in line with what the approved budget was. So it's just picking up variability in the budget compared to the spending. You'll be pleased to know this is the last one of these. SDG 17, which is all about the partnerships and implementation. In a couple of areas of concern. Again, one COVID related, which is on debt stability. And unfortunately, the last one on statistical capacity. Again, COVID has meant that a couple of countries have had to defer their regular census. So the target there is to have a census at least every 10 years. And unfortunately, including PNG now, we do have a couple of countries where we don't have a census in the last 10 years. Just that red on debt. The actual indicator that's measuring is debt service as a proportion of exports of goods and services. So you can see 2020, big jumps in most of the large economies for which we have data. Okay, I do want to just touch on, before I finish, this concept of leaving no one behind, because that's our next big push in terms of statistics and monitoring. It's no good saying the country overall is looking good if there's groups that aren't being caught up in that progress. So this is a tool that colleagues in SCAP Bangkok have developed. And it uses a classification and regression tree. So those countries that have a demographic health survey or multiple indicator cluster survey can run this program through the data. So we start with a national figure, and in this case, we're looking at PNG's 2018 DHS and access to the internet. So nationally, 13% have access to the internet. And this analysis, it runs an algorithm to look for which circumstance produces the most variation. So in this case, it's education. It's not gender, it's not where people live, but education gives us the greatest variation. So that's our first split in the tree. And then the algorithm reruns at each of those new nodes. So in the higher education group, it runs through and finds that where people live is the greatest variation for those of a higher education. We can find that the furthest ahead group in society, which then people living in an urban area with a higher education, and their access to the internet is 59%. Doing the same process on the bottom branch, the algorithm keeps running through residents, age group, and then gender. And so females aged 25 and over, living in a rural area with low education, none of them are accessing the internet. So that 0% to 59% gives us a much richer picture than 13% of PNG. Just one more example, just to show it's not always the same group that's going to be the left behind or the advantaged. And it can actually, while that internet one was fairly intuitive and you probably would have assumed that anyway, to me this was a bit of a variation to what I actually had perceived would be the case. So, but any violence against women, the furthest ahead in terms of the lowest reported rate of violence was actually the lower income, older women. And the furthest behind is actually the higher education and lower age group. So this is a nice tool to actually, I guess, get rid of some of the myths that you might have about what is actually happening behind the national figure. But possibly it's also demonstrating a willingness to report as well as an actual higher rate. So there's always other things to consider in the data. Okay, I just wanted to leave you again with a couple of resources that you can go to. Pacific Data Hub, again, it has indicators, a lot of reports, resources, GIS material, but also a microdata library for all the researchers and academics here. If you want to get your hands on some of unit record data, there's a process where you can either access things that are totally open data, but also put up your research proposal, which then gets fed to the government statistician to tick off, and then you can have access to the data. But it also contains the questionnaires, any published reports, So it's a nice place to go if you are trying to conduct some specific research. And of course, it has a SDG resource page as well. The second data source is UNESCAP's version as well, which has all the official SDG indicators that are coming from the global sources. So that's me. That's the big picture.
Thank you, Alison, for the interesting presentation. I think you've changed the mood of the morning slightly. So we have 10 to 15 minutes for any questions or discussion. We'll open up the floor now. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand, and one of our student volunteers will bring the mic. Also, please introduce yourself before you ask a question or make a comment. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Alison, for that. My name is Stephen Howden from the ANU, the host, which does a very comprehensive presentation. You did by indicators. So do you also go through by country? Which countries are more on track? Which are less on track? That would also be very interesting.
Yeah, thank you for an easy question to start with. Certainly, yeah, it's built on country data and then rolled up to a regional average for this sample. But yeah, the analysis is at country level, but always a little bit cautious not to present on behalf of countries and lead to countries ranking themselves. So there's some anxiety around presenting data that might tell a different picture to what the country sees.
Good morning.
Yeah.
This might be a long-term question, but I was really curious about the algorithm, and you know what training data was used. Was there global algorithms specific to the country?
Yeah, it's a global algorithm. Indeed, I think it will be available for people to pick up and use themselves shortly. As long as you have a suitable data set to apply to. Yeah, and it's developed in R, so it's really accessible.
Thanks. There's a question there.
Thank you, Alison, for the very good presentation. My name is Vimal. Do you, when you collect this data, is it directly from the National Statistical Offices, or do you rely on some independent surveys or other data from other international organizations which do work in the Pacific?
Thanks. That's a really good question. Something I didn't address in my talk. So there's a couple of options. There is the global custodian data, and the global custodians are responsible for the particular indicators. So we have the official data that's coming through. It's bad enough hearing you once, let alone twice. So yes, some of it is country data, which the NSO provides, but
So yeah, some feeds up from the country, some feeds down from the global level. And we can get stuck in the middle. The global custodians like to harmonise and standardise so that the data is comparable across all the countries. But then at the national level, they will release the national figure. And there can be some confusion between what we find in the national reports and what's in the global databases.
but yeah, a lot of the SDGs will come from the core household collections, the census, household income expenditure survey, demographic health survey, agriculture census, and the like. But a lot will also come from questionnaires. Sent direct focus.
Maybe just yell.
Yeah, just use without the mic, yeah.
Is my big voice. Yeah, a lot of these new indicators where there's not a survey and administrative data sets in place. The global organisations are developing questionnaires which are national focal points in the Pacific sectors. So one goes to fisheries, talk about what policies, legislation are in place. That goes back to the custodian, and then they come up with a band which we can access. But also a lot of countries are relying on proxy indicators. So the official SDGs are very specific, and countries may not be able to meet those requirements, but they'll have something similar that's addressed at the same time. So in the national reporting, we push their proxy indicators. But a lot of the standard questionnaires, such as that UNICEF survey around the border, they're being more and more tailored towards directly collecting SDG data. As you can imagine, it's a massive challenge and impossible. Pacific NSO have this massive indicator.
Thanks, Alison. It's a question. Yeah. Give it a try.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Kashmir.
Thank you, Alison. My name is Kashmir from USP. I just want to know, how did you determine the threshold? Say whether a specific region has progress or they have not done well, but on what basis?
Yeah, I didn't quite hear the first half. Was it on what basis some countries are progressing or not? Is that the question? Purely on the indicator data. Yeah, so if we have a baseline, so if we have a 2015 figure, and then we have a 2021 figure, yeah, we can compare actual rate of change over necessary rate of change. Comparing current value to the target value. So it's not a perfect science by any means, and as you appreciate, there's a lot of data gaps in that. So it's only based on things we can measure and that we have enough data points. So as I said, we're probably missing a lot of actual change that's occurred in countries or in communities, but we just don't have solid data to report on.
Thanks, Alison. Alison, since you're waiting for the questions, do you have any indicators where at the moment we just don't know how to collect, or we don't have the definition to measure?
We have, maybe we, but globally, all of the indicators do now have an approved methodology. And some of the indicators that only happened in the last year. So you can see some of the indicators have morphed and been redefined in an effort to actually make them measurable. That means because they're so new, there's only a method, we don't actually have the data collection that goes with it yet. So some of those are in our key areas of gender equality, climate change, life below water.
We have time for one more question or comment. It seems there are no more questions, so thank you, Alison, for your presentation and taking those questions and comments. So we'll go for tea break now, and tea will be served behind this venue at the marquee, and we'll be starting the next session at 10:45 sharp. So please be here, because we'll have Honorable Pat Conroy speaking from Canberra. So we'd like to start at sharp 10:45. And so thanks everyone. Thanks for attending this session. Okay, whatever. So it's been fixed now. Huh? Has it been fixed? I'll leave this one here. This one, sir. My pen and paper. Yeah, all right, sir.
Nilesh, I'm just wondering, I want to hear the minister speak. Do I just stay on this link, or do I have to go on another link? Can I get somebody to just let me know about whether this link is okay to stay on?
Only this one.
Achievements.
Test. Yo, test, 1, 2, 3, testing. Keep talking. Oh.
Hello.
Test.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sound check 1, 2, mic test. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound check. Check 1, 2, mic test. Testing 1, 2. Testing, sound check. Check 1, 2, mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check 1, 2, mic test 1, 2. Sound check. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Sound mic test. Sound check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Sound. Check 1, 2. Mic test. Sound check 1, 2. Testing. Checking. Test. Sound. Sound check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Mic check. Check 1, 2. Testing. Sound check. No echo. Set. Check. Testing. Solo.
Also had a big screen.
Check 1, 2. Mic test. Sound check. Testing. Check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. Sound check. Testing. Check 1, 2. Sound mic test. Testing. Sound check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Sound check. Check. No. Sound check 1, 2. Mic test. Sound check.
Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Good morning, Kate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Hello. Give me a second. Give me a second. Can you hear me now?
I could hear that, but with lots of echoing.
Test. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Test.
Test. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound check. Check 1 2. Sound check. Testing. Test. Mic test. Sound check. Sound test. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Testing 1 2. Testing. Check 1 2. Sound check. Check 1 2. Sound test. Testing 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5. 5 4 3 2 1. Sound check. Sound test. Mic test. Testing. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Sound test. Check 1 2. Check. Sound test. Testing. 1 2 3 4 5. 5 4 3 2 1. Sound test. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing. Mic test. Sound. Check 1 2. Sound check. Check 1 2. Sound test. Testing 1 2. Sound test. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Testing. Check 1 2. Mic test. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Test 1 2.
Sound check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Testing 1 2. Sound check. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2.
Check 1 2. Mic test.
Testing.
Check.
Testing 1 2.
Sound.
check.
Testing.
Sound check 1 2. Testing.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Only.
Check 1 2. Two. Check 1 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Two.
Okay, we're testing all the mics just on Zoom. Okay, we're testing all the mics now. So this is
Mic check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sound check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is mic 2. Testing.
Mic check. Mic 3. Test 1, 2.
Mic test. Mic 4. Testing. Sound check.
Test. Check 1, 2. Mic 5. Can you, Sini, can you respond on Zoom using mic? Use the mic, please.
I can hear you. Loud and clear. Sure. Can you hear me? Sound check 1, 2, 3. I can hear you. Loud and clear. We can hear you, ICT Theatre. All the microphones are clear, Isaac. Mic 1 to mic 5. Very clear.
Setting. Thank you.
Sound check 1, 2. Zoom test, sound check 1, 2, 3. ICT. Text, can you hear me? Sound check 1, 2.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Vinaka.
Test. Testing. Mic test. Sound check. Testing 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. Check. Mic test. 1, 2. Sound test. Mic test. Sound. Testing 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Mic test. Sound check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check 1, 2. Sound check. Testing 1, 2. Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test 1, 2. Sound test 1, 2. Mic test. Check 1, 2. Sound check. Testing 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Sound test 1, 2. Testing. Testing 1, 2. Sound check. Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound. Test. Testing. Mic test. Test 1, 2. Sound check. Check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. This one is good.
Hello.
Testing 1, 2.
Hi there. It's Pat Conroy. Can you hear me?
We are starting in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me?
loud and clear. Thanks.
I could. Yeah. Yeah, it should be okay. I don't think we're started yet. Yeah.
Can you all be seated, please? Welcome back, everyone, and good morning once again. We are very pleased because our second keynote this morning will be by Honorable Pat Conroy, the Member of Parliament and Minister for International Development and the Pacific, Australian Government. He'll be joining us online from Canberra. Before I invite Honorable Pat Conroy, here's a brief introduction of the Honorable Minister. Honorable Pat Conroy was elected to Australian Parliament and the House of Representatives at the 2013 federal election as the member of the Australian Labor Party. He was appointed as the Shadow Assistant Minister for the portfolios of infrastructure and climate change and energy. After the 2019 federal election, he was promoted to Shadow Minister for International Development and Pacific, as well as Shadow Minister assisting in the portfolios of climate change, defense, and government accountability. With the election of the Australian Labor Party in May, Minister Conroy was appointed as the Minister for Defense, Industry, and Minister for International Development and the Pacific. Once again, it's an honor and privilege to have Honorable Pat Conroy deliver his keynote at the 2022 Pacific Update. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you for that introduction. I would like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor and the organisers and participants in this event. I'm speaking to you from a Wabakal country, and I acknowledge the traditional owners of the many lands on which we meet, including the First Nations peoples of the countries of the Pacific. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I'm honoured to be joining you today for the Pacific Update as Australia's Minister for International Development and the Pacific, and as a member of the new Australian Government. I want to acknowledge the collaboration between the University of the South Pacific and the Australian National University in hosting this impressive event. This conference is an important part of the Pacific Research Program, which aims to deepen Australia-Pacific research and education partnerships to inform policy making. This support builds upon a range of existing partnerships between Australia and Pacific universities, and it complements Australia's long-standing and deep engagement in education in the Pacific. That's why I'm pleased to announce today a further 4 years of support to the Pacific Research Program delivered by the Australian National University and the Lowy Institute. This recognises the importance the Australian Government places on the next generation of Pacific researchers and policymakers, and on a stronger educational and research partnership between Australia and the Pacific. Friends, from across the Pacific, as your conference program highlights, we meet at a time when the complexity of issues we face is growing. In particular, the triple challenges of climate, COVID, and strategic contest will test us in new ways. I will touch on some of those challenges today, but my central message is this: Australia is here to listen. We are here to work together with our Pacific family, and we are here to make a difference. All the nations of the world face significant global challenges, but we don't have to face them alone. And while there are challenges, it's also true that the Pacific is a region of tremendous opportunity. The long-standing bonds of family are seen through our cultural, social, and economic connections across the Pacific. The Australian Government wants to see these ties grow stronger as we work together to forge a true partnership in deep respect and genuine friendship. The most pressing issue we face is climate change. As Australia's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Penny Wong, has made clear, we understand that climate change is not an abstract threat, but an existential one. In February, ANU's Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions produced a useful summary of the Intergovernmental Government Panel on Climate Change's sixth assessment report focusing on the Pacific. This summary showed that the 5 key threats arising from climate change for the Pacific are increasing air temperatures, changes in rainfall patterns, increasing ocean temperatures, rising sea levels, and ocean acidification. As a result, we will see more extreme weather events. These extreme weather events will pose risks to water and food supplies. They will damage infrastructure and have negative impacts on economic and social well-being. We are living the reality of these changes right now. Almost half of the people of the Pacific were affected by major disasters between 2011 and 2020. In Australia, we are seeing bushfire seasons out of all proportion with historic records and floods that keep reaching higher and higher ground. In Papua New Guinea, 2.5 million people were affected by drought in 2015. 540,000 Fijians were affected by tropical cyclone Winston in 2016, and 188,000 in Vanuatu were affected by cyclone Pam in 2015. Storm surges in the Pacific are projected to increase in frequency 1,000-fold by 2100, an extraordinary statistic. Sea levels in the Pacific are expected to rise 4 times faster than the global average. By 2100, sea level rise may be more than 1 metre. I know the Pacific family was frustrated by the former Australian government's approach to climate change in recent years. A new government has been elected, and we are absolutely committed to acting on climate change. A true family respects each member, listens to the concerns of family members, and acts upon those concerns. Unfortunately, the former Australian government disrespected the Pacific family by not taking adequate action on climate change. The federal election in Australia last month showed the Australian people understand the imperative for action on climate change. So I want to assure you today that the new Australian government will join with our Pacific family in constructive ways to deal with this challenge. This will include establishing a new Pacific Climate Infrastructure Financing Partnership to support climate and clean energy infrastructure projects in Pacific countries. Many Pacific Island countries will need to upgrade infrastructure to improve their resilience to extreme weather and other climate events. Our new Pacific Climate Infrastructure Financing Partnership will support climate-related infrastructure projects by providing grants and loans for projects developed and agreed with Australian governments. We will also seek to ensure that Australia's infrastructure finance is sustainable and transparent and supports Pacific economies and communities through local employment and supplies, including in construction and maintenance. As the world continues to look for action on climate change, Australia will be a leader, not a laggard. We are committed to reducing our own carbon emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2030, and we're committed to reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And I'm proud to say the Australian government has officially updated our nationally determined commitment under the Paris Agreement to reflect these more ambitious reduction emissions targets. We also know that the Pacific faces significant economic challenges in the years ahead. The Pacific entered the pandemic with significant challenges due to the distance to export markets, small domestic markets, and vulnerability to natural disasters. But the pandemic has raised the stakes. Disruptions caused by the pandemic have resulted in Pacific Island countries experiencing some of the largest economic shocks in the world. I know the Fijian economy suffered deeply from the loss of your strong international tourism market. We saw the same impact in other parts of the region with significant tourism sectors. As the global economy enters a new challenging phase, with inflation now a significant issue, along with the supply chain and labour issues that have been such a burden for the past 2 years, global economic pressures will weigh heavily on Pacific economies. In its April development outlook, the Asian Development Bank estimated the region contracted by 0.6% last year, while all other sub-regions expanded, including Southeast Asia and South Asia. Thankfully, some green shoots of recovery can be seen, with the ADB forecasting 3.9% growth in the region in 2022. Border restrictions are gradually being removed, allowing the return of tourism and the continued growth of labour mobility programs. Some Pacific Island countries still have a journey ahead of them in vaccinating their populations. Recent natural disasters such as the volcanic eruption and tsunami in Tonga and the civil unrest in the Solomon Islands have also magnified existing fiscal and economic challenges. Likewise, it is important to acknowledge the effort that will be required to repair the economic damage the pandemic has caused. For many Pacific Island countries, it will take several years of growth before economic output and the government revenues return to pre-pandemic levels. Fiji, Palau, Samoa, and Solomon Islands are not expected to return to their pre-COVID GDP levels until 2025. Continued fiscal support will be important as countries balance budget repair and debt sustainability with nascent economic recoveries. And while economic recovery may be on the horizon, the fiscal recovery challenge facing the region will persist. Like many countries in the world, including Australia, debt in the Pacific has increased as governments have borrowed to finance fiscal shortfalls. Public debt across the Pacific has increased from $20 billion in 2019 to $28 billion in 2022, and it is expected to reach $36 billion by 2025. The good news is that most of the new debt has been highly concessional and from trusted partners, including key multilateral institutions. Australia has contributed to this support, including $1.8 billion in loans to the region. I'm confident that we can meet the economic challenges by working together, including in regional and global forums. For example, the Australian government was delighted with the historic new treaty on fisheries subsidies that was agreed at the World Trade Organization's Ministerial Conference earlier this month. The new treaty will establish prohibitions on subsidies contributing to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing and on subsidies which encourage unsustainable overfishing. This will be good news for the Pacific Ocean environmentally, and it'll be good news for Pacific countries economically. This breakthrough in the multilateral trade negotiations was the result of a great Pacific partnership between Australia, Fiji, all Pacific Island WTO members and the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat representative in Geneva. I pay special tribute to the creative and courageous negotiating role played by Fiji's Minister for Commerce, Trade and Tourism. He played a critical part in securing this agreement when it was facing collapse at the WTO Ministerial Conference. Minister Koya worked with other Pacific Island WTO members, including Samoa, Solomon Islands, PNG, Tonga and Vanuatu, and with Australia's Trade Minister, Senator Don Farrell, and Assistant Trade Minister Tim Ayres. Together, they secured an historic win for sustainable fishing and healthy oceans. This shows the impact we can have when we work together in global forums. On regional trade initiatives, PACER Plus, the Pacific's largest and most comprehensive free trade agreement, achieved entry into force during the pandemic in 2020. PACER Plus will support the role of the private sector in regional economic recovery. We expect this trade agreement will open doors for Pacific businesses and traders from PACER member countries, for example, by improving market access to Australia for kava and other agricultural goods. We've also been encouraged by the increase in flight frequencies in recent weeks across the Pacific. Through the Pacific Flights Program, Australia has underpinned air links across the region to support regional connectivity throughout the pandemic. We know how important the viability of regional airlines is to countries and communities right across the region, and will continue to engage on this. Australia's response to the issues of Pacific development is multifaceted. Prime Minister Albanese and Foreign Minister Wong have made it clear that our goal is for Australia to be the partner of choice for Pacific countries. Our approach to development is clear. We believe in transparent, sustainable development led by the needs identified by development partner governments and agencies themselves and funded in sustainable ways. This is the sort of development our Pacific region needs as we recover from COVID. The new Australian government will boost Australian official development assistance for Pacific countries and Timor-Leste by $525 million over the next 4 years. This commitment demonstrates that as our Pacific partners struggle with the continued economic and human fallout from the pandemic, they will be able to rely on Australia. The new funding will boost Australia's existing bilateral and regional development programs in the Pacific, and it will support new aid projects. Our development programs will have a strong focus on supporting climate change adaptation and resilience, economic growth, health, education, water, sanitation and hygiene needs, and the inclusion of people with disabilities. And we will reintroduce a target that 80% of our aid investments will promote gender equality. We also want to build a stable and resilient region, a region founded in secure sovereignty and peace, in prosperity, and in accordance with the international rules-based order that has supported growth for 70 years. I recognise, as does Foreign Minister Wong, that we are operating in a time of increased geostrategic uncertainty. In the years ahead, Australia will stand shoulder to shoulder with our Pacific family as we face old and new challenges together. We deeply value being part of the Pacific family, and we deeply respect our regional institutions. That is why on her 4th day as Foreign Minister, Senator Wong went to Suva to speak from the Pacific Islands Forum, from the heart of Pacific regionalism. As the Foreign Minister said, the Forum has brought us together in the Pacific way for over 50 years. We take very seriously our commitments under the Forum's 2000 Bikatawa Declaration and its 2018 Boy Declaration to support each other in times of need. I mentioned climate change first because the Australian government knows that the issue of security is inseparable from the issue of climate change. The Boy Declaration made this clear in its opening paragraph, which says climate change remains the single greatest threat to the livelihood, security, and the well-being of the peoples of the Pacific. Beyond the threat posed by climate change, the new Australian government will address other regional security needs. We will increase support for Pacific maritime security to help tackle illegal fishing and other transnational criminal activities. We will double Australia's funding for the aerial surveillance component of the Pacific Maritime Security Program, which provides aerial surveillance of Pacific Island countries' enormous exclusive economic zones. This enhanced surveillance will help Pacific governments to recoup some of the US $150 million a year in revenues estimated to be lost due to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. We'll also establish a new Australian Pacific Defence School to provide training for members of Pacific Island country defence and security forces, particularly in non-commissioned officer ranks. This new school will build on existing ADF Pacific training activities, including the Defence Cooperation Program, the Pacific Support and Mobile Training Teams, and the Defence International Training School. We know we need to better coordinate Australia's defence engagement with Pacific countries. We want to ensure our defence engagement delivers practical support, responds to the priorities of Pacific countries, and builds deeper institutional links between the region's security forces. Australia is also committed to supporting the efforts of the Pacific family to advance our mutual interests in multilateral forums, especially around the implications of climate change. That was why I was proud to intervene at the CHOGM meeting last week, in the Commonwealth Ministerial meeting on small states, and also in the Foreign Ministers meeting. These interventions were to strongly support Tuvalu's efforts to include language in the CHOGM communique to recognise the work undertaken in the region, including through the PIF, to ensure that countries' maritime zones are not negatively impacted by the effects of sea rise. The Australian government also wants to deepen personal ties with the Pacific. We know we have a lot in common, from meeting each other on the sporting fields to sharing our history and our church-based and cultural ties. Australia has been the beneficiary of amazing Pacific immigration over many decades. Your nations have given a vibrant Pacific dimension to our multicultural nation. Only New Zealand has such an amazing Pacific diaspora. Australia will enhance our connections to the Pacific by encouraging more permanent migration through a new Pacific engagement visa, broadly modelled on New Zealand's Pacific Category Access Resident Visa. Up to 3,000 Pacific engagement visas will be allocated annually to nationals of the Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste as part of Australia's permanent migration intake. We are in the early stages of the design of this policy, and we'll work closely with Pacific countries to understand their needs and priorities. And we are committed to developing the Pacific Australia labour mobility schemes to provide further opportunities for Pacific Islanders and Pacific nations to develop skills and income by working in Australia. We have an ambitious reform agenda for the PALM scheme and are deeply committed to improving conditions for workers. Among other things, we will expand opportunities under the scheme by reducing upfront travel costs for employers. This is designed to make it more attractive for Australian employers to recruit workers under the PALM scheme. And we'll move to allow long-term Pacific workers to bring family members to Australia, subject to the agreement of sponsoring employers. But we're also conscious of the potential downsides of labour mobility for our Pacific family, so we'll deepen our focus on skills development. Our goals is for the PALM scheme to deliver a brain gain, ensuring that when workers return home, they bring not only remittances, but new skills so they can make a positive contribution to the development of their nations. We'll also boost links to the Pacific through our Indo-Pacific broadcasting strategy. This strategy will ensure greater understanding and connection between Australia and Pacific countries through increased training for Pacific journalists and enhanced partnerships with broadcasters across the region. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you again for inviting me to address this conference. As I said earlier, we meet at a time when the Pacific faces major challenges. We cannot address these challenges without investing in understanding the science, the economics, and the social and human impacts. That's why we need a vigorous Pacific research community. Your work helps policymakers to identify the issues, define the challenges, and design the solutions. It helps us to understand the implications of decisions, and most importantly, to understand how change affects people's lives. So I'm not just here to tell you what the Australian government plans to do to build a stronger and more resilient Pacific family. I also want to hear directly from the Pacific on how we can work together. I've been meeting Pacific leaders, and I look forward to visiting your country soon to continue listening and learning with you, including at next month's Pacific Islands Forum. This enhanced understanding and mutual respect will help Australia to truly deepen its ties and its commitment to the Pacific family in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thanks for highlighting Australia's commitment to the region, a number of critical issues impacting the region. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. Let's give the Minister a round. Thanks. So we'll move on to the next. I've just been told this. We have some time for any questions for the Minister. So we'll open the floor now.
I think you need to unmute.
Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Hello, can you hear me, Minister?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Greetings. My name is Yvonne Underhill-Sem, and I'm from the University of Auckland. And I just want to thank you very much for your presentation. It's really heartening to hear how things can change when the democratic process works. I have a particular question around, if you could expand a little bit more on where gender equality fits with everything that you've spoken about. I know you did mention it in relation to a number of issues around COVID and economic recovery, but in particular, how it fits in the labour mobility schemes that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And on gender equality, I just want to make three quick points. One, there's a gendered nature of the challenges that faces the Pacific. There's been plenty of studies showing that the impacts of natural disasters impact on women and girls much greater than men. And so I think it's very important to recognise that there's been a gendered nature of both natural disasters, climate change, and the COVID pandemic. Secondly, we're going to have a very strong focus in our development programs around gender equality. And that's why I announced that we would be reintroducing the requirement that 80% of our development programs have a gender equity goal as part of the design. Third, on gender equality in terms of the Pacific labour mobility schemes, there's a couple of answers. One, increasing protection for workers is very important for every worker, but obviously, in general, women are more open to exploitation in terms of the power balance in workplaces. So increasing protection for workers is really important. There's also a gender imbalance in terms of the dynamic of male workers, particularly in the agricultural sector, leaving their home for a number of years to work. And that's why our announcement that we would allow the long-term Pacific worker visa schemes to bring families across, I think will help gender equality. And third is the sorts of industries that we want to make attractive to use the Pacific labour visas. There's a trial going on right now around using Pacific workers in our aged care sector, particularly in Northern Territory and Western Australia. And that's got a huge scope to open up temporary migration for in industries that are overwhelmingly female dominated. So I think that will help with Pacific gender equality issues there, because those workers will bring those skills back to the aged care sectors of their respective home countries. So I hope I've answered your question.
We have one more question.
Thank you, Minister. It's Jess Collins from the Lowy Institute. Excuse me. Remittances are obviously important to the Pacific Island nations' income, national income. I'm wondering whether bringing down the cost of remittances will be part of your policy framework.
Thanks for the question. And look, it's not a specific part of our pre-election policy that we're focused on implementing. But you make a really good point. There's no point trying to improve labour mobility in the region to get remittance flows back to home countries if it's being eaten up with fees. So I will be, as part of my consultations with Pacific Island governments, I'll be talking to them about what are the barriers to remittances and how do we deal with that to reduce the cost of that, of the remittances. I know there's some issues, particularly in the Pacific, around money laundering protections that impact on remittances. And I've met with a number of providers of remittances to understand what their legislative obligations are and how that impacts on supporting workers and their communities. So it's something that I'm keen to work on. And if people have got practical suggestions on how to reduce the cost of remittances, I'd be very keen to progress that. But you're absolutely right. That's got to be a critical part of the reform process.
Any more questions? Yep, this one at the back.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Josiah from School of Economics. I wonder if this question is relevant to what you've just presented. This is a question of international internship. Few students came to my office and asked if there's a possibility of attending international internship in the areas of petrol and gas engineering. Your opinion, please.
Thank you for that question. And building the educational links between nations in the Pacific is really, really important. In fact, I was at the CHOGM meetings last week in Rwanda, and a couple of Pacific heads of state raised this issue with me directly as how do we improve the educational links between our communities. It could be obviously for undergraduate studying, it could be for postgraduates, but it could be also for internships. So that's something I'm keen to progress as well. I know a number of Australian universities, and to be fair, New Zealand universities are doing good work around building links with the Pacific. My home university of the University of Newcastle is really focused on how does it build postgrad links with Pacific, with the Pacific. But I think internships are probably the area we're underdone. So in my engagement with Pacific Island governments, I'll be keen to progress how do we build deeper educational links across all parts of the educational experience.
Thanks. It's time for one more question. Yeah, one at the back there.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed the presentation. The Honourable Minister, my name is Mr. Tamobel, doing some academic research consultancy work for Government of Tonga. And, talking about youth unemployment and qualifications, in-country training.
It's been running for quite a while now, 2 years, but as we understand, it's been phased out during pre-COVID in the last couple of years. But just to say that we've been doing a lot of work in these areas in some of the Pacific countries, and it must be local education and training, looking at creating employment, teaching them level 2, level 3, just to get some sort of qualification. Our main problem in most of the small Pacific countries are school leavers with absolutely no qualification, living form of life, and there's nothing much for them to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was more of a statement about the challenges for school leavers and leaving without a lot of skills being developed. I think obviously Australia's involvement can't be the panacea to all the challenges that face the broader Pacific region. But as I said in my speech, skills development has to be a key focus of any temporary labour scheme. It's not the panacea for everything, but as I said, these schemes need to be genuinely a brain gain rather than a brain drain. They have to bring back, these schemes have to lead to workers bringing back skills that are relevant to their home economy. And that's why that aged care trial is something I'm so excited about, because those skills are very transferable. Aging is something that every country faces as a challenge. So it's something where it's a win for Australia in terms of dealing with some very significant labour shortages in the aged care sector, but as well as building up skills for Pacific Island aged care workers. But your point is well made that we can't just focus on tertiary education. We've got to focus on how do we build up the economies of all the Pacific Island nations, including vocational education and training.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for having me. Good.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, and thanks for taking our time to answer some of the questions from our participants. So once again, thank you very much. Let's thank the Minister.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Australian High Commissioner John Fix. Thanks for joining us this morning. We'll now move on to the next session, which is on gender equality, and invite Nalini Singh, the Director of Fiji Women's Rights Movement, going to chair the next session.
May that guy Oh, the one that makes
Bulavinaka and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the 2022 Pacific Update Conference for panel number 1, and I am so glad it's on gender equality. I am Nalini Singh, and I'm the Executive Director for the Fiji Women's Rights Movement, or FWRM, as we are popularly acronymed. And I'm very proud to say that I'm also USP alumni, and I've also studied at the ANU. So I'm very, very glad to be here, and equally pleased to be the chair of this panel. I thank the conference organizers for having the first panel on an issue that matters so much to, I think, half or more than half of this room, and my, and I. And, having a panel on gender equality and, inviting me to chair it. As we heard in the morning, when Alison from SPC presented, when we speak about gender equality in our Pacific region, when we look at the indicators for gender equality, we really have a long, long way to go in terms of achieving it. But whilst we have a specific goal on gender equality and indicators and targets around what has been identified as key areas of development, let me also say that all the other goals, all the other targets, and all the other indicators cannot be gender neutral. That's where we get to a situation of not achieving what we want to achieve, because how can we not have gender targets in all the other goals? When we're talking about ocean, when you're talking about climate change, when you're talking about education, health, when we're talking about poverty. So let it not be said that they are all gender neutral. There is a gendered implication on all of those, but a separate goal on gender equality is an achievement in itself, because it's been an area of advocacy for the global women's rights movement. I'm pleased to say that at this panel, we will be discussing 3 key indicators or issues of concern under gender equality. It's on gender-based violence, so violence against women, women's health, or specifically menstrual hygiene, which is part of our sexual and reproductive health and rights, and women in leadership decision-making. We have 3 presentations for this panel. Some of the presenters are online, and we have 2 here with us today. I'm so glad that we have 2, because it was going to be only 1 of the presenters was going to be here. So let me introduce the presenters first. First is Kate Power from the University of Queensland, and she'll be online to present her paper on reporting on violence against women and girls, a critical discourse analysis of Pacific-based newspaper reporting. Second, I'm so glad to welcome my friend Doris Tulifao with her colleagues, Vinita Pisia, Ramona Budosing, and Anika Lemisio from Brown Girl Work in Samoa, who will present their paper titled Tracking Period Poverty in Samoa, the case study of manufacture and distribution of reusable menstrual pads in Samoa. And finally, I'm also very pleased to welcome our colleagues, Mariani Rokotuimbao, Jennifer Kalpokas Doan, who is going to be online, Wilson Toa Epeli Tinivata, and Penny Tawake, 3 of the writers who are here from Balance of Power, who will present on Balance of Power, shifting gender norms through localized political economy analysis. Now, I've been asked to remind each of the presentation team that you have 20 minutes for your presentation only, and I will cap time at the mark. You will hear a lolly beat at 18 minutes mark. So we will try and we have to adhere to time, after which, after the 3 presentations, we will have 10 minutes or so for questions and answers. And so without further ado, I would like to invite Kate Power from the University of Queensland, who is online, to please make your presentation. You have 20 minutes. Hopefully you'll hear the lali at the 18-minute mark. Please, a round of applause to welcome Kate.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen for you. And I want to firstly apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. I was actually on my way to the airport, bag packed and ready to leave, when I received a text message from my husband that he had returned a positive COVID test. And so I had to turn around and go home. Also at the outset, I want to acknowledge that I'm calling into you today from the traditional lands of the Yagara and Turrbal people, and I want to pay my respects to the First Peoples of Australia, as well as all of the countries that are represented at the conference, and also to recognise the honoured guests at the conference this morning. So as was mentioned in this presentation, I'm going to tell you about my research into news reporting on violence against women and girls by Pacific Islands newspapers. You don't need me to tell you that the region experiences violence against women and girls at more than twice the global average rate, partly because violence is still often seen as a legitimate expression of male power. And in this research, I argue that reframing news reporting on gender-based violence can help to reduce widespread acceptance of violence, because news has been shown to have the power not only to influence public opinion and inform policy making, but also to affect individual behaviour. So of course, news reporting on its own, changing the reporting won't directly reduce violence against women and girls, but it can challenge the norms underpinning it. So also, as you'll know, women's empowerment across the region has been one of Australia's development priorities since 2012, pursued chiefly through Pacific Women Shaping Pacific Development, and recognising the potential role of traditional and social media in shaping public opinion about violence against women and girls. Several Pacific Women projects have focused on improving media coverage through media and public information campaigns, as well as upgrading community radio infrastructure used by various feminist groups, some of whom are probably in the room today, but also seeking to amplify the voices of Pacific women and girls through creative media training. To the best of my knowledge, however, only one report has actually monitored news reporting. This focused on police and court reporting in Papua New Guinea during a 6-month period in 2019. And the Global Media Monitoring Project, which has done so much to keep an eye on this around the world, has examined news reporting in the Pacific, but only in 4 countries: Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, and Solomon Islands. So in this study, it was my goal to try and get a regional picture and to create a baseline from which to measure change, and also for advocates to use when promoting gender equality through news representations. So I collected 2 years worth of news reporting from English-based newspapers, and of course that's my first language, and I know there are other forms of media, but I looked at English language newspapers across 11 nations, as shown on the slide right now. And I selected articles using search terms that I drew from Pacific Women's public agenda. So these included terms like violence against women and girls, rape on the one hand, but also terms related to gender equality and gender equity. And I also searched for terms with particular relevance to the region, including sorcery and bride price. So by including every article across that 2-year period that it contained at least one of my search terms, I created a corpus, or a group of articles, 720 articles reported on violence against women and girls, only 150 explicitly reported on gender equality. And just as a note, I did exclude any articles that reported on violence against men and boys. So then, drawing on several decades of research into problematic ways of reporting on violence against women and girls, and women in general, I chose 6 well-known harmful types of reporting, and I've put these on the slide right now. These are used frequently around the world but there had not previously been a study looking at whether or not these show up in Pacific news reporting. So I'm going to walk you through each of the 6 and tell you what I found. First, I looked at quantity of coverage using content analysis to map the relative frequency of articles on violence against women and girls and gender equality. And as I mentioned, there's a clear dominance of articles related to violence. Only 17% directly address gender equality. Now, this ratio does vary by country. And I must say it's important to read this graph through the lens of different publications having different frequency of publication. So this gives us only a rough guide. But the analysis does show that the Pacific Islands newspapers that I studied report more often and more explicitly on violence against women and girls than they do on gender equality across all nations, with some variation. So this imbalanced coverage could mean that news reporting is contributing to normalising violence against women and girls rather than promoting a discourse of gender equality and gender equity. So next, I considered how Pacific Island news reporting frames violence against women and girls, and this involved 2 steps that focused on the headlines of different articles, because newspaper headlines express in a highly concise form, I'm quoting here, the crux of the news event and orient the reader to process the text in a predetermined direction. So what shows up in the headline is very important for how we read the article, and we know, of course, that many people never get past the headline. So I looked first at whether news headlines reflect episodic or issue-based reporting. That is, did they depict violence against women and girls as a series of isolated incidents, just focusing on one incident at a time, or did they depict it as a socially embedded phenomenon? And as you can see from this slide, nearly 2/3 of the headlines frame violence against women and girls as episodic. And this was particularly the case in Fiji, Samoa, and Solomon Islands. Now, more analysis is needed to understand the country level differences. These could be attributable to the nature and prevalence of violence against women in each country. It could be attributable to the presence or absence of crime and court reporting beats that focus in on individual incidents, but also editorial awareness of the problems with episodic reporting. So then I looked at how headlines framed stories by mentioning different parties involved in the violence. And I focused in on survivors, perpetrators, law enforcement officials, and non-governmental advocates for survivors. And this analysis showed that alleged perpetrators are mentioned more often than anyone else in news article headlines, except in PNG, where law enforcement officials are mentioned in more than 3 times and survivors in more than twice the number of headlines as perpetrators. PNG also accounts for most of the headlines that mention advocates, which is great news in contrast to other countries, unfortunately, whose newspapers make minimal or no headlines of the important work that advocates are doing to support survivors. The third thing that I looked for was the extent to which articles focused on violence against women and girls reflecting a law enforcement focus, which is known to often give readers a distorted view of women's experiences of violence. And in this step, I analysed how many news articles directly or indirectly quote different parties associated with violence. And I found, as you can see on the slide, that law enforcement perspectives are depicted in more than 1/3 of all articles, compared to just 8% that present survivors' perspectives and 2% that report on health officials' views. So this shows quite clearly that Pacific Islands news coverage favours a law enforcement focus, which unduly privileges legal over public health concerns, and as I mentioned, risks misrepresenting women's experiences of violence. My fourth analytical step follows very closely on from this point. It looks at the extent to which survivors' voices are muted. And here I studied how often different parties are quoted directly and indirectly. That is the number of actual quotations of different people, not the number of articles. And I looked first at direct quotation. So when, there's actually quotation marks with the specific words that someone said, only 3.1% of all direct quotations highlight survivors' voices, compared with perpetrators at 4%. Promisingly, non-governmental advocacy groups account for a higher percentage, 13.1% of all direct quotations, but this is still radically less than law enforcement agents at 40.8%. Now, the situation does improve slightly when you look at indirect quotations. So this would be something like so-and-so said, and there's no quotation marks, there's just a summary of what they said. 8.1% highlight survivors' voices, but perpetrators are still more dominant at 12.5%. Law enforcement agents are still reported more frequently than anyone else, accounting for 49% of all indirect quotations. And non-governmental advocacy groups represent only 6.5%. The fifth problematic type of reporting that I considered involves downplaying violence against women and girls. And my main approach to looking at this in this study involved locating all of the verbs that were used to depict violence against women and girls. And unfortunately, I did find some striking examples, although the good news is that this was relatively rare. So for example, in the first excerpt on this slide, the verb to have a sexual relationship is used, whereas a more accurate form of words would be to repeatedly and forcibly rape. I also noticed a few cases in which violence against women and girls was trivialised by having it compared to much less serious issues. So as in the second excerpt on this slide, where it is accorded the same level of importance as traffic jams. Finally, I looked at the extent to which rape myths are perpetrated by Pacific News reporting. Some examples of rape myths, I've listed a couple here on the slide. They include the false ideas, that women routinely lie about rape, that sex can't be rape if the people involved are married or had previously had sex, or unless the survivor tries to fight it off. So I'm glad to say that I didn't find a lot of these myths showing up in the corpus of articles that I studied, but I was very disturbed to see that when they do show up, it was chiefly in legal arguments, as in the example on this slide. So here, a judge is suggesting that a female survivor could not have been raped because although she knew this man wanted to have sex with her, she did nothing to scream for help. Had she been genuinely afraid, had she genuinely not consented, the judge is suggesting she would have screamed. Although anyone who knows anything about sexual assault knows that this is a myth. Fortunately, I did see some evidence of judges who challenge rape myths, as in the example on this slide. So here it's a different judge recognising that the woman involved in this case did not consent to sex, and the fact that she had previously had a consensual sexual relationship with the perpetrator did not undermine the fact that she did not consent in this instance. But it seems clear that more work is needed to raise awareness amongst and set legal standards for the legal profession, and also to educate reporters about how they represent these legal arguments. If the legal arguments are made in court, that's one thing, but having them amplified through the press is another thing. So in a nutshell then, this small study shows that Pacific Islands news reporting does include 6 very well-known, highly problematic ways of reporting on violence against women and girls that we've known about for over 30 years, and that needs to change. Now, I want to point to some areas where further research can be done, since I'm speaking to at least some academics in the room, colleagues and students perhaps. Detailed linguistic analysis is needed to identify lots of things. So firstly, the labels that are used to depict perpetrators and survivors are very influential in how people understand what's going on. The extent to which each party has agency or responsibility for the violence, and particularly to counter the myth of mutual responsibility for violence by looking at the subject and verb, who does what to whom. Some other things to watch for are vague language and euphemisms that downplay violence, and on the other hand, over-completeness and the inclusion of unnecessary, salacious details that re-traumatize survivors for readers' entertainment. And there's definitely some examples of that in my corpus. Also, another thing to look for is a decreased attention to routine abuse, which is coupled with an excess focus on contested allegations. So writing and promoting stories where a woman is represented as lying and amplifying that myth is highly problematic. Just a couple more things to watch for. Genre analysis is very important here, and by that I mean what kind of news story is being produced. So understanding the news beats under which these stories are being reported, which is often a crime or courtroom beat, and so thinking about how that perpetuates the episodic framing of violence against women and girls, and the conventions around news reporting a crime or courtroom beat compared to a social issues or general interest kind of reporting. There's a lot of room to do ethnographic research to explore editorial motivations and constraints and the news values that are affecting and influencing how violence gets reported. And I'd like to put in a plug for some positive discourse analysis. So this means how news stories do report on gender equality. That's important because there's a lot of extensive translation work that needs to be done to advocate for gender equity. And we know that a lot of work's already been done in this area across the region, but some detailed research that looks at the arguments in terms of which gender equity is warranted in news reporting and whether there's any systematic difference discernible across the region would be very helpful. And then, of course, given the importance of radio in the region and growing social media presence, and of course, as I alluded at the outset, English is obviously not the only reported language, so these are all further areas for research. So to finish up, I want to highlight that there are many guidelines on appropriate and responsible reporting on violence against women and girls. This Our Watch Media guidelines on the slide right now is just one of those, but very little work has been done to evaluate how aware media professionals are of these guidelines and how much they even attempt to try to use them. So I hope that this short analysis will prompt more research in the area. I hope that it gives local women's groups and other advocates a baseline from which to analyse change and advocate for change, because we can see that even just in those 6 basic problematic areas, there's a lot that can be done. And preventing violence against women and girls is critical to achieving gender equality and gender equity, and we need to use all of the means at our disposal to accomplish it, including professional development and standards, both for journalists and the legal profession. And after hearing the Australian ministers speak about support for professional development for journalists, I got very excited, as you can well imagine. So very interested to hear the conversation around this topic and the other presentations. Thank you so much for having me share the research.
Thank you so much, Kate. That was indeed a very fascinating presentation. I'm sure, I know for my colleagues who are in the room, they've been taking notes because this has been an area of advocacy for us, and I'm sure many others will have some questions percolating for you. So thank you very much. We'll see you after all the presentations for the questions.
Thank you.
Hang on in there. Next, I am going to pass the mic on to my friend Doris Tulifau from Samoa, Brown Girl Work, who is going to make the presentation on behalf of a group who I think will be present online to support her. Over to you, Doris.
Hello. Hey, talofa everyone. My name is Malusel Doris Tulifao. I came from Samoa a few days ago. Feels like the borders are almost open for all of us. I do have a little bit of a cold. It's not COVID. Of course, I got here, so it can't be COVID. I'm really thankful for this to be my first event for the last 2 years as our borders have been closed. And I'm excited to share with you the research that we have done with my group that can't be here, but I represent them in beautiful Fiji. Again, the title is Tracking Period Poverty in Samoa, the case study of manufacturing, distributing of reusable menstrual pads in Samoa. I also brought samples. They're sitting over there. If you guys want to see after or ask any questions, please come and ask me. So this is just the overview of what I'm going to be talking about. Just go through who is Brown Girl Woke. You could tell by my accent, I'm American, but my both parents are from Samoa and migrated to America for religious reasons. Brown Girl Woke was an organization that I founded in the University of Sacramento State. I'm from California. And to do more research, I wanted to come back to Samoa. As we all know, we had to go back to the place where we're doing research and you can't find enough data, as we're talking so much about data when you're hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away. So I moved to Samoa and established Brown Girl Woke, a feminist young youth organization. Our mission is to recruit, train, educate university students on critical issues happening in their community. So a lot of our students in our organization are from University of South Pacific Samoa and NUS, the National University of Samoa. We focus on after school programs. So we have STEM, READ, performance arts programs. We also do workshops on safety for kids, on ending violence against women and girls, menstrual hygiene and cycle, workshops, prevention of violence. And we have one of the first TV3, thank you for their television, to give us a youth mental health show that we have once a week, talking about mental health during this time with COVID. Again, university students are able to receive paid internships and scholarships running our after school and our workshops. We also do international donor and supplies from overseas. We get water tanks, groceries, and we have disaster supplies, masks, sanitizers, and books that have been coming since, if you didn't know, 2019, we had the measles outbreak. After that was the COVID. So in Samoa, we've almost been closed up for longer than the 2 years before COVID came. So menstrual hygiene and health. How did this start? Because we're at the schools, we wanted to make sure that we had all the resources that we could get to make sure a young girl gets to have all the education and have no issues having to not come to school. And like many girls around the world, menstrual hygiene and cycle is an issue. So we made an email and sent out to every organization that we knew that gave out distribution of reusable pads, and Days of Girls in New Zealand donated almost 500 pads to us in 2019. So I'm just going to read this beautiful presentation because my other group made it. So worldwide issue, approximately 500 million women and girls around the world are affected by inadequate menstrual hygiene and management. I can't see from this thing. The impact on quality of life affects the ability to attend work, school, participate in social activities, and a lack of confidence. The limited research done in the Pacific is sexual and reproductive health education is inconsistent in Samoa, due in part to it being considered a sensitive topic. Like many countries in the Pacific, we still don't have sex education in the schools. So we were trying to figure out a way, as we know that there's high teen pregnancies, STI, and again, we're here talking about gender equality and ending violence against women and girls. A lot of girls don't know about their bodies. So how are we gonna manipulate the man and the system and make sure that these girls get educated on their bodies, and menstrual hygiene and cycle did that. We were allowed to talk about their bodies, talk about how important having their period is, and we build a nation. So we wanted to make sure they're educated as much as possible, as these are still taboo issues. Samoa minimum wage is $2.50 per hour. We can say it's 3 from the last few years, but NPF and everything else takes away. So you're right back down to $2.50. High rates of unemployment, especially in the service sectors, affected the borders. As we know, the border closures. Reusable menstrual pads. I actually wanted to show a video of the beginning of our evolution of reusable pads since we started in 2019.
Even if it's scary, if it's scary.
Kalau mula mga olong falong ini masih lang ba? Setia ile pinay mo mo. Kaya Nebla biwa kay basa mga ile skupeng ko fali fakal misi betsa we mga mo sa ngan kaya mawali chance ko ka misi ay si mama abang ng pinay ile skupeng fali ko fakal misi. If I hear thing of yung car, matulog ka, yele, yung car, kasi ano pa maingat, isig mali para na ikili fa pio isig ko yung matulog fa vai de, bakit ako la stay in my life. Ay mga yung focus yung matulog. Kaya mo fa nga rin, pwede fa ka mo fa doon. Imo kasi may kapag mangikso, pwede ratchet. Kaya kita kaya sweet kan pa. Yun so ngalan sa nga ba kasi ma. Kita ke boy nele ya ko kasi pagpula kay sa ko. Saya mo lang na ilo upang ay ko sa umama ko ay nga sipel ka ika. Hindi, so mali, amyalay, mafay mo mali, pali, ako, alo kini mo po, kini tulong ay kasi ako lang, nga ko fay ako, siyempre,
So in the beginning, we went to the villages because in the schools, they didn't really allow us to come in to talk about menstrual hygiene. And, that has to do a lot with, because then we would have to know about their bathrooms, their cleaning areas, and a lot of schools don't want us to come in and talk about what is hygienic. So we started at first in 2019 in the villages that would allow us to talk about reusable pads. We also gave everybody packs of reusable pads and workshops with the National University of Samoa. We used the nursing program to come with us in case more girls had questions that our NGO couldn't answer. So reusable menstrual pads. Reusable pads are environmentally friendly, do not contain non-biodegradable plastics. As we know, pads have 90% of plastic, can be adjusted in size to accommodate different body shapes and needs, reduces the expense of purchasing menstrual hygiene products. Reusable pads can reduce the feet of soiling of clothing and associated absences from schools. Cleaning reusable menstrual pads can be a concern, including education and improved confidence to discuss menstruation and to seek support. So in the video, the girls talked about how it was more comfortable for them. We also found out that we partnered with a disability organization that also had issues with using the regular pads as more people with disabilities would use pads longer, they would get rashes. So with using our reusable pads that we actually, I can't say really patent, but we made one of the first reusable pads for people with disabilities in Samoa. It actually reduced rashes because the materials are soft and it's made out of cotton. So in 2020, I should say 2019, 2020, our menstrual health and hygiene workshops with women and girls distribution of donated reusable menstrual pads training on how to maintain reusable menstrual pads was funded by Australian Aid. And we partnered with NOLA, which is the disability organization in Samoa. In 2021, we established the first sewing circle where we paid 5 seamstresses to make reusable pads for free to distribute almost 3,000 pads, reusable pads in Samoa. They've been working with us for 1 year and we still have funding for them to keep working for us to make reusable pads. In 2022, we made the first educational video. So in Samoa, our Ministry of Education doesn't have a curriculum for menstrual cycle or hygiene. So with this funding, we made an educational video to teach girls on their menstrual cycle. This is from our first workshop. We had 38 participants. We made sure to have women and daughters, mothers and daughters, because we realized during our surveys that a lot of mothers didn't have the information to tell their daughters. I don't know how many people in the room there are ladies, but I didn't find out about I wasn't prepared for my period until I got it and I asked a friend or somebody at school. A lot of us don't get the training before we get it. We usually get it and then ask questions. So we made sure to have our workshops with mothers. And we actually had more mothers asking questions about periods than the daughters. We went to the rural village in Upolu, surveys and focus group discussions. Our primary source of information on menstrual health and hygiene was the mothers in schools. Disposable sanitary napkins and cloths were most commonly used products. Cost and availability were our most common factors that determine the choice of product used. 77% respondents found the reusable pads to be somewhat comfortable or very comfortable, and 77% of respondents indicated that the reusable pads was either somewhat easy or very easy to clean. So we also found out a lot of girls were just using anything if they couldn't get regular pads. They were just using materials and cutting it and just using it. And it was no different from the urban area to the rural area, especially with our students at the university. It was like a nonchalant, like we just use what we have. So it was good education for everybody. Again, we talked about we employed 5 women in the rural areas to become seamstresses. One is a woman with disabilities. She's deaf and she's probably the best person that makes our reusable pads because she took a training to learn how to sew. Trained to make reusable menstrual pads by experienced seamstress. Sewing machines were purchased. We were able to give all the 5 seamstresses their own sewing machines. Women manufactured reusable pads and paid based on the number of units, products that meet quality standards. We were able to pay them 40 tala for 1 pad, and most of them made 1,000. So they made enough money for the year during COVID. Distribution through networks, again with NOLA, Noa Alea Lofa is a disability advocacy organization, 6 colleges, 5 villages, Special Olympics, 2 schools with people with disability, and we gave out 3,000 reusable pads. 1 pack comes, if you could see the picture on the side, 2 holders, 6 inserts, panties, soap, washcloth, and a dry wet bag. Issues, supplies and materials inconsistent. The material that we have to use is an absorbent material. We also have partners in Africa and they have the same issues. We all get the material from America, and during COVID, because of supplies and boats and everything closing up, it's been hard to bring over. but I actually flew out to America last year and brought the materials in my suitcase. These are just pictures of all the places we've been to. We went to a lot of schools that were only girls. You can see the seamstresses on the corner, very happy with the money that they made and their sewing machines. And then 22, currently continuing with the manufacture of reusable menstrual pads with another funder, production of educational video, like I said before. And then I'm going to show the video that we made. Am I at 18 minutes yet or no? Okay.
Na o le iloa le mafuanga o le nei mea. O fefe mo o le mautoni. Wai o le afsosoni mai. O mai le nei mea watu. Ai se a watu pua e te au.
Ai pole a mea rei kupu le kenga la. Se i umawan aku e rei. Sawat.
O ai o le atari mai e lo nei mawhati au.
Sina. Wa. Na mi wele fino le au. La me wele alo le au. La moku.
O fefe. Mo fefe o le mauko. Wa lupa para pino pe se au. Ki fefe ke lo fasinga.
Oh. Kalau fai se kama. E o ke lo mea ngai kupul masinga. O mo palpala masinga e mo kamai kai. Ai o ke le lo nga afuanga. Kalau fai se kama. Kai konia polari me ke pol me. So moi e lo ni moi.
A o mai a soma. Ai le ai se malamlama anga le nei mea. O le a le nei mea.
Talofa, o au o se teine e peilava o oe. Ma e iei ni vaenga o mawhai o nā o awina ai lo ni tangata. Ma o le a o ngā fōi mō oe i le taimi nei po o se taimi o i luma. O le whaamatua isi o tamaitai e le mawai nei aunga, ma e le a whaina. O le a maturei o lo palapala masina, o se anga masani o le ola tuputupu wae, o so o se tamaitai, ma o se vaenga ta ua tele, ma o le whailonga lea o le suia o lo tino, mai le tamaititi, ma avea oe matangata matua. Manatua, o se anga masani o tātou tino, aua e te popole.
Lea o o iloa. O malama.
So that was the evolution of brown girl woke from our very bad video from the beginning to 2022 to having funding to make a film for schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. And yes, that's a very amazing initiative that you all have worked on. Brown Girl Work is also, we are very proud to have Brown Girl Work in our We Rise coalition, and happy to see work progressing, on issues that you have prioritized. And finally, the third presentation from a team from Balance of Power, and they would like to do things a little bit differently. So I'm going to pass on the mic to Penny, who's going to run his own talk show, essentially.
Thank you, Nalini. Yes, I admit to us running things a little unconventionally this morning. So what we basically have this morning is a Talanoa within a panel. And for me, that really speaks to 2 points. The legitimacy of Talanoa as an effective methodology in the Pacific for you drawing out lessons and successes. And also the second thing is that BOP, or Balance of Power, is working in ways that are contextualized. Very briefly, Balance of Power is a DFAT-funded initiative that provides strategic support to local actors, so governments, universities, faith-based organizations, and CSOs that work in ways to increase women's voice and agency with a particular focus on women's leadership and women's political leadership. So in turn, I'll be asking key questions of Marianne, and Jennifer, who's online, and ask them to also keep it quite brief and concise as well, but recognizing again that Talanoa is quite effective in the Pacific, and we've opted to take this route this morning. So the first question to Marianne is to ask you what drew you to a program that's working on women's political leadership?
Thank you, Penny. First, I'd like to acknowledge Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, for investing in this program after a number of consultations across the Pacific and working with Pacific women shaping Pacific development, really focusing on the issue of women in leadership. And it found that we needed to repackage how we deliver this program. Balance of Power is locally led, meaning I'm the executive director. Jennifer, who sits in Vanuatu, is the deputy executive director. We also had to reframe her title to be Director of Strategy and Programs. And the flexibility that we've been given, again, has been a plus for this program. It being locally led meant that we needed to do consistent political economy analysis to recognize the things that are relevant to the context and the ability for us to be able to deliver and use an approach that can help support the initiatives at the national level. Also recognizing that there are different contexts across our vast Pacific. So, for example, in Vanuatu, we've had to have a male program manager. And we get asked so many times, why is it that you have a male program manager? But Mr. Wilson Toa, who's not able to join us today, has been a great asset for the program. The ability to be able to have conversations with other male counterparts, the ability to also be champions of this issue. We all know that in Vanuatu and also in Tonga, 2 of the programs where Balance of Power works, we have been unsuccessful getting women into parliament in the last 2 elections. So for us as a program working in this space, we have to really rethink how we deliver this program. So it being locally led meant we are from the context, we understand the politics, the dynamics, the culture, people's mindset and behaviors. Again, a difficult area to influence and work in, but it's a need. If we are to look at, as Nalini shared earlier this morning, about how the Pacific still has a lot of work to do in increasing women's participation in politics. It's interesting that we have our Fiji elections coming up this year, and also Solomon Islands. And these are some of the countries that Balance of Power is working in. So we're really thinking of we've been looking at opportunities where we've had to work with the grain, and sometimes working with the non-usual suspects, we'd like to call it. In Fiji, in particular, we've had to look at where the power holders are. How do we work with them? How do we frame our conversations and messages to help influence? How do we bring people along? These are some of the approaches that we're testing, and we're seeing that there has been progress at some level, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. The Balance of Power, what also drew me to the Balance of Power program is the flexibility. It's flexibility in nature. Working in this space, we all know that it's highly political, and things would pop up every now and then, things that we probably didn't see 6 months earlier when we were planning, and the ability to be able to respond and provide the right support to really make traction in this area. that's one of the other things that excites me about this program. And Penny and I had worked in a program called Pacific Leadership Program since 2009, so almost about a decade working in the area of leadership. And we recognize how sensitive this is. It's really difficult, and you'll need to work with local leaders and local institutions. COVID was one of our best friends because it really pushed us to test this. We've had to have conversations with USP, for example, and the work that we're doing with the USP Students Association. We've done students' perceptions of women in leadership, recognizing that USP houses a lot of our Pacific leaders. If we're asking, where are tomorrow's leaders today? Most of them also come from this institution. When we're going out into the Pacific, you will see permanent secretaries, CEOs, ministers that have come to USP. We're just about a kilometer away from here. So we thought, let's look at engaging USPSA. And we're glad that we've been working with them for the last couple of years or so. Now, in their recent election, we've had 6 women as presidents in their island councils. And they've also identified a couple of their policies that needs to be reviewed to encourage women's participation in leadership. Just before I hand over to Nalini, we'll try and keep to the 20 minutes. This work needs to happen at a couple of layers. It's critical to be working with policymakers, yes, but also looking at other layers where we can help to generate the demand for women in leadership. Quite often, if we're going out to our provinces, in our communities, women don't even recognize that they are playing a leadership role. And the work that we've been doing in Tonga and also in Vanuatu is to spotlight and give attention to where women are exercising leadership, particularly in times of crisis. The tropical cyclones that we've had and also COVID, again, presented opportunities for us to rethink how we promote and encourage women to step into those spaces. One thing is creating a space for women to step into leadership. The other thing is for them to have that courage to really grab that opportunity. That's something that I struggle with myself. And I know a lot of other women who can step into leadership roles, particularly in the political area. We quite often shy away from this. So how can a program like this, who's working to increasing women's participation in politics, what do we need to do differently to build their courage to step up and step into those roles? The only last thing, Penny, is the video about our program is this ongoing political economy analysis, the research that we have been doing, and the importance of research, not only influencing policy, but also practice. That these are the things we need to be relevant, and we need to make sure that we are providing support that is suitable for that context. And just as an example, in Vanuatu, the context in Port Vila is very different from the context in the outer islands, Luganville, for example. And I guess Jennifer will talk a bit more about that, but I'll just end it there, Penny. Yes.
Thank you, Mirani. And Jen, I'd like to pick up on a point that Mirani made earlier about changing women's perceptions about their own capacity for leadership. But to also ask, you've worked at DFAT for over 10 years. What makes this particular program different? And how are you and Wilson working in country to shift attitudes around women's participation in political leadership? You're on mute, Jen.
That's a great way to start, isn't it? Thank you, Penny, and thank you for the opportunity to also participate on this panel. My apologies also for not being able to be there physically, but on Friday, Vanuatu's borders open, so I hope to be seeing all of you in person soon. So Penny, I think, over the past 15 or so years, and you will know this as well from your time at PLP, AusAid and then DFAT has been focusing on delivering a more effective development assistance to its partners. And one of these ways has been through adopting a thinking and working politically approach, and then moving into a more approaches to deliver its aid programs. And a big part of that has been an intentional shift towards locally led development. And this is what appealed to me, I think, about the Balance of Power program, was the ability for Pacific Islanders to lead an innovative program working in a particularly sensitive sector, which perhaps has not been able to yield the successes that it had hoped to achieve over previous decades. But I want to also join Mariani in acknowledging the authorising environment provided by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia to be able to do this development differently in the space of gender, and specifically for an initiative looking at women in leadership in the Pacific. This has come from a recognition of the importance that local leadership brings to the effectiveness of work in highly sensitive, context-specific social norm change programs, addressing leadership in the case of Balance of Power, the recognition of the legitimacy of women in leadership in the Pacific. And so these are the things that attracted me initially to this work. But I think perhaps to illustrate a little bit more at a practical level, some of those things that Mariani was talking about before. And some of you might be thinking, well, what does this actually look like on the ground at the level of implementation in the country? And I'll use examples from Vanuatu because those are the most familiar to me as I work and I'm based here in Vanuatu. First of all, I guess Mariani mentioned this briefly, but one of the ways that we've departed from perhaps the conventional way of working is that the country program is headed in Vanuatu here by a man, Wilson Toa. Again, he's not able to join us today, but this means that he brings a different perspective to addressing issues of recognition of legitimacy, and he uses it to inform the development of the activities. And he has an intimate understanding of the local context, and in particular, the strong patriarchal, male-dominated nature of the way things work here in Vanuatu, that is, will probably be familiar to most of us in the Pacific. He also brings a different dynamic and a different level of access to networks previously difficult to engage with. In particular, as Mariani mentioned, he is able to have conversations and be heard in a way that a woman might not immediately be privy to in a Melanesian, strongly patriarchal society. So in this way, he has access to, and he can engage with, what we would like to call non-usual suspects, or the less obvious partners you might think would engage in a program to influence perceptions and address difficult social norms. And so in working with non-usual partners, we recognized early on that one of the most powerful and influential platforms to use is the media. And it's the intentional use of the media in a manner where it's used as a strategic communication platform for the program and messaging, but it's also a fundamental partner to engage with when we're delivering our activities. And I'd like to draw your attention to a 10-part video documentary series that's being produced in partnership with the Vanuatu Broadcasting and Television Corporation and various male film producers in Vanuatu called Through the Lens. And it follows the lives of some very influential women. Now, on its surface, it might sound fairly conventional, but the design of the activity intentionally called for young male producers who are media influencers themselves to tell the story of the lives of these women the way they see them through their camera lenses. Its intention is not just about the output being the video, but rather the impact of that video on changing behaviors and the important role that filmmaker also plays on using that experience to personally influence his own sphere. And then the spillover effects of the videos being then played on various different platforms, some of which we ourselves have not anticipated. Well, the films are now being shown by young men at church youth group activities. They're being used by national institutions as part of a training on women in leadership. And they will be screened as a traveling film show at national high schools across the country. Of course, this will not be done in total isolation of evaluation of impact and longer-term attribution to behavior change. But finally, I guess before I hand over back to you, Penny, I'd like to acknowledge again the authorizing environment allowed by DFAT. The Balance of Power uses a flexible, adaptive management process in its programming. It's a program led and implemented by Pacific Islanders of the countries which it's working in. This means, first of all, that each of the countries has country-specific activities that are context appropriate for that country, and the decisions of implementation are driven and made by the country managers. The financial delegation is carried by our Pacific Islander Executive Director, Mariani Roktumbao, which means a fast and responsive turnaround. And the program is designed in such a way as it allows for the activities or implementation to shift and adapt to changes in the context and not be rigid and locked in a way that can sometimes hinder progress towards achieving their intended outcomes. And that flexibility and adaptability means a program working in such a sensitive area gains credibility as a trusted partner. And this brings greater capital for the program, which then translates to increased access into other areas or new partners, leading to new, sometimes more unconventional activities that ultimately lead to influencing a change in social norms or a behavior change in an institution. And I might just quickly close with an example again from Vanuatu of how this kind of interventions bring about change in behavior. So in 2021, Balance of Power in partnership with the Department of Women's Affairs worked with the Department of Local Authorities here in Vanuatu to bring about much needed governance and public sector management and gender mainstreaming training to a local government council and a provincial government body. Now, previously, this was an area that just could not be broken into, especially by the Department of Women's Affairs. So Balance of Power used its networks through partnerships with the Vanuatu Skills Program and the country manager's own personal relationships with council members to influence the decision to undertake that training. That's difficult to track immediate shifts in behavior. And so the program maintains a monitoring and evaluation framework that allows us to, thank you to Ebeli Tinvata, who's our male expert, but that allows us to continuously check in and monitor progress. But we also use this political economy analysis, Penny, that you're well across there, which Marianne talked about as well, to track changes to perceptions through concrete decisions taken by these councils. This training led to difficult decisions being made at the governance level of the municipal council, shifting the structure to enforce a woman becoming the Deputy Lord Mayor. And so I might just leave it there, Penny, as a demonstration of just some of the work that's been happening with Balance of Power on the ground here in Vanuatu.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm aware that we have about 4 minutes left, so we have time to just come to Peli for a last question. As you've heard, Balance of Power works in somewhat unconventional ways. In Vanuatu, the country manager is a male, and Peli, who does male work with Balance of Power, is also a male, obviously. So what I wanted to ask Peli was, as an indigenous Fijian working in this space, what's it been like to work in a program that supports women's political leadership? And how does this inform your work doing now to measure shifts in mindsets?
Naka, Bulu Naka, everyone. Firstly, really grateful and honored to be part of this discussion, this occasion. Penny, just to answer your question for this discussion. Yes, I know it is not common for men to be doing this work in empowering women and addressing gender equality. Like Nelly said, after all these years, Pacific women have been doing the work for about 10 years now. There's still so many work to be done. And for me, the way I see it is the root cause needs to be addressed. And I see the root cause as men. Men are the blockages of we trying to empower women. And for me, this is one of the most interesting subjects that I've come across. I was raised up in a very traditional Fijian society. I came through an all boys institution. Our networks are still very strong till today, raised up in a very conservative Christian upbringing, and then all those thoughts that I had has been challenged and shifted. And there's so many things that we need to understand. It's the patriarchy that has been controlled for millenniums. And this is something that needs to be addressed. If we need more women to be participating, if we need half of the population of a country to be involved more in politics, we need to address this. We need to understand more of civil rights and political rights, especially for women.
Thank you. Thanks, Peli, Jen, and Merani. We're, I think, just at the end of our time. I'd like to just sum up by just responding to the question that we provide in our abstract. How do you operationalize a new approach to supporting women's political leadership in the Pacific? So for me, there's the question, points around flexibility, programmatic and operational flexibility within the processes. Having Pacific Islanders who are also amassing and expending their political and social capital, conducting and having deep contextual knowledge through something like political economy analysis, working in politically astute ways. So that's thinking and working politically, and finally working with donors and development partners who provide an authorizing environment to work in these unconventional ways. I'm not going to leave.
Thank you very much, Penny and team. A big round of applause for Balance of Power. And another round of applause for Kate, Doris, Mariani, Jennifer, Penny, and Penny. And now it's over to you. You've been patiently listening to the presentations, and I'm sure there's so many questions percolating. Please, can we have the mic runners ready? Please put your hands up. The mic is going to come up to you. Please state your name and organization and your question. And who are you addressing? Thank you, Tara. The mic up. One up there. We have the other hands up as well, so that the mic runners can be ready. Thanks, Tara.
Thanks, Nalini, for letting me jump in. I'm Tara Chetty from SPC, the Pacific Women Lead Program. I really enjoyed the presentations. Thank you so much, everyone, old friends and new. My question is for you, Doris. I particularly enjoyed your presentation from Brown Girl Woke, and it's a real privilege to hear your work firsthand. I wanted to ask about a bit more about how you gained entry into schools, how you built trust, and how that's going and progressing, and where you see that going in future. Do you see, for example, the Ministry for Education taking on some of this work with you? Tinaka.
Interesting. Thank you for the question. When I first came to Samoa, finishing grad school and thinking, I'm going to save the world. Listen to this Samoan American girl, and I'm just going to go in. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and sexual abuse. So when I first came to Samoa, my first work was, everyone listen to me. I've been doing all this stuff. Of course, that didn't happen. What I needed to do and what I learned was to gain the trust from the schools and to invest. We were getting so much donations from everywhere. I'm sure all the Pacific, we're so used to getting the hand-me-downs of all the countries, different countries, and just giving it away. Instead, what we did with Brown Girl Woke was when people would donate to us, we were getting 10,000s of books. We're like, okay, we're gonna go to the schools that allow us to do our programs, make programs that associate with books. So we have a reading program, because libraries from America and Australia and New Zealand were sending to us, and make projects. Don't be like, just because they give us hand-me-downs, don't just throw it everywhere and not make something of it. So that's how we got the schools to be invested in our programs. Going outside of MESC, you just have to go to private schools because they're not part of the Ministry of Education. So we're also at the private schools. We do need to go to the government schools because those are the schools that need the most help. Because we built libraries at 6 of the schools. So we have 6 schools in our program. We built libraries at all those schools. Now MESC is looking at us this year and like, okay, you guys do give back. So right now we're in proposals. We just got an email from a new ACEO. I guess that's new CEO. That's the best part of We have a new prime minister that's a woman in Samoa, which is huge for us the last year. Give applause for female. That also is helping us to get into the schools. But definitely the 4 years that I've been in Samoa, we've learned that we have to invest and invest in the schools that you're at, build the trust, and then from there have these programs. So we started with just reading and STEM, and all the schools and parents trust us. Now we could put in ending violence against women projects because it's still very taboo. And when it comes from someone they see consistently, once a week, every, at schools, then they trust us more. So we've been in the schools for 3 years. We just started implementing our ending violence in the primary schools, but we've always had ending violence projects in the universities, but it takes time. And I had to learn that as a, speedy little American, was trying to go fast. You had to learn, and I've been learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doris. I think there's another question from the same corner.
Thank you. This is for Doris as well. So, sorry, Doris. So my name is Emily. I'm the program officer for the girls program at the Fiji Women's Rights Movement as well. So we work with girls as well. So I was just also wanting to just hear more about how you sustain the materials used for the kits or the pads, because you mentioned having to fly out and get back materials for that. Have you included local knowledge on how they have been practicing menstrual hygiene, that local knowledge into what you're doing right now? That's for Doris. I also have another question for the balance of power, sorry. Just on the perception study that you did with the young people on campus, maybe just a little bit more on your findings. Maybe.
So in the beginning, we weren't trying to make the reusable pads. So we actually we just Google search free reusable pads. And we got Dignity Girls from New Zealand who have, they don't have reusable pads, they have biodegradable pads made out of leaves. And these little boxes are like 75 New Zealand dollars. So we were like, let's just email them, let's see if they donate. They donated 500 boxes to us from New Zealand. Then we emailed Days of Girls. They're also another organization that makes the same reusable pads that we make, and they donated 500. After that, COVID hit, and we were like, how can we do this ourselves? So we actually found Samoans that are part of Days of Girls that helped us sew through Zoom. So we also have YouTube videos of them showing us how to make it. Because they were in America, they sent us the first batches of free materials. And then after that, it's just been us. So last year I went back to America and got the materials. It's just the absorbent material that's used in the holder that is hard to get. And we found that from other organizations. Like I said, we partner with the organization in Africa. They have the same issue and they get it from America as well. I forgot your second question. Oh, I'm sorry, I remember now. Yes, a lot of girls, like I said earlier, for some reason, I think a lot of people, we always think the rural areas don't do the same thing as the urban areas because there's more education in the urban areas, but we do the same stuff. We have the same resources. So a lot of the girls that we found out in the urban areas, they were using any cloths. Like I said, they were like nonchalant, like, yeah, when we don't have money for it, we just whatever, just get a cloth and use it. So it was a lot of education on bacteria when you use anything. And, a lot of girls didn't even know that you should be changing your pads every few hours. So it's just re-educating and not even re-educating. There was no education in the schools. And that's what we're doing now. Earlier, the video that I skipped through, it was a 5-minute education on, your menstrual cycle in Samoan. Thank you.
For the balance of power research, we had partnered with USPSA, Students Association, in the research trying to understand the students' perceptions of leadership. So we are at the final draft now, but the findings we have, just very briefly, we also did a research with Tonga just before Tongan election, and it's interesting to find that the findings were almost similar. Students were very much aware that there's a need for more involvement of women, more participation, more women need to be empowered for political participation. But at the same time, when we ask them about, you know, the cultural views of women, it was a different view. So most of them were still very much in support of their culture or still conservative of their culture. So it was saying a lot about how women empowerment or feminism was seen in the Pacific. It's a cultural feminism, and it's shown us a lot of understanding of how we are going to address this. Yeah, it's the patriarchy that's existed in this Pacific for so many years. We need to address that. We need to have the students, give the students, I mean, the whole Pacific, the understanding that, you know, you can have women participating more from your village, starting from your own villages, from your traditional communities, and leading up to the political level. You want to see anything?
I think generally it's just the studies are showing the same thing at national level and even here at the regional level with our emerging leaders. The understanding is still the same. They'll accept women to be leaders in the private sector, women to be leaders in other sectors, but when it comes to politics, there's still that reservation. People still opt as for, that's what the study is telling us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so a few more hands up. The gentleman over there, and I think Sadna on the side, and Yvonne as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mana, and I attend the University of the South Pacific. I just have a question, first and foremost, to balance of power, as well as to Kate. To balance of power, your topic was shifting gender norms through localized political economy. I was really fascinated by the presentation that you had. I wanted to take it back, which, as you mentioned, back to our traditional 12 villages, specifically on customary land ownership. As most of us are aware, land ownership in Fiji is very much within the hands of the Matangali or the Yarusa, and even within those groups, the men are the ones who mostly make the decision regarding those sort of decisions. So in the line of work that you do, shifting the norms away from men making the decisions, how do you propose, or how are some of the ways that you are changing that norm within that traditional context? Does that make sense?
Naka, there's no easy answer to that. And this is something that not just balance of power, but other women leaders, such as Nalini Fiji Women's Rights Movement, a lot of other CSOs and NGOs have been working to try and help create that balance. It's not an easy one, as I said. Even though you have legislations in place, our constitution gives us equal rights to those land ownerships, but we know when it comes down to our Matangalis, the man will always have power. One of the things that we had shared is that the importance of having programs like this to be locally led, because we understand those dynamics and the politics, particularly when it comes to resources. And women such as myself, in my own Matangali, my brothers and my male cousins would always have that access. They will have, the first decision will be theirs, and if there's any other land, then yes, probably Merani can have some land. But it takes a different, it'll take a collaborated approach. And it's something that needs to be, it's a different conversation that we need to have. And this might not be the forum where we talk about this because there are a lot of sensitivities in that. But this program might not be able to even make a dent, but we're committed to at least contributing whatever we can, whatever we've learned from our past work, and adding value, adding on to other work that is already happening. So I said, at times we feel like we need to have the right policies and legislations, but we have that. But the practical things that we know happens is quite different. It will need to take a lot of young men such as yourself and Epeli and Penny and others that are in the room that believe in this cause and that are not in it for a job or to be politically correct in front of a forum like this, but that are genuinely committed to trying to have fair balance of power and access to resources. Thank you.
And to Ms. Kate, I really like the presentation going back to how reporting plays a very big role in how perceptions are formed in society. And this is just from my experience reading the newspaper articles based on the particular aspect you're focusing on. One of the things that you did mention was how those articles it had most direct quotes from law enforcement agencies and very much less in other agencies such as the NGOs. And most of those articles were episodic episodic rather than the alternative. So I was just wondering, in a, say, a hypothetical episodic article, how do we fit in the voices of other NGOs and move away from the current narrative where the law quotes is given more priority compared to the rest?
Yeah, well, from my point of view, that is a matter of professional development for journalists to know that there are many voices that speak into any situation and to conscientiously try to quote more relevant parties. And I have looked at this kind of research around the world where journalists, there's an American female journalist who actually analyzed her own quotation practices to identify, even though she was a feminist, she was traditionally, sort of habitually going to quote men and going to quote certain kind of sources. And part of that is that journalists are very busy, so they go to the people that they know. So it takes effort to broaden the range of people who are quoted. And that's something that journalists can learn how to do. And it's also something that women's advocacy organizations can train themselves, or probably they're already well equipped to speak to the media, but to train more female voices and more survivor voices to be able to speak to media. And there are some sort of other more detailed protocols of how you can set up like a register of people who are willing to speak to the media on different topics. And if journalists are aware of that and they want to do that, then they can routinely go to those kind of sources whenever there's an episodic issue that relates to those sources.
Yes, thanks, Kate. Whilst the mic goes on to Nori, there's another hand up at Eva. Yes, sometimes I just wish we could do en masse the entire region gender sensitization training so that, we'd have much better outcomes, as soon as, as we go through life, so, I think one of the things would be in primary school, introduce gender sensitization as part of comprehensive sexuality education curriculum, from, age-appropriate curriculum, primary school, secondary school, and, out of school, on-the-job training, everything, to have this, because it's an evolving topic. And I don't think we'll ever resolve any of these issues unless we get to that. And the same with resource ownership in the region. I don't think we have even managed to get to a point where we've had a discussion that is conducive enough to have women on the table around it. So we're not there yet. But yes, Yvonne, your question?
Yeah, hello, and just fabulous research, really exciting to see. And I just wanted to gauge your responses to the work that you're doing, which is around shifting norms, which is about, theoretically led, which is grounded in practice. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on how your research can pivot towards some of the challenges that are coming down today, in particular around abortion rights, and how you're going to work with your research that you've got, which is in a slightly different area, but as researchers, how we can operate in solidarity around these really important feminist movements globally. So just really appreciate your thoughts on how we might do that.
I think the question is directed to all three of you, and that might just be the last one. So Doris, how about you give it your thought?
Is it on? Oh, you know, especially with, I think everyone's aware with Roe versus Wade right now and what's happening around the world, especially with our research on reusable pads. Like I said earlier, we started this because we're not allowed to have sex education in the Pacific yet. So the way that we went around it was to talk about their bodies and to respect their bodies, and that we make babies, and to know that a lot of girls, even when sexual abuse or any cases, that really don't know what's happening with their bodies or how secret it is, because we don't have those conversations. Dealing with abortion, we have a high rate, like I said, of teen pregnancies, and a lot of young girls abandoning their babies at the wharf or shipyards, leaving their babies at the hospitals. So those are conversations that we've talked about. Of course, it's not allowed in the Pacific, or especially in Samoa. We've already legalized abortion. Cannot happen in Samoa, not like we have the resources anyways, but the conversation hasn't been talked about, but it's something happening around the world that we need to talk about it. As like I said again, we have a lot of stories that talk about girls just having babies and just walking out the hospital, and something that's been there in Samoa probably like 40 years. Everybody knows there's like a list of babies like that people abandoned that you can adopt. So conversations need to start, policies need to start. And again, when we legalized no abortions in Samoa is when we had a different prime minister. We have a female one now. So of course, conversations will probably start happening. Thank you.
Hey, Kate, do you want to also give your thoughts?
Oh, I wish that I could be there in person. And essentially, I want to hand back the authority to speak on this topic to the women who are already working in the region. I feel like I've dropped in and given a little research project, and I don't feel like I have that moral authority to speak. So I hand over to the other speakers to answer that question.
Yes, and Jen, your team is asking you to respond to Yvonne's question.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
could
Jennifer, yes, Penny has told me that you are going to respond to
Oh, of course he
Yvonne's
has.
question.
Sorry, could you ask the question again? My apologies.
Yes, the mic is right next to. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Jen. Really, I just wanted to get your view because you've got such a grounded research project there. So I just wanted to get your view on how you can pivot to address issues around Roe versus Wade that are coming down globally, what that means in terms of abortion rights around the region.
Thank you. I have to think about that a little bit. I think, yes, I think we're not the authority on the research either, but perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I think some of for balance of power, I think the kind of the cultural or the deeply intrinsic social norms that we are dealing with are the same social norms that allow, or that, you know, as Kate talked about before, gives that false right to men to perpetuate violence and to perpetuate other forms of power and authority over women, which is the same, which are the same kind of social norms that are that are those barriers to women furthering their aspirations, whether be it politically or with their own rights. I guess for us, it's understanding what it is about those social norms that drive behavior is probably the best place that balance of power can position itself. I'm sorry, Yvonne, I'm not answering this question very well. Unfortunately, I haven't been following very closely in order to answer that question the way that you might want, in how we can use that research to pivot and address the current issue on abortion that's happening at the moment. My apologies. Perhaps Penny can elaborate a little bit more.
Just trying to say, don't apologize. I think it's a hard one. What I'm trying to do is to say that the social norm research that you're doing needs to continue, because it's exactly what you said. We've got to understand those embedded social norms, and we need a lot of actors. And so all I'm saying is that I think the basis of your research provides really fertile ground to others to be able to come in and make those connections. So I'm just saying thank you for doing that research. And sorry if you thought it was a hard question.
All right. Thank you.
I might just supplement Jen's answer to that question. I mean, and I think it's useful again to go to personal experiences. When Biden won against Trump in the last elections, I had a niece who asked me who won. I said, oh, Biden. She was quite disappointed. For her, there were 2 points that she was concerned about: same-sex marriage and I don't know what the other was. I think it was abortion. But I think that speaks to that deep-seated cultural and religious drive people have that is quite binary. You're either for or against. And I think part of our role as individuals and as programs is to help broaden the way people think about these things, to move beyond the binary, beyond what's good and bad, but to say there are gray areas. And for me, part of that framing with that discussion with that niece of mine was around how abortion isn't it's not just, you don't just get abortion because you can as an option. There are serious health risks for women who are pregnant as well, ectopic pregnancies, that sort of thing. So I think it's the onus is on the individual, so the individual action that's required. But I think there's also the way programs can build on those things to really begin to address those cultural, shifting those cultural norms.
And as a feminist and as a practitioner, you cannot separate one gender issue with another. How can you say, I will, speak about, say, women in leadership and not talk about what happens to her body, her own sexual and reproductive health and rights? Because, women have a totally different life experience, and we cannot separate that out. But I think all the presenters, deserve a big round of applause for sharing their research and their work on, 3 incredible, issues of concern to women in the region. And I'm sure the papers are available. And thank you to all of you for staying in here and, listening and asking those pertinent questions. So we now move into lunch break. And I think there's some instructions. But, thank you very much. This has been an incredible session. Thank you, 2022 Pacific Update, for having this very important panel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Nalini. So lunch will be served outside in the marquee, and we'll meet here again at 2 p.m. for the next session.
Check. 2. Mic check. Check. 2.
2.
2.
Mic check.
Check 1, 2. Ice.
Oh.
Can you bring 2 battery?
Battery is down there. Batteries are down there. Oh. Check. 2. Test. 2. 2. Check 2. 2. 2. Check 2. 1, 2.
Check 1, 2.
Echo. 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 2. 2.
Check 1, 2. 1,
Check.
2. Echo.
No. No. 2. 2. 2. Check. 2. Mic check. 2. 2. 2. 2. Check. Test 1, 2. Test. 2. check. 2, check. 2, check 2, check. Check 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Two. Check. Two, 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 two. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Check 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 2. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Two. Mic check. 2, 3, 4. Check 2. 2, 3, 4. 4. Four. Check. Check. Check 2, 1, 2. Check 2. Check 2. 2. Check 2. 2. 2. Check. Check 2. 2. Check. 2. 2. 2. Check 2, 3, 4. 4. Test 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. 2, 3, 4. Check 2. Check 1, 2, 2. 2. Check 2, 1, 2. 2. Test 1, 2. Check 2. Mic check. 2. Check 2, 1, 2. 2. Check 2. Check 2. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check two. Mic. Check two. Test. Two. Check. Check. Two. Check. Two. Check two. Check two. 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 Check. Mic check. 2 1 2. Check 2. Check 2 1 2 3 4 4 4. Check 1 2 2 3 4 5. Check 2 1 2 3 4 5. Check 2. 2, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, four. Test. Check 2. Check 2. 2, 3, 4. Check 2. Two, three, four. Check. Check 2. Hello. Mic check. Hello, can you hear me? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed the lunch. We have the unenviable post-lunch session where people feel a bit sleepy, but we've got a great couple of presentations for you this afternoon. So my name is Sarah Boxall and I work on ADB's Pacific Private Sector Development Initiative, and I'm delighted to be able to chair the panel this afternoon on this really important topic. So I was just reflecting that the OECD DAC 8 effectiveness principles were endorsed in 2005, which to me seems like yesterday, but in actual fact, we're fast approaching 20 years of having these principles at play. Now, just as a little refresher, these principles are ownership, alignment, harmonization, managing for results, and mutual accountability. Now, I think anybody who is a development practitioner or a researcher understands that these are all still really relevant principles, but how far along the track to implementing them are we? So we have 3 presentations this afternoon that are going to explore the theme of aid effectiveness from different angles and from different countries. So I would like to introduce our speakers. So we have 3 presentations, but multiple speakers. Hopefully we have some online. So we have the first presentation is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on aid effectiveness, the case of Vanuatu, which will be presented by Morgane Rosier, to my left, University of Ottawa. We will then follow that with a presentation on the collaborative research to benefit industry and academia, reflections on building a project. We have Aidan Craney from La Trobe University in person, and hopefully online at some point. We will have Mema Motusanga from the Ministry for Women and Children and Social Development in Samoa. And then, oh, she's online, on the phone, okay, adapting. And then the third presentation will be conducting impact assessments of foreign aid projects in the community, a perspective from Vava'u, Tonga. And that will be, the research is conducted by Edgar Hart and Naohiro Nakamura from the University of South Pacific. So I will pass on now to Morgane to begin with the first presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hula. I'm Morgane Rosier. I'm a PhD candidate at the School of International Development and Global Studies at the University of Ottawa, which is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people, who are the traditional guardians of this land. So I'm pleased and honored to be part of this panel of discussion, especially with such distinguished panelists. Today, and it's great to see some people from Vanuatu who could join in person and also online. So I hope they'll connect with my results, and I speak under their control as well. So for my doctoral research, I'm working on aid effectiveness, so on the 3 principles, the 3 core principles of the Paris Declaration of aid effectiveness, which are the 3 first ones. So ownership of aid by so-called recipient countries, the alignment of donors on the priorities of these recipient countries, and the harmonization of donors among themselves for complementary action and less cumbersome procedures. So we have much in common with my colleagues, and I look forward to the discussion as well. So today I would like to tell you about a part of my research that specifically concerns the impact of COVID-19 on the respect of these 3 core principles. In the case of Vanuatu, and in particular during the response and recovery phase to Cyclone Harold. So this is how I'll structure my presentation. So a bit of context. So Vanuatu receives among the highest amounts of aid per capita in the world, and thanks to strict entry regulations, the country had been spared from COVID-19 infections until March 2022, when there were community outbreaks on the 2 most populated islands of Efate and Espiritu Santo. Additionally, Category 5 Tropical Cyclone Harold made landfall on the country on April 6, 2020, causing extensive damage to infrastructure, houses, crops, and gardens only a few days after Vanuatu closed its borders. So it reduced the access of the country to technical and material international assistance. So from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, analysts and development actors
placed high hopes on its potentially positive effects on the foreign aid system, with international aid workers massively returning to their home countries before borders closed. We thought, and I include myself in there, that more room would be left to aid reception countries to define their priorities and strategies, and that donors would have had to support them, to support these strategies from afar. So in other words, they expected the constraints posed by the pandemic in terms of movement of people and goods to increase aid recipients' ownership of their strategies, as well as donors' alignment to these strategies. And in the Pacific region, they hope these changes would fully materialize and last beyond 2020. Maybe I could speak a little bit more about the ownership principle. It's the cornerstone of the 2005 Paris Declaration, and it's also central for its successor, the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. It's also part of the humanitarian agenda and of the localization agenda promoted by both development and humanitarian actors. But results have been disappointing since 2005. For instance, only 3.1% of humanitarian assistance funding was given directly to local and national actors in 2020. And development partners' alignment to partner country priorities and country-owned results frameworks is actually declining. So in the Pacific region, state representatives recognize that when it comes to aid effectiveness, and I'm quoting them, much of what is reported is a thin veil of truth, with much more to be done to make sure what is planned is funded, and when funds are allocated, programs are actually delivered. So in this context of reduced external presence and Vanuatu government's expressed desire to lead the country's response and recovery process, I ask the question, how has the COVID-19 pandemic slowed or accelerated the application of the principles, and how does it affect their relevance? Because if we're not respecting the principles when we have such huge constraints as COVID-19, well, what does it say for the relevance of these global frameworks? Just a little bit about my methodology. So I chose Vanuatu as the only case study. I base my analysis on literature, so academic grade, and also the press. And I conducted 36 online semi-structured interviews from 2020 to 2022. And the last one was actually last week. So it's very recent research. So for today, I organized my results by principle. So in terms of ownership, what I found is that COVID contributed to awareness raising on available local resources and capacities among national actors, and to a lesser extent for Harold and for COVID among international actors. The national and local management of COVID has worked quite well, with only a few cases at the borders for 2 years. But despite this, there was a recognition by all actors I interviewed, so NGOs, government, donors, of a lack of pre-existing resources and capacity, including by the Vanuatu government and civil society, and therefore that there was a need for external assistance. There was also a lack of clarity around the roles and responsibilities of all actors. What I find also is that COVID has strengthened ownership to some extent, but especially by the government, not least because of the small number of expatriate staff in the country, whether consultants, embassy staff, or INGO workers. In the government discourse, there was also a strong sense of national pride of handling the response. But beyond the government, INGOs have received more support than local NGOs, both in terms of funding and remote support. So this is in discordance with alignments and localization principles. The government has developed strategies to respond to COVID and the damage caused by Cyclone Harold. It has conducted a post-disaster needs assessment based on a wide consultation process and a recovery strategy which has presented to international partners and which international partners are expected to align with. So there was leadership from the government. However, communication with donors was sometimes difficult, especially during the emergency phase. And the emergency response excluded some actors, which is not new, such as and
especially the private sector in some ways. There are also other problems, such as the state of emergency that prohibited any media publication related to COVID-19. And this is, from what I found, very much linked to the history of Vanuatu and to the fact that TCPAM triggered a lot of these reactions from the government. So there's still much heritage from TCPAM in what I observed today. Lots of interviewees were bringing this up to explain the way the government reacted to the response. And to finish on ownership, the response to Harold was considered slow by many communities and other aid actors. And the needs assessment was presented late in August 2020, and the recovery phase was still being formalized institutionally in early 2022. Of course, other factors than COVID-19 contributed to that, especially the fact that general elections were happening in April 2020 as well, which engendered a change of leadership in the middle of the crisis. On alignment, I found that COVID-19 forced international actors to rethink their ways of working, especially INGOs and donors. They questioned their survival, their methods, their ways of monitoring projects, their ways of maintaining working relationships, because in the Pacific, lots of the work is also based on relationship and in-person interaction. The government have shown some flexibility, donors have shown some flexibility regarding the allocated funds. So there was some level of redirection of funds and additional funds to deal with COVID. So they showed a willingness to adapt to changing government priorities, but it's also linked to the fact that the Vanuatu government negotiated better with donors, and it also is a consequence of TCPAM. Something that I observed, and it's linked to the first chapter of my thesis, where I analyzed the 3 principles in normal time, is that COVID-19 accentuated some trends, and one of those trends is that is persisting in the COVID-19 planning, response planning and recovery planning, is that just like the current Vanuatu National Development Plan, the post-disaster needs assessment and recovery strategy, they list a large number of needs and objectives. The priorities are somewhat unclear, and so it allows the government to actually maximize external funding, and it facilitates alignment for donors. So whether it really represents ownership and alignment is an open question, to which I reply by no, usually. And there's also, we observe a pressure for accountability, so both on the side of the Vanuatu government and on the side of donors. There is domestic pressure for donors to look after their own people, their taxpayers first, before helping other countries. An important point as well is that no radical changes, I observed no radical changes in terms of the type of aid delivered. So just to illustrate that last point, I looked at budget support that is delivered to Vanuatu. So this shows the amount and share of budget support Vanuatu has received for the last 10 years from OECD-backed donors, which we can see has been declining overall. This is contrary to Vanuatu's preferences. Vanuatu and a lot of other aid recipient countries prefer to receive aid in the form of direct budget support so that funds can be used according to their priorities, rather than in the form of project and program aid, which are allocated to a specific team and is not really flexible. It looks different, slightly, when we take into consideration all official donors, including China, with budget support amounts and share in total budget varying significantly from one year to another. The rise was often driven by multilaterals. So in 2015, it was driven by the IMF, EU, and Australia. And in 2020, by the EU, the ATP, and the World Bank. Which is not shown here, but I wanted to talk about it, is I looked at Vanuatu budget forecasts for 2021, which are available online. And we can see that there is a peak in the share of external funding allocated in the form of budget support. for 2021, which we can attribute to the fact that donors and contractors had less physical presence in Vanuatu these last 2 years. But we can also see in the government forecast for 2022 that this share of budget support will already decrease. So this confirms the fears of analysts who warned of a one-off change in aid practices during COVID-19. And this was also confirmed during interviews with people at the government, who are also seeing budget support decreasing and anticipating that this will be a one-off change. And to finish on harmonization, I found that donors became even more aware of the importance of coordination. There have been coordination efforts, but it's mainly between what we call traditional donors: Australia, New Zealand, France, the UK. There are also changing power dynamics, with multilateral donors being at the front of the stage. So the WHO, UNICEF, FPT working together without necessarily including bilaterals in some cases. There's also geopolitical competition between traditional donors in China that has hampered harmonization, especially related to COVID-19 vaccines. And yeah, we can also see that the government, following T.C. Harold in terms of COVID, preferred to deal with donors and key partners bilaterally, which is not in accordance with the harmonization principle as it's written, but it's in line with the principle of ownership of national strategies. So actually, two principles colliding here. So despite the changing context, the principles of ownership, alignment, and harmonization are still only imperfectly and partially implemented. Of course, it's just limited to my research and what I found. This reveals the tension between global frameworks and specific contexts, which undermines the relevance of these frameworks in their current form, at least. The pandemic has created incentives for aid actors to move towards compliance with the principles. For instance, COVID-19 boosted the international donors' awareness of available national and local resources and capacity, and forced international actors to rethink their ways of working. But these incentives are not as powerful as others, such as maximizing funds and spending, depending on where you stand, geopolitical tensions, or accountability to taxpayers. What is really interesting is that aid policy in Vanuatu is currently being reviewed, so it's going to be interesting to see the developments of that in the following months. So in the light of these results, I of course question the relevance of such frameworks as the Paris Declaration and the localization agenda, because even when aid actors are constrained, progress is minimal, and sometimes compliance does not seem to be in the best interest of recipient countries, for example, with harmonization. So I'll stop here, and I look forward to the discussion. Many thanks, everyone.
Many thanks for kicking off with that great presentation from Vanuatu. As with the previous sessions, we will go through all the presentations and then ask questions. So I do encourage you to jot down your questions now so you don't forget them by the time we get round to the presentations. So I'd like to now introduce, we have Aidan Craney, who's a research fellow on the ARC Discovery Project, The Future of the Pacific Youth Leadership and Civic Engagement. He's the author of the recently published Youth in Fiji and the Solomon Islands, Livelihoods, Leadership and Civic Engagement. And he is hopefully joined by Mema Motusanga, who is the CEO of the Ministry of Women, Children and Social Development in Samoa. And she has more than a decade of practical and academic experience working in youth and partnership in the Pacific, including a PhD exploring women's leadership in Samoa. So please welcome Aidan and Mema.
Nisambula, Waminjika, Giagwits, warm Pacific greetings. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the people of Rewa, whose lands we meet on today, and acknowledge their elders past and present. When I said hello in 3 languages there, so Fijian, in Wairarung, the indigenous language of the land that I'm from in Melbourne, and also in Irish, because I am an Irish-born Australian. So I said it, I greeted you all in 3 languages to position myself here today, so you get a sense of who I am and where I come from. I would like to thank the organisers of the
I.T.S. 1, 2.
Pretty brave giving it back to me. I feel like maybe that was my Ghostbusters moment. Like, I mean, if Dan Aykroyd or Rick Moranis pops out, then I'll, pretty stoked. I've never imagined I'd see them on my presentations. Anyway, yeah, I'd like to thank the organisers of the Pacific Update and congratulate them for seeing it through in the online space last year, and then congratulate them for putting together this hybrid event this year. I'm a huge fan of the Pacific Updates. As Nilesh pointed out when I bumped into him this morning, I'm a bit of a frequent flyer here. I think it's really valuable the way that research and industry meets over these few days. And hopefully I'll be speaking directly to that soon. And today I am presenting on behalf of a broader project team who I will introduce you to soon enough. So an overview of what Memma and I will be presenting on today. So I'll take you through very quickly a bit about the projects that we're going to be talking about, and then putting together the research team, which covers multiple countries and multiple organisations. Memma will run you through the need for research on youth and leadership in the region, and about the need for connecting research with industry. And then if we have time, I'll give some commentary about the approach that our project is taking around collaborative research and the challenges of collaboration, which are actually really well represented by just this presentation itself. So Memma and I've been based in Melbourne up until last night. Memma is in Arpia, and so we've been communicating for a number of weeks over email, but it was last night at about 9:30 p.m. Suva time that we finally got a chance to speak about this presentation. Such are the challenges of coordinating people's schedules and time zones and whatnot. So hopefully it's still a polished presentation, but that's just a small glimpse into some of the challenges we face working across multiple countries. So a little bit about the project. So this project is looking at modes and modalities of youth leadership in the Pacific. We're specifically looking at case studies of young leaders in Fiji, Tonga, and a third country that is soon to be determined, as well as a broader sweep of the region through a survey of the organisations working with young people. We'll tap into the Pacific Youth Development Framework at SPC and see what's going on there. So there's a few different things going on, but the case studies are kind of the one constant that we've got going on. And when we talk about young leaders here, we're not just talking about, in Tonga, for example, we're not just talking about the young nobles. Here in Fiji, we're not just talking about graduates of USP who go on to serve in ministries or whatnot. We're trying to take a really broad conception of what leadership looks like. So we're going to try to speak to, for example, young farmers who might be doing really interesting things, or entrepreneurs who are really testing the boundaries and finding out about their backgrounds and about the supports that they have, and how they try to influence change as young people, a group that traditionally in the Pacific is kind of considered antithetical to leadership. The project is funded by the Australian Research Council through a discovery grant. Thank you very much for paying my wage for the next 4 years, ARC. And so this will run through until about March 2026. And we have partners from multiple organisations and multiple countries, as I mentioned before. So I am from La Trobe University. We have 2 other researchers at La Trobe. We also have partners at the Pacific Community, at the Asia Foundation, at the University of Otago, sitting at the back there, and the Samoan Ministry for Women, Children and Social Development, which Memma represents online. And on top of that, we also have members of civil society in each country who are acting as less formal advisors. So they're kind of an insider-outsider role to give us some more checks and balances. Putting together this project has taken quite some time. The last time I was here at the Pacific Update in person was 2019. And while I was here, I was having conversations with people about getting this project off the ground. So that's 3 years ago that we were talking about that. And the project's only been running for 3 months. So it's taken quite some time and about 2 years of really, really firm working across organizations before we were able to put the application in. There were multiple iterations of potential partners. So we met with lots and lots of organizations, ones that would immediately come to mind. If they do come to mind, then yes, we spoke with them. Some that are kind of less traditional. And we had lots of interest from a lot of different players. But what we found is that bureaucracy really makes it difficult to put together lots of different organizations. So the Australian Research Council's bureaucracy is fairly onerous, is a generous way of putting it. And the guidelines that they put together don't necessarily match well with the guidelines and the bureaucratic needs of other large organizations. So if budget dates don't meet up, or if staffing forecasts cannot be put together, it makes it really difficult to have organizations commit to a 4-year project. So we spent countless hours kind of building the team, saying goodbye to some people who we really wanted to be part of the team and who really wanted to be part of the team, and then also finding ways to keep them updated as we went along. One of the things that we've been really conscious of is the commitments that our partners have to make as part of this project. So it is a 4-year project, it's a long-term commitment. But what we've tried to do is recognise that that La Trobe is kind of the hub of the project. We're the nexus, and so we're hoping not to impose on everyone else to do exactly what we want them to. So our partners actually have leeway to give as much or as little to the project as they're willing and able to. And this is a really important factor of the research collaboration that we're engaging in, is that we're not saying, okay, at the start of 4 years, tell us everything you're going to do in every quarter for the next 16 quarters. We're going to have continual conversations and say, okay, what's your capacity for the next 4 weeks? What's your capacity for the next 6 months? What can you do? What do you need us to do? What would you like to do? And that way we can work on a more flexible basis. And at La Trobe, we can respond to that as well. And this is where it's kind of, the collaboration is more a relationship than anything else, because there are times where we focus on collaboration and consensus building, and there are times where I or other members may just need to take the lead on certain issues and just run with it. And so the relationship aspect of that is building trust in one another, letting each other take the lead when need be, and knowing that things will be okay, but checking in on a regular basis to make sure that we are still on the same page. With that, I'll hand over to Mema to talk about the need for research on youth and leadership in the region. Mema, are you able to speak there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh yes, it's very faint.
Very testing, Talofa.
Yep, we can hear you. If you try and speak up nice and loud, that will help.
Okay. A warm Fatalofa and good afternoon, coming live from Apia, Samoa. It's a pleasure to be joining you virtually. And I'd like to thank my colleague Aiden for the opportunity for me to present with him. If you look at if you look at the statistics for young people in the Pacific, you have on the slide there, you're looking at 18% of the population in the Pacific Island countries and territories. It's those from the age of 15 to 24 years. They are defined as the strength of our families, our communities, and our countries, or the Samoan word or concept as ole malosi ole nu'u, ole malosi o afio'anga, ole malosi ole atunu'u. However, the approach over the years has always been tokenistic. You know, they are only there when there's when there's an agenda that needs contribution from the young people. Like the aim of this research, it's about genuine and mutual understanding and relationship. Unfortunately, the relationship with the young people who are defined or hold the strength of our families, our communities, and our countries has always been tokenistic. They have always been perceived as, problematic. We cause trouble along the street. However, over the years, young people have demonstrated great leadership in some or most of the areas. Research in the youth space has always been done by, people from outside. Europeans and those who are not from within the region. And so in our attempt to look for solutions or gather interventions, we have always looked outside of the Pacific region. We have forgotten that we have our own ways of knowing, our own ways of being, and our ways of understanding, our daily ways of living. That it's very easy for us to relate to, and that there's a need for us to recognize that these are our in-house strengths that needs to be recognized and needs to be used as, interventions to respond back to the challenges that are faced by our young people. Hence the need for us to be able to build our stories, our young people, our Pacific young people's stories into the narrative, our government stories of how we are responding and how we think should how we feel that interventions, policies, and programming should be contextualized to better suit our context. Moving on. It is also in our experience, myself from a development advocacy perspective, but also from the perspective of our colleagues like Aiden and the rest of our partnership. It has been observed that there's a huge gap between research and the policy implementation. There has often been, it has been coming around at the end that our policy makers or our policy analysts may not have youth disaggregated data or may not have the data for them to base the policy interventions or inform their policy actions. And so unfortunately, this is one of our weakness that we have recognized, and we have come to acknowledge that it's about time that we come together and find a way to better resolve both our research perspective and also our policy intervention, so that we from a policy implementer and a development advocacy advocacy lenses, we are able to, work hand in hand with Aiden and our colleagues and the rest of our researchers to research our youth, our principles, our values on our youth models, and try and find a way to better and to work collectively as a collective to implement the research recommendations. And so the idea is working as a collective, and I wanted to bring to our attention this afternoon and speak to one of the Samoan context that we that in our efforts to ensure that we work together is that ole olo pito va'a o mulu mulu au foi, that we from our different, we utilize all our capabilities, all our potentials to ensure that we capitalize on the expertise of our colleagues who are working in the tertiary education or the research field, that they help us and that we work together to ensure that our narratives, our specific narratives on the youth models, on the youth leadership aspects are documented, so that when it comes to implementation, we are very that we find the common grounds and that we are able to carry the work hand in hand. One of the concepts that I often quite like from our Samoan philosophies is the saying, "Ole aso mani filinga, ole aso fu'i mani mata inga tila." One day is for weaving or plating. Another day is just to sit and watch what's going on. I think over the years we have acknowledged that the challenges that our young people are facing. We have recognized that in moving forward, we need to work together and recognize the gaps, so that we are able to build and to battle our canoe together. Over to you, Aiden.
Turn that volume down a bit for people in here. That is terrifying. Thank you, Mema. Okay, so I've had the first lully beats, so I'll quickly run through the project approach. So a great focus.
Rồi ai ca select ya sok wala ku yodo usawa.
A great focus of this project is on making sure that research and industry are talking to each other. Research isn't good enough. It's no good if it's isolated, if it's an island. And industry work is no good if it's not based on data, if it's not based on evidence. So we're trying to connect those two things. And we're trying to make sure that by including multiple partners from multiple agencies, we have direct impacts into those agencies, but also we get all of the expertise from each of them as well. And so we have this collaborative multidisciplinary research team with varying levels of experience and various areas of experience, and they're going to have varying levels of engagement, active engagement at any one time. So they will be highly engaged for some periods, and then they might be, more or less dormant for months at a time. And the research design itself is actually flexible. Getting this across the ARC in 10 pages was difficult, but the aim is that as the project goes along, we will continue to refine the approach. I've just gotten the second knock, so I'll very quickly finish up by noting that we're also scaffolding the communications. So what we're doing is we're not just publishing in journals or books, we're also going to be producing briefing notes for members of Parliament. We're going to be putting things on the internet. We're going to be producing case studies for SPC and the Asia Foundation. And we're also going to be making sure that information is accessible and public. So we'll be doing work with the media as well over time. I will finish there with a shameless plug for my new book. It's with the wonderful ANU Press, which means it's free to download. So there's no excuse for you not all having a copy of it within the next 30 to 60 seconds. With that, thank you, Mema, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aidan and Mema, and a special round of applause for persisting with some of the technical challenges that we're facing. So we've got one final presentation before we'll open up to questions. So we have Naohiro Nakamura, who is a senior lecturer in the Division of Geography, Earth Science and Environment right here at the USP. And he has been working with Edgar Hark, who is not with us today, but who holds a Master of Arts in Geography also from USP. And Naohiro was Edgar's master's research. And the topic of their presentation today is conducting impact assessments of foreign aid projects in the community, a perspective from Vatau, Tonga. Thank you. Please welcome Naohiro.
Thank you, Chair. As she introduced, today's talk is based on Edgar's master's research, who is now living in Babau, Tonga. After the volcano eruption in January, it has been very difficult to communicate with him. So unfortunately, today's talk, research was done by Edgar, that collection was done by Edgar, and research planning was also done by Edgar, but today's talk is solely based on my own way to interpret his research. So I'm just presenting his research on his behalf. Then recently I heard from Edgar and he said he's still recovering from the entire island. So unfortunately he can't be present here. Then his master's research was basically looking at the effectiveness and the impact of foreign aid projects on the community. Then he had a couple of research questions. Today, I'm going to focus on the basically first two questions to identify how local community members have perceived the impact of foreign aid projects and how they have benefited from them. Then second one, to determine how the local community members have benefited from the foreign aid projects. Then case study, then he had two case study projects, two aid projects developed in Babau, Tonga, and indeed both of the projects were collaboration between Tongan government and JICA, Japan. Sorry, I forgot the full name, although I'm from Japan, but JICA. Sorry, I'm sorry for that. The aid effectiveness, just to give a theoretical framework, actually there is a substantial accumulation of previous research on aid effectiveness, in particular on the macro level, including Pacific Island countries. Then some of them are very critical about the impact of foreign aid that left on the Pacific Island countries, because foreign aid made Pacific Island countries aid dependent. Then those countries really don't have their own means to survive and develop. Then, for example, in 2003, said aid has failed the Pacific. Then also, there is a complexity in assessing aid effectiveness. First, aid is diverse. Some aid is just granted money to the grants the money to the government. Then another aid is also provided by one country, or there is a multilateral aid, or international organizations such as World Bank or IMF also provides aid. Then also non-governmental organization also provide aid. So aid is diverse, then there is no simple way to measure aid effectiveness because of diversity. Then another complexity is the who benefits from aid. For example, when aid is given to the government, particularly financial aid, government may benefit, but it's not so sure if that benefit also reach to civil society, particularly when the government is corrupt. The another complexity is what is the measure of success? sometimes non-governmental organization go to the community and develop a small project. In that case, that community may benefit from the project, but there is not so big impact on the entire nation. Meanwhile, when the government is provided with fund and asset, the effect of aid effectiveness may not reach to civil society. And also the aid is very provided in the short term, what is the long-term impact and what is the wider impact. So that is the another complex, what is the measure of success. Then also, finally, who assesses the effectiveness from what perspective? Impact assessment of aid has been conducted mostly by the donors past donors, who mostly looks at the cost effectiveness of aid project. So donor tries to minimize the input, but tries to maximize the benefit. But that perspective may not be shared by donor recipients or community members. So indeed, actually, it's not so simple to measure the aid effectiveness. And who benefits, then from what perspective? Then so particularly how do local community members benefit from aid projects, and how do they perceive aid? This kind of micro level research was not widely conducted. As I said, previous research was mostly regarding previous research on aid effectiveness, mostly done from the macro perspective. So Edgar was basically interested in the micro level approach to look at the impact of aid on. Then still, aid impact on local communities in the Pacific is not so simple. They actually, when particularly non-governmental organizations provide aid, then develop projects, they do effective impact assessment, then measure the effectiveness. However, those reports usually shelved in their organization, they're not open to the public. So there must be tons of aid effectiveness reports, but unfortunately, majority of the people do not have access. Then also another type, complexity, one of the reason of complexity to measure aid effectiveness is in the Pacific Island countries. The major form of aid is called SWAP, which is a sector-wide approach. Then donor funds often go into respective government department to be spent on that sector, like public sector, disaster relief, or education, like human skills training, or health improvement, or technical and vocational skills, etc. So this is the major type of aid that is provided to Pacific Island countries. So in that case, if you look at the government, maybe you can easily measure aid effectiveness. However, when government only benefits from those kind of aid, that effectiveness also not so sure if that effectiveness reaches to the community. Yeah, indeed, there have been some research, previous research, to look at the aid effectiveness in government sections. And I believe those references are all master's research based on from the Victoria University in Wellington, supervised by those Overton and Murphy, including Tonga and Niue. Actually, those research confirmed there has been aid effectiveness inside the government sections in Pacific Island countries. But still, question remains that such success reached to civil society. According to Jacopek and Kelly, there has been little empirical evidence of the impact of aid policy and practice, particularly on the community level. Then the 2005 Paris Declaration aimed to improve aid effectiveness and grow grant ownership to the. I can't see the character there. Ownership to the country or government. Country, thanks. To the recipient country. So the question is, if this ownership reaches to civil society on the community level, here I'm showing the map of Tonga. His case study was based on the Baba, actually about 100 some kilometers north of the capital city Nuku'alofa, which is based on Tongatapu. Actually, this remoteness of Babao is one aspect that we need to look at. Because as I said, in the Pacific Island countries, majority of the aid is provided to the government. Then through the government sections may develop some communities, but because the aid goes to the main capital island, Tonga, actually remoteness of Babao, people on the Babao hardly see effectiveness and impact of the aid. Then for the research, Edgar chose two community-based projects. One was located in Okoa, located here, and the other one was located in the town, actually, another remote island from the Babao main island. So I think his case studies were very effective to look at how community members perceive aid, and whether or not community members benefited from aid projects. Then here, the brief explanation of two case study aid projects. First one was the waste management on Babao, which is called J-Prism project. That was the project to change the waste management on the entire Babao Island. Actually, that was a collaboration between the JICA and the government of Tonga to improve waste management in Babao. Then before the project was developed, each household was just burning waste on the backyard or just threw away onto the bush or something. Then because this project changed the way to manage waste, there's a island just established one centralized dump site. Then government started to collect all rubbish from households. Then decided to place all the rubbish in one particular dump site, which is called Karaka. Then why Edgar chose the Okoa as the case study community? Because the dump site, Karaka, is just located next to Okoa. So although project was focused on the entire island of Babao, I think he estimated that if he looks at the Okoa, maybe he is able to see both the positive and negative side of the project. Then the other case study is the marine resource conservation, which is called SMA on Tonga Island, which is to protect some established special management area (SMS), which allows only subsistence fishing for only local community members. They also under establishing the fish habitat reserve area fully protected as breeding sites. Then this project was also the collaboration among the JICA and the government of Tonga and the community of Tonga to protect the marine resources. Then because the marine resource conservation project is Tonga, by law, must be initiated by the community members. So actually this project was community-driven project. Then basically JICA and the government of Tonga provided some fund and some skills or equipment. Then here, research method. Interview and observation was conducted in Okoa and Tonga in 2018. Then Edgar conducted semi-structured open-ended interviews. Then sample was 45. As you see in Okoa, interview participants are dominated with women because he conducted interview during daytime. Then in the daytime, men are mostly out for the work. Then only women stayed at home. Unfortunately, we really didn't examine how this gender imbalance affected the results. Then also, Tonga gender balance was kind of balanced. Then, in addition to the interviews in the communities, Edgar also interviewed 3 government officials on Tongatapu in Nuku'alofa. Then basically, those questions are posed to community members. How do community members understand the concept of aid? The awareness of aid projects. There are 2 aid projects in case study, J-Prism project and SMA project. if community members are aware how the project was initiated and who is funding. Then other questions, the level of involvement in the respective project. How did community members actually participate in the project? And also ask the potential future aid projects and alternative to foreign aid. Then here I briefly present the findings. Sorry if the text was too small. Our findings overall confirm that the two community members are overall positive about the impact of the aid project. For the J-Prism project, community members were happy that how the waste management was changed on the entire island. Then here, the first statement actually confirms those views. For example, the waste collection project stopped me from burning my rubbish at home. It's much easier for me to dispose of all my waste, especially the bulky ones that are difficult to dispose of properly. Clean home reduce the number of harmful insects like house flies and mosquitoes and pests such as rats as well. And also, this project changed from the sense of community like Tuesdays now a community cleanup day. It was good to see people work together as a community to clean up, not only their household, but all parts of the community. However, because we conducted the interview in Okoa, the community just located next to dump site, naturally some community members are unhappy with the decision-making process regarding the dump site. For the last two statements confirm this view. It does not make sense to collect waste from our village and dispose of it at Haraka. Haraka is a part of our village and using it as a dump site is nothing but a huge problem for our people for a long time. Dumping waste at Haraka is just like dumping the same waste outside of home. Another person stated, I think it is very important for the donors and the government to involve us, local people, in the planning and implementing process of any aid project given to us in the future. Actually, when the government decided to Karaka as the dump site for the waste management project, the community members of Okoa was never involved, never consulted in the decision-making process, which made the community members unhappy. Then regarding the Tonga, the marine resource conservation projects, also they were happy. In our interview confirms that they were happy with the positive outcomes regarding marine resources, but they have been challenged. For example, people can now easily see many different kinds of fishes pulled up on the beach. Before the SMA project, it was seldom to see fish swimming close to the beach. I think this is a good sign that SMA taking that it's slowly bringing fish back to our stock. Negative side is like, for example, it is difficult to press charges of illegal fishing because at the end of the day, these people are our relatives or friends from neighboring islands. We do not want to press charges because many people will end up in prison. It's not how we want it. Also, another burden the community members get is they have to constantly monitor the breeding sites, even on day or night. Particularly night watching becomes the burden for the community members. So from these two findings, interview results, maybe our findings may not be so innovative or particularly new because every single community-based project has both positive and negative sides. So actually, we were struggling to find the argument, very innovative argument based on these findings. However, one interesting finding that Edgar got was that regarding the J-Prism project, actually, out of the 25 community members, actually 23 committee interview participants did not know that the J-Prism project was the aid project, but they believed that was the government-initiated project, which demonstrates that maybe the aid effectiveness or impact of aid may not be really felt by community members. Then also, from the interview with the government officials, we found that the gap between community members and government sections regarding the necessity of foreign aid. First two are statements made by government officials. Foreign aid plays a significant role in the annual budget. It fulfills most of the Minister of Health financial gaps. In the future, foreign aid will still be crucial to the Minister of Fishery because the ministry's future development plans will heavily depend on it. However, most community members have different views. Like, I strongly believe that foreign aid stops, I can still manage to survive with my family. I see most of the aid projects have nothing to do with the individual daily lives. Most aid projects do not give us a way to make our own life. Well, I don't think we should heavily rely on foreign aid, but should work harder for our own families and communities. In the agriculture sector, we can grow more food and cash crops like herb and vanilla. Women can weave more nuts and stuff. So here, actually, there is a gap between the government and community members towards how they understand aid, then whether or not they actually benefit from the aid project. Then, as I said, in the OCOA, majority of interview participants actually did not know that the business project was the aid project. So that's how they do not see the necessity to rely on aid, unlike government officials. Then here, discussion and a summary. The literature on aid has identified the lack of impact assessment and unclear benefit of aid projects in the community. Then some empirical studies have positively evaluated the implementation of Paris Declaration principles into PICs within government sections. Actually, this is true and confirmed. However, question is if such effectiveness reaches to the civil society, this is still not so sure. Then our research employed a micro approach to examine the sense of local ownership of foreign aid. Then local perspectives gained from impact assessment may function as factual evidence to evaluate the overall effectiveness, not merely cost effectiveness, like the donor has done. And does this aspect also demonstrate a degree of implementation of the Paris Declaration principles? We still have to address this question. Then still we can argue that local perspectives may be useful to identify how a future project can be improved. Then finally, I have to note that Edgar's master's project was also contributed by foreign aid projects. So we thank the New Zealand International Scholarships to fund this research.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So there are a few questions that you raised within that I think are particularly pertinent to the idea of aid effectiveness. Your questions were around who benefits, what is the measure of success, and whose perspective. And I think as aid practitioners and people work in this field, they're questions that we should continuously ask ourselves. So we now open the floor to questions to our panelists. So as before, please raise your hand with a question so that our roving microphone people can see you, and introduce yourself and your organisation. Don't be shy. So I might kick off then with Chair's right of having the microphone in my hand. Anyone who knows me knows this might be problematic, but I think there's so many interesting concepts in this. The issue of localization and ownership is sort of growing continuously. You know, we shouldn't be dictating what is done in these countries, but I think as somebody who has worked for many aid organisation over the years, there's the constant tension, I think, between what are the priorities of the donor partners versus what are the priorities of the partner governments. And I think sometimes that's an obvious mismatch, but I think sometimes there are some benefits of donor-driven priorities. I would have to say, as somebody who works in gender equality, I think the commitment of donors and the pushing of that agenda has actually been, I would say, something that is an advantage to the region. But I was just wondering, and maybe Morgan, I'll start with you and the experience in Vanuatu, if there were examples of where partners that you interviewed felt like that sort of creative disagreement, shall we say, or discussion around what the priorities are has ever benefited aid in their country?
Yes, thanks so much for the question. And yes, we've talked about this with interviewees, with mostly interviewees from local NGOs, but also INGOs, saying that it's very important to have funding from donors for certain issues that the government won't work on or will overlook or neglect, such as gender, culture, sometimes people with disabilities. So yeah, I think there are really good initiatives, and this is also a tension between respecting the alignment principle on for donors on national priorities, but also recognizing that some issues are just overlooked sometimes by the government, and that donors can bring really positive contributions for that. I'll pass it to you.
I think this is going to be a really interesting area for us to track during our research project. So our project is going to look at the top level at young leaders in the Pacific, but we're also going to be monitoring the process throughout and documenting the process of collaborative research. And you know, I don't want to present some kind of kumbaya vision of this collaborative research that we've put together. We applied for money. The guidelines are very strict. It was very much a case of Latrobe came up with an idea, sought out partners, and reached out with them, and then we worked together. But if I'm honest, we drove most of the process, and we've been trying to engage the partners throughout, and you know, some partners have been really giving of their time and critique and whatnot, and others it's kind of more that ideas have kind of filtered through. So at the moment, the research plan that we have, one, it's designed to be adaptive over the next few years. So we'll see if that happens. Hopefully it does. But the way that it is designed currently is informed by all of our partners, but it does still kind of represent a centralized approach. And so we're really looking forward to finding out how we go with, like, when I talk about this being collaborative research, I'm talking about that as much in kind of hope as I am in certainty. So yeah, so we want to be tracking that and reporting that back. And when I talk about our approach, it's very much our approach. It's not the approach to collaboration. So hopefully there's going to be some interesting stuff coming out of that for everyone in the next few years.
Thanks. It's for Morgan. You mentioned about culture and I think gender in your comments as well. So have you seen any difference in terms of aid that goes towards, you know, say soft infrastructure or compared to say hard infrastructure in terms of building roads or ports or bridges or any physical infrastructure? You know, the differences in terms of how the recipients perceive where the money goes to.
Thank you very much for the question. I didn't ask questions specifically to know that, so it's always hard to deduce something from questions you didn't ask. And I don't want to extrapolate on things I was told, but there's obviously all this capacity building versus big infrastructure projects in Vanuatu. In terms of how it's perceived, do you mean by the government? Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer this, to be honest, because this is, it depends on where you stand, I guess. So the government is really happy that some donors are funding big infrastructure projects, and it's at the top of the list for the government to build infrastructures. And at the same time, we have communities complaining about environmental destruction where those projects are happening. Obviously, so that's something I could say about infrastructure, and that interviewees has been telling me what I've observed. And in terms of soft activities and aids, there are lots of, again, different perspectives. Some people at the government will tell me, well, we want TAs to go, and some other people will tell me we have such a constructive relationship and it's bringing so much to the country. And it's also very political topics. So it really depends on who I'm speaking to. I'm afraid I don't have a global picture of how it's received. But there's definitely both. And what I know also is that some INGOs have shifted strategies in terms of being either vocal about some issues and now working more behind the scenes with the government to achieve their goals. So it's a shift that we're observing in Vanuatu, with, especially since Cyclone Pam, with the strained relationships between the government and INGOs, for example. There were shifts in terms of how INGOs perceive their work and strategically work. So this is these are elements of response I can give from what I researched. Anyone?
Okay, thank you. It's Stephen Howes from the ANU. I had a couple of questions again for Morgane. It was very interesting to hear about the Paris Declaration. It does feel like a blast from the past. I think it was sort of dropped around 2010, actually in Busan, right, to get in the emerging donors. They sort of watered down all the principles. But one thing I remember from those days is, you know, the Paris Declaration, I think, worked really well when you had a very strong recipient. Like, I think it was designed for like a country like Vietnam, like very organized, very driven, very strong commitment to development. And then all the donors could fall in behind the government. And I'm not saying Vanuatu is a fragile state, but it is at the other end from a country like Vietnam. I just wonder if that was something that came up in your research. Like, it's not, the problem isn't only with the donors, but also like whether that whole paradigm works for a country like Vanuatu. Anyway, before you get to that, I'll ask Naohiro. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm sure Jai could be very unhappy that you know, they weren't aware it was a Japanese aid program. Like, was that because they gave the money to the Tonga government and then the Tonga government implemented the program, which I guess is a good application of the Paris Declaration? But it'd be interesting to know sort of what went wrong from a soft power point of view for Japan. And did they mind? Did the Japanese government mind?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think your comments / question illustrates the tension between those global frameworks and actual contexts. And it also speaks to the question of capacities, which is usually an argument that is brought up to say, okay, we can't implement the Paris Declaration, or at least it's difficult because there is a lack of capacities in some countries. But it's actually, like, at least in Vanuatu, partly false. Most interviewees I spoke to were rather speaking of lack of resources than capacities. So this is a first thing. And but of course, from the beginning, it wasn't for every context, but it was also embedded in the Paris Declaration that it should be adapted to each context to work, which is something that has been overlooked from the beginning. So it's not a magic declaration, it's something that had to be tailored to every context, and that was not done as well. Yeah, this is my answer.
Actually, I don't have a answer to your question. As I said, I just supervise this project. And frankly speaking, I'm not a specialist of aid, so I'm sorry, I can't answer very well.
Well, we're almost at afternoon tea and everybody looks like they could do a little with a little bit of cup of coffee, but I would like, I know we've got a question. Please, introduce yourself.
Wandali School of Economics, USPA. There was a research done on the aid effectiveness in regards to malaria control. And the findings was quite interesting, given the fact that the area of coverage was sub-Saharan Africa. And it was one of the findings was that only countries that have a better education system, we were able to see better aid effectiveness, so to speak. But having said that, when we draw that case to our lovely Fiji during the pandemic, most of those who were well qualified and receive higher education, they were a bit reluctant to get these vaccinations. I don't know how you can relate that. If you can, please.
I think we'll take that as a comment.
Okay, before we wrap up the session, I would just like to maybe ask each of our panelists, I like to leave it with a positive note and a bit of a takeaway. So I think, you know, the issue of aid effectiveness is a perennial challenge, I think, for everybody involved. And I think it's one that we should continue to share experiences of. And each of you have shared from quite different contexts, examples of, you know, your research into this area. So I would really like if each of you, before we head off, could just share, I think, one finding, I think, from your research that, or planned research in your case, Aiden, of what you think is something that we should take forward with us in terms of some of the important things to think about in terms of how do we design and implement projects that we know are hopefully going to contribute in a way that is effective and impactful.
Okay, so I have a few things to say. So I think ownership is still the cornerstone of aid effectiveness, but that means inclusive ownership. And I think it speaks to Now Hero's presentation, means also including the micro level. It also means meaningfully include all actors. So it includes working together. It includes having a political approach instead of a purely technical approach. And from my point of view, it also means re-engaging with policy coherence to have meaningful relations between recipient countries and donors. We've seen that with climate change in Australia, for example. I mean, if donors don't have coherent policies beyond development policy, trust is affected by that. And in the case of Vanuatu, I'd just like to say as well that disasters are a core characteristic of the country. And from what I observed, it would need to be mainstreamed in more policies than it is currently included in. And to end, of course, but it's no news for everyone, ODA aid is only part of the story. So we also have to think about all other funds and financial streams. So basically, have a more holistic approach would be my my final comment.
I'll just echo the sentiment there, Morgan, about about aid being political. It's inherently political. We know this, and yet it's not written into most documents. There's a lot of, I was talking about rigidity of bureaucracies before. This is an ongoing challenge. In the youth space, the same. I mean, Solomon Islands produced Francis Bugotu produced a document in 1965 called Educated for what the question the education system and how it was affecting young people in Solomon Islands. The issues raised in 1965 are the exact same issues raised today. There are paper commitments, but a lack of political will. And so what we're hoping to do with our project is actually work with, multiple partners across research and industry to find out how do we actually get these things to be put into practice, because things can get put into practice if there's political will there. And we know that there are individuals with the political will. So how do we translate that into their organizations having political will? And that's what we're hoping to affect over the next few years.
Yeah, I would address that question from a slightly different perspective, because as I said, I didn't conduct the research, so I can't answer that question based on the research that done by Edgar. However, as I saw in Aidan's presentation, your co-presenter was saying that majority of research on the Pacific Island countries done by overseas researchers. So unfortunately, Pacific Island countries do not have a means to stop those researchers coming in. Then the Pacific Island country students often challenge to pursue higher degrees like master's or PhD because of the finance. So if the overseas countries provide more scholarships to Pacific Island countries, then contribute to capacity development Pacific Island countries, I would say that aid effectiveness, we can see aid effectiveness.
So that concludes the session on aid effectiveness. So please join me in thanking our panelists, both present and online, for this thought-provoking session. I believe it is afternoon tea, and we will be reconvening at 4 p.m. for the next panel session on Fiji's economy. So thank you, everybody.
Mic test 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2.
Well, Bulavanaka, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final session for today. I do notice a lot of you sitting in the back, so I encourage everyone to come towards the front. But it's great to see still lots of people here, and those of you who've been here the whole day. And I know some of you have come just for this session, because here we are in Fiji, and this session is on the Fijian economy. I think sometimes USP's organized a whole Fijian update alongside the Pacific update. And this year we have the session on the Fijian economy. I know it says that Ryan Edwards is chairing the session, but I'm actually not Ryan Edwards. I'm Stephen Howes. I'm also at the ANU. Unfortunately, Ryan contracted COVID just before he was meant to get on a plane. So he's unable to join us, but will be presenting, I think, in a couple of days virtually. But anyway, I'm very happy to chair the session, and I'm sure we'll all benefit a lot from it. We've got three very interesting and quite different papers tackling different issues of the relating, all with the common theme of the Fijian economy. So I'll just go through the three papers, and then I'll hand over to the presenters, and as before, as with the other sessions, they're present for 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So please do think up your questions as we're going along. We start off with a paper by Sunil Kumar and Gayaneshwar Rao on Fiji's debt crisis in the post-COVID-19 recovery era. So I'm sure that's a paper that will all grab our attention, wake us all up. Sunil is presenting the paper, and I'm sure you all know Sunil, but Dr. Sunil Kumar is now with Pacific Polytech, where he's head of the Business, Hospitality and Agriculture School. And of course, I'm sure many of you know him from here originally. And then second paper is on tourism and economic growth linkages, economic responses and recovery in Fiji. And that's presented by Professor Rukmani Gaunda from Massey University. And again, I'm sure many of you know Rukmani. She's a regular at our Pacific updates, and it's great to have you back again and to have you presenting. And then the final paper is all in the same canoe, impacts of cyclones on farmers and fishers' livelihoods and income and strength of resilience in Vanua Levu, Fiji. And this paper actually, I think, has the record for the most number of co-authors. So I'm not going to read out all the co-authors. I'll let Vili do that, but it is the paper's being presented, I guess, by the lead author, Lau Viliamu Iese. And he's senior lecturer and acting director at the Pacific Center for Environment and Sustainable Development here at USP. So yeah, I think we've got a great sequence of papers sort of going from the very macro to the sectoral to the micro, and it should be a really fascinating session. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Sunil for the first paper on Fiji's debt crisis in the post-COVID-19 recovery era. So please welcome Sunil Kumar.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all of you for being here. I'm sure you enjoyed your tea. Fiji's debt crisis in the post-COVID-19 recovery era. It's a very topical issue at the moment everywhere in every developing country. Debt is a phenomenal thing which is being discussed at all levels. So I'm going to present a paper on the Fiji economy and the Fiji debt situation. My idea is to make a point that the debt situation in Fiji is pretty critical. So I'm going to do some comparisons, and I'm going to look at what happened in the world and how the Fijian economy would probably be able to pick up economically and be successful. Whether it will be or not, we're not sure, but let's see what's there. So this is my framework, the presentation, brief introduction. I'll look at global data and then Fiji's debt situation, some comparisons, and then I'll look at the revenue issue, which seems to be critical in Fiji's case, and then I'll talk about re-energizing the economy with some concluding remarks and policy. All right, so this is the data is a kind of a messy data, but if you observe this, you would be able to make some sense. Here, I sort of take 2020 as the crisis year, and 2021 and on as recovery years. And if you look at this carefully, you would find that Fiji contracted hugely compared to other similar economies. You can see there it's 15.7%. And then if you look at Maldives, there's some similarity between Fiji and Maldives. Maldives is a tourism economy. Fiji more or less now is heavily dependent on tourism. And both of them went through huge contractions. In the case of Fiji, you see in 2021, there was further contraction of more than 4%, which is rather unusual. Compared to Maldives, you find that the economy actually grew by a huge 22%. Here, the COVID situation, the pandemic is not the only thing. Now we are confronted with the war situation, the war in Ukraine. So that is having a huge impact on a smaller economy. I would want you to observe this, that the bigger economies have actually caught up much better, which basically means that internalization of the structure or economic system is much easier in bigger economies compared to smaller ones, which basically leads to the point that smaller economies have to work harder to make things work. So I have shown, I don't know how this moves now. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So I have also looked at the two scenarios. One in January 2022, where the war wasn't there, and in June 2022, where you see the effect of the war comes in, and you see the adjustments being made. This dark red I have made here, these are adjustments, downward adjustments, and they're very significant adjustments in the global economy. There are finer things that you can locate here. I wouldn't have time to discuss all the details, but you should be able to figure that out. I have pointed this in red. You can see for smaller economies what is happening, all right? Larger economies have better chance of recovering, you can see that, all right? So that's a point I'm trying to make here. But also, in this slide, I'm trying to explain, or I'm trying to make this point, that the projections for the growth in the Fijian economy probably is misplaced. And I'm saying here 6.3% growth and 7.7% growth in 2023 is not possible. Is absolutely unusual. All right. So all other projections, of recovery of revenues and everything would actually fall flat if that doesn't happen. And I think that will not happen for many reasons. All right, the war is leading to high commodity prices. That's a terrible thing we face. Just yesterday morning, I went to a local vegetable market, a small heap of, tomatoes cost me $20. Sorry, yeah, $20. And one pineapple, $4. Now that's a huge inflation of domestic, production. And I think it's prevalent everywhere. It's on the it's the supply side problem. And I think also we are importing a lot of inflation. So global situation is pretty bad, which would be a challenge for smaller economies like ours to catch up. Growth in emerging markets and developing economies in 2022 has been downgraded. Usually, if you read the IMF report or World Bank report, you'll find that. So the war has intensified the pressure on global resources, and most developing countries would be in terrible situation. Now, where are we? Fijian debt situation. If you look at it in comparison to the global situation, you can see for emerging markets, this dotted line is without China in place. When you take China, then this is the line. If you exclude China, this is where it is. And Fiji lies somewhere here, which means that in our debt situation is way above the trend globally. So this is a big challenge. And I have done some calculations, and you can see here where we are headed. Right now, at the end of 2022, actually, we would have surpassed 90% ratio, which means 90% to GDP. The relaxing point or the fair point you would probably say is that the external debt is smaller component of that, and it's about 35%. And that is another reason why I think IMF is forwarding, more loans to Fiji at the moment. But as you know, whether it's domestic or it is external loan is loan, it has to be paid. It will put pressure at something somewhere in the economy. And that is where some of us are raising issues with the government about how it is going about the loans and the expenditures that it is engaging in. So it's a bit of a colorful picture. Again, it's telling us in some detail of different components. There are huge, contingent liabilities that the government has undertaken that would fall upon the shoulders of taxpayers. Again, here I'm showing some comparisons. We are no different from PNG. PNG would be a depressed economy. I would imagine its resource sectors would have declined. Also, Solomon Islands, we would imagine it would be struggling with its fiscal balance. We are no different. Fiji is no different. When I say we, I mean Fiji. Deficit has been increasing since 2018, largely due to falling tax revenues. I'm talking about the case of Fiji. Yeah? I'm doing another comparison, and this has been a very topical, debate and a matter of debate and discussion and anger and whatever you may call it. Sri Lanka's debt took a similar trend, rose from 91% recently to 119, and you know what happened in Sri Lanka. The government has fallen. There was chaos. I think they are trying to sort out the problems now through assistance from bigger economies around. Could be China, India, and the European Union. Fiji and China are on similar per capita income. I was surprised. I didn't know China was, Sri Lanka was doing so well. In terms of PPP per capita income, Fiji and Sri Lanka are about at the same point. So when Sri Lankan government economy collapses, I think we are few yards away from that point, from that ditch as well. So this is where the caution is. And of course, I have added another dimension. Pakistan's public debt is projected to remain sustainable. That is the statement coming from AGP, usual kind of statement. But you know what is happening in Pakistan. I don't know how many of you would be reading that sort of international news. But the government has fallen there as well. and the government finances are terribly distressed, right? So we are also heading in the same direction. But per capita income in Pakistan is way lower than Fiji. So we may be a bit comfortable, but not really. We would be in the same league as Sri Lanka if we don't take some precautionary steps. So I made that observation. That's a bit of wordy stuff we don't have to read. One common observation is that both Pakistan and Sri Lanka, the governments have collapsed. Fiji may not be at the turning point. It may not be at the turning point, but the symptoms are very similar. I've been talking to some people, they said a few things, and I think it points to that problem that once debt, national debt, rises in that sense, without, targeted, economic issues, where the government tends to address the problems, then you keep on moving towards that ditch. And I think that is where we are headed. So the symptoms are rising prices of domestic goods and services, indicating supply side problems, unemployment. All these, if you read the news for the last 5 days, you'll probably figure out much of these have been pointed out in the news. Increasing poverty, people are scavenging. That's true. It's a true thing that has been pointed out, and of course you would find government rebutting that. Increasing crime, drug crimes, and all kinds of crimes are coming in. Loss of productivity, competitiveness, industries are falling. Exports are declining. If you look at the data, lack of domestic demand. There's no income, so there won't be any demand. So even small businesses are kind of fizzling out. Declining private investments. These are all very clear symptoms. All right. The government has minimal fiscal space. If the debts increase, that's what happens. The problem is more intense is the internal productivity capacity, or productive capacity has shrunk terribly. It has shrunk. Some of our best performing sectors are not picking up, and they probably will not pick up easily. Tourism has some hopes, all right? I think that is where the government is banking. But that also has constraints. In terms of, cost of services, we are pretty high compared to, Bali or, some other destinations you can think of. So there could be a challenge. Thailand, Vietnam, and so on. Of course, there are two ways. We're talking about, as I pointed out, it is the revenue that is the problem. If the revenue is the problem, it means that it's the economy that's the problem, right? So there are two ways in which you can change that situation. One by economic growth, the other by changing or increasing the tax rate. And if you look at the data, the revenue data is here. If you look at the lower end, all right, if you look at these two numbers, you will figure out. I have done a calculation, and I've used 2016, actual revenues to do the calculations of the actuals in these years, and it is showing, because there wasn't any substantial, change in tax rates. It is showing that we are at 72%, okay, in 2020, and now we are at about 75. So we are still below 2016 level of economic output. So that's what I wanted to show in this one. So according to the revenue data, the economy is still lower than, I'm writing 2019 here, but it should be 2016. 2022 may see some growth due to return of tourism. And I think there's a paper on tourism. We'll probably see what is being presented there. But there are huge downside problems right now. The cost of travel is going to rise due to rise in fuel prices, and at home because of low productivity, cost of services are very high. How do we re-energize the economy? There's a definite problem. The government is in terrible constraint. there are, revenues coming in as grant and as low interest support and so on. But eventually we'll have to handle our problems, and handling those problems means some reforms, some hard reforms, some strategic, sector policies and so on. Current policies are not working. Investment policies, there's some statement, front page statement today about some policy that is being planned, which would be harmful to investors or would be seen as not so friendly, investor friendly. Huh? So if you see Fiji Times today, you'll find it. Government doesn't have the capacity to address the causes of the problem. All kinds of problems, labor problems, infrastructure problems and so on. Most non-tourism sectors are suffering from lack of incentives and productive capacity. Most sectors have not seen much productivity growth in the last 30 years, and I'll show you some data. Reforms are completely rudderless. There's some reforms happening here, there, but they're not targeted, they're not in any particular direction, or the resources are not being handled the way they should be when we are trying to tackle the problems in a strategic manner. When you are constrained this way or that way, you want to take a targeted approach to a particular sector, it needs a lot of effort, which is not happening. And of course, involvement of the stakeholders. Banks are not confident lending to domestic, not is missing. Whatever incentives are there, they seems distorted and unclear. Policies are not clear. Small business loans are not showing results. Government claims millions that have been pumped in. Millions were pumped in before the last election, and I think some monies will be pumped in now. They're not targeted. They're not targeted towards businesses really, because when you want to prop up businesses, I know it's happening in. Was that a sound? Okay. So this is the story. I'll quickly brush through. There are many other things, of course, associated with this. I'll just skip through. Now is only the graphs. It will probably take me 2 minutes. Huh? These are the productivity graphs. Last 30 years, it's been flat. Yeah, and this is the APO, Asian Productivity Organization report that came in. All of them, agriculture is zero growth, productivity growth in the last 30 years. All of them, all right? So this is the problem. Our agriculture is declining. Unemployment, you can see job advertisements. Inflation is shooting up. Some domestic, but imported inflation. Bank lendings, all flat. Okay, these are the problems. Huh? Loans, etc. You see that the red one, annual loan growth, hasn't grown much. Right? I'll just skip through. So the global situation, as I've said, does not help. The geopolitical problems, the global economic problems, the tensions everywhere in Europe and elsewhere. So it's not going to help the Fijian economy just like that. Some long-run policies, I have picked this up, what I presented about 4 years ago, and I haven't even checked what I have said. And I tell you, they would fit exactly without any problem. What I said 5 years ago, 4 years ago is even true today. And we are diving into the same situation. So my problem is with the government, the way the policies are being made, the way the policies are being implemented. Right. So, this is just a projection. Again, APO. APO says if you want any substantial growth, our track has to be the red one and not the dotted one where we are. All right. So we have just ended. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sunil. I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you have from that presentation, but please hold the questions because we're going to go straight to the next presentation. And then once we've done all three, we'll open up for Q&A. So I'd now like to invite Rukmani to come and present on tourism and economic growth linkages, economic responses and recovery in Fiji. And I think Sunil's already given his views on tourism, so I think our appetites have been whetted. Thank you.
Disambula Vidaka. Namaste to everyone. Now, I'm Rukmati Gounder and I'm originally from Fiji, but at the moment I'm teaching at, lecturing at Massey University in Palmerston North campus. So today I'm going to talk to you about tourism and economic growth. And of course, Sunil has given an overview of the economy. But I'm going to say that in the sense that, yes, while agriculture and manufacturing and services, other services sector have declined, but nevertheless, tourism at this stage is one of the industries that most governments around the world are depending on. And that is something which probably small island nations where our niche product seems to also bring into the perspective that tourism can play a major role. But I think I will also support it in the sense that there could be some of the other policies related to agriculture and manufacturing sectors, which will have to play a vital role in this particular case as well. So I'll talk about tourism, but at the same time, link it to the economy per se as well with the rest of that. So why tourism? Now, I must say that many of the small island nations, even if comparisons with Maldives or Mauritius or Jamaica or many of the other nations, at the moment, tourism does play a very, very important role. And it is one of those sectors that most of the nations have been relying on in the absence of the supply chain problems and production processes that have declined in many countries as well. I must say I flew on Sunday and I flew with Air New Zealand. And while the flight was totally full, I was trying to see how many could be the numbers who were going as a tourist out there. And I was very happy to see almost like, I would have said 80% of them were actually tourists on the flight. And I thought that this is a much more positive sort of response in the sense of a sector which can play a very crucial role, not in just the short-term perspective, but also the long-term perspective as well. So the literature that I'm going to talk about particularly here is that tourism is a sector which has a causality link in terms of economic growth. So there are three perspectives within the literature, is that tourism growth can actually increase the economic growth because of the revenue that is earned, the employment sector, the investment that is involved in the hotels and infrastructure, and that from that capacity, tourism growth can contribute to the economic growth. And it is one perspective in terms of the unidirectional from tourism to economic growth. The second argument within the literature that most of the countries talk about is that economic growth can also lead, or not also, it will lead to the tourism growth as well. And once again, it becomes unidirectional causality between these two factors as well. So if the economy is strong, that means tourism sector can be stronger in various perspectives as well. So that plays a very important role from the government perspective as well. Now, another third version within the literature is that tourism growth and economic growth have a bilateral, bidirectional relationship as well. So in this particular case, what the literature is talking about is that in many of these countries, tourism growth increases the economic growth, but at the same time, the economy is also performing so well that it also leads to tourism growth where more people, the tourists are coming in, and also links it to the domestic consumption, which improves the economy as well. So, but of course, we have to have various other sectors within the economy to have that kind of bidirectional relationship, which empirically, it has been seen that many of the countries do have that as well. So in this particular paper, I'm going to look at in terms of how the tourism sector is linked to the economic growth. But the studies that have been previously done is that it looks at the annual data and just says that, okay, GDP increases, so of course economic tourism growth will increase as well. But I think what is so important to be taken into consideration is the time-varying scenario. Fiji has gone through political instability in the 1990s, particularly the late 87, and of course, the effect has rippled through up to the 1990s. We also had a coup in 2001, 2006. But then, given that sort of perspective, the economic growth will fluctuate, and also the tourists that come into the country might not be coming into the country because of the level of instability. But then we have also been affected by Asian financial crisis. We have been affected by global financial crisis. Then, of course, this depression period in the early 2010, 2011, which was affected through globally as well. And the other perspective is that small island nations, we have also suffered from cyclones, flooding, all of that. So if we look at a time-varying scenario, we can specifically per se that what is the impact on the economy with decline in debt. So this is that literature which becomes really very important. And what I've done in this particular study is to look at monthly data. So all the countries around the world do collect monthly data. So this monthly data of 1992 month 1, which is January, to 2020 month 02. Now, this is the time period I could only get to up to 2020 is because, of course, the world shut down and Fiji shut down as well. And so, of course, that is that latest data that I have managed to pick it up. But of course, the period now, the economy only the world has been opening up late 2022, early 22. And of course, that data cannot be captured given that the whole economy was closed as well. So this is the period which we can look at and see what is the impact as well. So in this study, we will also look at the magnitude of the impact. So that is not just saying that it is based on a one figure of 1 month, one annual, but monthly, if we look at, it gives the governments a clear indication of the level of impact as well. And then we can look at whether is it tourism-led economic growth or economic-driven tourism growth, or is it that bi-directional relationship, which is absolutely vital for all nations to go towards that as well. So given this perspective, I will also look at some of these economic responses and what could be some of the path to recovery as well. Before I show some of the analysis, what I want to say that tourism is a sector which is also linked to sustainable development goals as well. And so where the private sector plays a very crucial role, and there's a whole series of studies that have been done on those countries which are basically dependent on tourism as well. And here were the two studies that were done by Narain and et al. In 2004 and 2012, but this is looking at just a static analysis of the Granger causality test. And recently, 2019, a paper by Kumar Patel and Sevelman as well have done something. And this is again not looking at in terms of over the period of time in per se, but also using the IRDL model, which is auto-regressive distributed lag approach to co-integration, which is just a measurement of how some of these things have been analyzed over the period of time. So I just wanted to put Fiji's tourism sector literature within this particular perspective where the two studies have been done to give you an idea that how this spillover approach becomes absolutely vital as well. Now, before I start giving you the actual result, I want you to look at the first graph. And the first graph talks about the total number of international tourist arrivals per month. So 1992 to 1993, that downward curve that shows is the period of political instability as well. And you can see that at that particular time, we just had around 20,000 tourists that has come over that monthly period as well. So the blue line shows, or rather the period of the 1997 was when, of course, the Fiji government, of course, introduced the new constitution. And of course, that could be the period where that period of instability could have been that should I go at that particular time or not. So you can see there was a drop in 1997 as well, and the period 1998 also fluctuated in terms of the Asian financial crisis and so on and so forth. Now, if we look at the period 2000, now after 2000, we had a coup in 2001, and you can see that tourist arrivals declined as well. And of course, from almost 50,000, it declined to less, about 35,000 tourists per month. This is not all per year, but per month as well. So you can see that fluctuations in that perspective, how does it actually really contribute to economic growth or not? So that is the importance in terms of the government's expenditure, debt, all those things which Sunil has been talking about. But ultimately, how does it improve in the long term in terms of the contribution to economic growth as well? Now, if you look at the period 2007 and 2008, again, the fluctuations as well, and you can see that was the period of the global financial crisis as well. Now, that was one of those a period where, of course, the tourists could not have just traveled because everybody is talking about saving their money and addressing their concerns back at home. So, of course, you can see the tourist arrivals definitely declined as well. So this shows basically, unfortunately, the figure of the 2000 where the red bar is, and unfortunately, the photos are there, and I'm not sure how to remove that, if it's possible at all, because that is the period when the COVID took place as well. And also, so if the COVID has taken place, if I'm not sure, oh yes, okay. This is, you can see finally, the decline when the the period of 2020 when the coup took, not the coup, the COVID happened to all of us. That's all right, that's fixed now. So with the COVID, and again, that is another implication. And of course, the world was shut as well. But I want you to look at the bottom graph. Now, this is the growth rate of the international tourist arrival. It is more or less, I was looking at it and I'm saying, oh, did I go to the doctor and I've got my ECG done and here's the heartbeat going up and down, up and down and up and down. So this is what tells us, this second figure, that while we are depending so much on tourism, but the fluctuations are absolutely vital to say that what can contribute to the economic growth, or does tourism contribute to economic growth? And once again, if you look at the red bar during the 2020, because of COVID, you can straight away say that tourism growth rate actually declined. Now, this is not because we are saying in the sense of that Fiji government did not do anything. The whole world shut down. People are cautious. Nobody wants to travel. And of course, we are saying that COVID is one of that we all have to sit at home and not participate in any of our activities as well. So these are the perspective which ultimately has an implication on the economy. The governments start to borrow to, more in terms of looking after the citizens, or the firms and industries have closed as well. The hotels had closed and the world had closed. So these are the perspective which gives us an indication that some things do affect in such a sense that it's not just about political instability or the floods and the cyclones, but even the pandemics stopped the world in terms of this huge impact. And this is what most nations who are tourism dependent nations have been affected around the world as well. Okay, so in this particular perspective, how do we address the sustainable development goal? We have already come halfway of sustainable development goal of the 2015 to 2030 period. And of course, tourism will play, or has been playing a crucial role in enhancing the economic growth in Fiji. It has been a source of employment, entrepreneurial activities as well, and it is the country's largest foreign exchange earner as well. So tourism industries, supply and the value chain are becoming increasingly essential, particularly because we are saying that tourism contributes to the local supply of the economy as well. Now, are we going to just depend on the local supply in the sense of just the number of tourists arriving? Or are we also going to say that what about our agriculture sector and the manufacturing sector, which are vital arms of the body of the nation, and how do they contribute to the economy as well? So these are some of the things which will play a very important role in terms of the government's perception of not just focusing or should be focusing on just one sector, but also particularly in the period when there is a lack of supply chain perspective as well. Now, if we want to address particularly the Sustainable Development Goal 8 of decent work, then of course, decent work opportunities have to be created through the tourism's value chain perspective as well. Now, governments, of course, have come along and said, okay, these are the national planning strategies. Let's mobilize these resources. Let's capitalize on economic opportunities and also the gains from trade as well. So most of this literature talks about what the governments have planned. The government of Fiji has planned about this particular perspective. But I think in terms of linking it basically to the further growth impetus, what the focus should be on the transport and storage sector, the accommodation sector, the hotels and all of that perspective, but the food services sector as well. Given basically, if we look at the current situation of the shortage of the supply chain, is Fiji getting geared towards providing those kind of resources, I think, which are very important. So that linkage between the production processes and economic growth will be vital, which I think the government will have to think about in this once the economy is opening, and what happens to the agriculture sector and the link with the production processes for the food supply and particularly our niche products sort of thing. So these are some of the things which will become very important in terms of local production and linking it to the agriculture and manufacturing sector. What about the higher level of investment? This is in terms of the growth factors, which will also be linked to decent jobs and creativity and the value chain that can be provided domestically as well. Now, this is my favorite slide. This is to make sure that you all are awake by now and to see that all the story I've been telling you about wasn't made up. This is where this will digest your dinner tonight as well. And at the same time, all the other results that I'm going to produce is based on this particular model. So this is not something I was sitting in there, just churn out some data and nothing, but this is step by step followed to give you an indication. So I'm going to show you basically how I measure the total spillover index. That's all you need to know. The rest, leave it to me, and believe me, it is right numbers. Okay, and the second thing I'm going to show you is the directional spillover. This is going to be more meaningful to understand if the total spillover is there, what is the direction it is taking? Is it actually contributing in terms of that economic perspective, that the direction is that the spillover will cause more employment and so on and so forth. But the last bit is the net spillover, which you and I, as say citizens of the country, how will it benefit us in terms of the policies that the government will make as well? So these are some perspectives that I want to take, and I've taken into consideration all those financial crises and COVID-19 pandemic impact, and also the instability period and so on and so forth. And I use some of this perspective as well. I have got 2 minutes. Here are the results. The result says that tourism growth actually contributes to economic growth. And if I look at the static perspective, it is 2.455% per month. Okay, here's the real meaning of the results here. And you can see basically that both tourism and economic growth has fluctuated, but also that spillover shows the level of impact on the economy. So I'm pretty confident in terms of looking at that blue line, which says that tourism is a sector that contributes to economic growth. But if you look at the net spillover, this is the answer to the meaning of life for the government and the people here as well. So if you look at the top part, basically, the upper segment shows that economic growth similarly plays a vital role and becomes the net transmitter of shocks as well. So if there are shocks, economic growth is affected, but they are able to transmit that level of shocks as well. And in the lower segment, if you look at where the negative numbers are shown, this is the one where the lower segments do play a very important role for the net transmitter of shocks as well. So you've got to take that shocks because the country has to keep looking after the people and the economy as well. I'm not going to talk about all the results, but believe me that tourism does play a very important role in Fiji's case and contributes to economic growth. But of course, COVID-19 does have a huge impact. And also, we have to rely also on the micro, small, medium enterprises as well. And basically 50% of the tourism business sector do depend on that as well. And it also contributes to 38% of GDP. And at the same time, it supports 118,000 jobs. So this is not some weak sector or economy or weak-hearted perspective of the whole, body of the nation as well. So this gives you that idea that various economic responses are needed, and government has to bring out that layout of resources, industries, and support micro, small, medium enterprises. But what I want to emphasize to the government, the importance of not neglecting the agriculture and the manufacturing sector during the period when the supply chain is low. And so this is what the government can need. Why are we, this morning when I went to have breakfast, there's a pear from, canned pear or canned pineapple sort of thing. We grow those things. I mean, not the pear, and I'm sure the tourist doesn't want to eat pear coming to Fiji. Let's have some pawpaw or those kind of perspective, which we grow the fruits and this. So let's support those commodities with our food that which tourists will like to eat. Even I was enjoying it myself. So this perspective of economic responses will be absolutely vital as well. And I think there has to be a right policy mix for the employment-led growth, and the development plan will require investment, improve competitiveness, and employment creation, no doubt, is most vital as well. I think we have heard about aid for trade. I've done a lot of work. My whole PhD was on foreign aid perspective as well, and aid for trade for the 2030 agenda. And the international donor countries will have to come to party with Fiji on these particular issues as well. So there has to be a recovery plan policies, which I've written there, but I won't because the lady's just ready to bring the on my head. So I think what I want to say that tourism development has to be absolutely vital to meet the Sustainable Development Goal 8 so that we can meet the 2030 agenda. Secondly, we don't want people to be falling into poverty and so on and so forth. So that should play a very important role with sustained productivity as well. And I think Sunil mentioned the word productivity, but we must take into consideration that during the period of COVID, productivity cannot increase. No country had a productivity increase. And Fiji is a very small island nation. So we got to give time to recover from that as well. We have to reduce inequality, and foreign aid, I think, will have to play a very major role with the tourism sector development as well. Vinakava Kalebu. I think I've talked everything under the sun in the last 20 minutes, Stephen.
So thank you, Rukmani, for covering so much ground so quickly. I'm sure you need a glass of water after that. Very good. Well, these three presentations are very logically sequenced because Sunil gave us the macro view and pointed to the importance of tourism. Rukmani's covered tourism and has pointed to the importance of agriculture. And our third presentation is really on the agriculture and rural sector. So I'd now like to
invite Viliamu ESA to present on behalf of his team their paper, All in the Same Canoe, Impacts of Cyclones on Farmers and Fishers' Livelihoods and Income and Strength of Resilience in Whanua Level, Fiji. Over to you, Vili.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I have few confessions to make. I know this is about the Fiji economy. Well, number one, I am not a Fijian. I am Samoan, a citizen of Tuvalu, but now a resident of Fiji. And the second confession is I am not an economist. And I am also not a chief guest of this meeting. So when I'm wearing this, it's not from here. It's actually from another meeting that I attended earlier, but I kept it on just to keep me warm. So I'm from the adaptation and the coping, disaster risk management. So I'm coping really well right now. I am very happy to be here. It's a pleasure to speak here. Thank you very much for allowing us to share our research. And as you see on the screen in front of you, it's a very large team. Because we are talking about a canoe, we are all in the same canoe. It's one huge drua there. So there are a lot of us there. And one important thing you must remember, it takes a community to study a community. It doesn't take one person to go out there and look at a community. So I am speaking on behalf of a group of researchers from the United Nations Community Development Fund. We have a team here with us. From the United Nations University and the Institute of Environment and Human Security, all the way from Germany. And also we have the University of South Pacific here in Suva. So half of this crowd are actually the co-authors of our paper. So I am very happy about that, that everyone is here. And it's good that if you have any question about the economy, you ask the economists. If you have any question about disaster and climate change, you ask me. So that is something that I wanted to share with you. One important thing about this research, guys, I think so often we ignore the important value of doing research in the Pacific and involving Pacific Islanders in doing the research to study our own communities. Most of these wonderful members of authors here are actually Fijians. So that is something that we should be very proud of. What am I? I'm a storyteller. So I'm going to tell you three very interesting stories. And these stories will reflect the story of our farmers and fishers that we spoke to in Whanua level, and will also reflect a story much larger than that, the story of resilience. And I think before we talk about the story of our farmers, let's just go back 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. As I said, I am Samoan, so I always proud of this story because it's a story of the Lapita migration. It's a story of the Polynesian, but it's also the story of the Melanesian, the Micronesian, and everybody who came on a boat, everybody who came on a ship. And I think this is very important for us because it talks about the culture of resilience. It's all in each and every one of us. It's the culture that we always anticipate the risks and then we act accordingly. It's a culture of foresight. It's a culture of the future and always having a look forward and having that anticipatory capacity. It's not a culture of dependency. And then my great-grandmother told me this story that before these villagers from Southeast Asia decided to sail eastward to conquer the largest ocean in the world, they anticipated a lot of risks. And three of those risks, they anticipated a very rough weather. They anticipated high waves, stormy weathers, and then a very angry ocean. And how did they prepare themselves? They built the seaworthy canoes. Those early navigators, explorers who came from Europe, so their designs were like the best until they met the ocean druas on the high sea. According to their reports, the drua circled them like that. And then they built these canoes that roll with the currents and go with the waves. They also anticipated a long journey. They prepared themselves by learning the art of food preservation, preparing, putting those water in the hearts of their canoes. And then they also learned the navigation skills because they also anticipated landing. They were not just going to suntan on the high seas and then look at the waves, got scared, and then return. They were adventurous, pioneers. They were on their way to land. And how did they prepare themselves? Well, they brought the taro, they brought the yams, they brought the pigs as well. But some of them got disappeared on the high seas. They also brought the medicinal plants. They also brought the knowledge of cooking, the knowledge of preservation, the whole governance system. So when they landed, they started new communities just like that. And that's the story of resilience. If you say that I'm lying, I think most of us here are the great grandchildren of those greatest navigators. Unfortunately, I get seasick on the boat. I cannot even build a drawer. I don't even know how to sail it. And I can't even practice most of those skills. So I bring this up to us because there is something wrong somewhere. I do not know what, but it's something very important for us to think and talk about. And especially we're going on to the second story. I hope I can play this one. Okay, can I? This is the story of our trip to Vanuatu. It was very funny. Going to Vanuatu, most of the people who went with us came from the other side of Fiji. They have never been to Vanuatu before. And that's when I also saw the culture of, what is it called again? The Tauvu culture. So most of the researchers who came from the other side had to drink much cover as much as possible. So we adapted really well. We took what we call the runner with us. So while he's doing that, I'm telling the other side of the story. So the runner's job was to drink the cover. So he can really drink a lot of cover just to free the researchers to collect the data we needed. So that was a really good adapting of methodology. Thank you very much. Yep, that's Team Awesome for you. So the research was carried out just to look at two important things. One is how climate change is impacting different commodities in Vanuatu, and looking at commodities such as sugarcane, cover, rice, root crops, and also looking at the fish. And importantly about that is how the farmers also cope with it. How did they adapt, or whether they adapt at all? And looking at whether the adaptations were effective to stop or to reduce the impacts of those climatic hazards, especially cyclones and droughts. And then the important part about it as well is to look at the demand for insurance or products or disaster financing products or options that could help the farmers address the impacts of these climatic hazards and help them to recover faster and more efficiently and without them. I'm going to share with you a little bit of story here. As you looked at, we covered 489 households across all the 3 provinces of Vanuatu. So there are a lot of data happening, and this was done in 2 weeks, from April to May. So we are going through a lot of data and filter them up, but this session is very important. So we decided to speed up some of the analysis, and we begged Nilesh and Stephen to allow us to share with you today. And I'm very happy that it's hard to follow such great speakers as Kumar and a professor from Massey. Wonderful, and it's really linked very well. What's happening at the highest level, and then all the way down to the story of farmers. If you look at the information in front of you, those are some of the average monthly income for some of the farmers. They diverse because of the commodities, and some of them are really high commercial farmers, and then some of them are subsistent farmers as well. And then it's interesting that I show this as well, because most of them do not rely on remittances. And all of these farmers, as of course they are farmers and fishers, so agriculture is the core of their livelihood and also their food security, and also social, cultural, and all the other parts of their livelihood. So I want to emphasize that the role of agriculture is very, very, very important, and fisheries on the livelihoods of these farmers, very rural farmers in Vanuatu. And they really prioritize the impacts of cyclones and droughts and the climatic hazards. They have suffered immensely. I think they told us a lot of stories of impacts on different commodities, on crops, and some of those farmers actually are quitting farming because they cannot plant rice anymore in Treketi. And some of them, like, it is just too much flood water, or is salinized, and then they just cannot plant some of the rice. And the impacts of these climatic events go far beyond their capacity to cope. And they are trying. I'm not saying that they are not trying. They are. They have done all sorts of activities, changing the crop from 6 months to 3 months, changing the source of livelihood, and some of them as recent as within the last 10 years. They were farmers or fishers, but now they're adding livestock into it, and now they are adding other levels of root crops. The cover farmers are now farming taro and some of the early matured crops, and some of them say they were used to some of these impacts before, but within the last 10 years they have seen some very severe impacts from the natural hazards that make it really, really hard for them to recover. And most of the impacts from the total 489, when they do happen, the hazards impacts a lot of more women and children, and also the household. And I just want to share 3 case studies, because we are all in the same canoe. It's a very common phrase that have been highly used or commonly used in the media and in the international world to say that we are all in this together, especially when it comes to climate change. But we are looking at this, we are all in the same canoe to reflect that despite the different types of commodity our farmers plant or rely on, or the fishes they rely on, they all suffer the impacts. It doesn't mean that you are like a super commercial and then you don't suffer the impacts, although they're different. And I want to emphasize here the cover and looking at the access for household financial support. Some of them, they say they rely on their friends and families around, but most of them say others. So the others here also including nobody, no help at all. And this is quite interesting because when we did visit when we discussed the qualitative data, there are some cultural differences. In some, they are quite very shy to ask for help. It's not a part of the culture to ask others for help. They have to do it themselves. And then it's most interesting as well for the cover because after the events, they all rely on their savings. And this is very, very important because these small savings of these farmers, they were saving for their children to go to school. They were saving for maybe to buy something, some roofs to repair the house, or they're saving for better food or other livelihood matters for the household. But after a cyclone, they all change those and then becoming recovery funds for the household. So it divert away the important saving that was meant for the better education of children to just to help reform or rebuild. And even in the a high dollar value crop like cover, a lot of them have savings that only can help them survive or recover within 1 month or 1 to 3 months. But all these farmers say it will take them about 1 to 5 years to recover after a cyclone or a drought, especially for the cover, when they all get damaged, especially if it hits in a very wrong time of the growth. And some of these household financial accessibility is very, very difficult. Very difficult to access finances to support the farmers after the events. And this is like, if you hear this story, it seems like they are just on their own. And that is something very, very important for us to think about. When they cope, as you see here, most of them use their own savings, but there are some of the coping mechanisms that they are doing that are quite like, if you look at it, it's more of a negative coping mechanism. It's like they reduce consumptions. Sometimes they sacrifice going without meal if they have to purchase or the healthy meal. Sometimes they delay repaying loans or delaying expenses. They scale down operation. So they are doing all different types of things to trying to cope and trying to recover after the cyclones. And when we talk about the cyclones here, TC Yasa into 2020, December, and TC Ana 2021, January. It's one after the other. So just, this is the story of the cover farm. These are the fishes. They're also very difficult for them to access any financial support. It's a long story. I can tell you this for the next 4 months, all the stories and all the complaints we heard. But for them to reduce the risk is a very high priority because they learn from the impacts of it. They really, they are trying to reduce the risk. And then it's almost the same coping mechanisms. They all use their own savings and then reducing consumptions, delaying the expenses, and scale down the operations. And then if you look at these farmers, it's not just the impact on the time of the landing of the cyclone or during the droughts. It's very hard to replant after a drought. And then for these crops to mature, for them to earn a living after that, it will take the whole cycle of the crop. And if there is another drought, because we just published a paper, I think last year, that look at the relationship between drought and cyclone. The drought are usually broken by the cyclone. And then after the cyclone, the drought continues, like what happened in 2015 and then 2016 as well. So, and this is a story of root crops and rice. It follows the same pattern. All our farmers there, they use their own private savings to trying to rebuild. And if they don't have savings, they will just stay there, hoping for help. And it's still very difficult to access. So this is for rice and also for the root crops. The interesting thing about the micro insurance part of the research, we were looking at different combination of 2 minutes. Is it 2 minutes or 4 minutes? The different types of micro insurance products or different types of financing mechanisms that the farmers or the fishers would prefer. And then these are some of the findings that came up from the analysis from our team from UNU. So the lower level of protection was more preferred. Payment plans were also preferred. They were asking for more payment plans. Credit option was preferred as well, and saving options were strongly preferred, and they all wanted a fire protection as well. And then there is a very strong preference for credits, savings, and especially for the protections. And this is some very interesting looking at the relationship between age and also education. People with higher levels of education are slightly less interested in savings. And people age 45 plus prefer the payment plan more than the other 45. And people who trust insurance are interested in a higher level of protection. And these are some of the products that we saw. So the profile 1, people who are more highly educated have completed secondary school or higher, and then they prefer this one here. And then we have also identifier profile 2, fire savings and low coverage. And then the profile 3, the credit savings here as well. So these are some of it, and then there is more coming up. Just to sum up, farmers are suffering. The fishers are also suffering. There is a need for a process in order for them to be supported before the impacts of events, and especially after the impacts of events, when their only source of livelihood and source of food is the commodity they rely on. So we are all on the same canoe. Wherever you're coming from or wherever you are, but we really need to build a much bigger canoe, and then put a much stronger sail, and then put the really good people with a very good capacity in order to operate it. And ladies and gentlemen, those are my stories and the stories of our farmers and the wonderful team we have here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Billy. I'm sure you'll all agree that was very stimulating, and I think you are an economist going by that presentation. There was a lot there, a lot of economics in it. So I'm sure you have, I'm sure there must be lots of questions. We don't have a lot of time. So I'd like to invite you to ask a question. Please mention your name, and please keep your questions short. And if you can, put up your hand before we come to you, we can get the mic to you sooner. Thank you.
So thank you for those presentations, all very interesting. Just my question was, I'm Martin Davies from Washington Lee University in the US. To Sunil, just on the sort of debt to GDP presentation that you made, I wondered if you had, in terms of dynamics, if you had, I'd be interested, or be interesting to see the interest rate or the average interest rate on debt and the growth rate and a comparison of the two. I wondered if you had any information about that. Thanks.
Okay, I'll hand over to Sunil. Please, you can get the next person to ask. Then.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I have a bit of congestion. Interest rates on debt, is that what you're asking? I think there are different shades of debt that the government has accumulated so far. Some, I think in 2010 and a bit later, it was at very high rate. I hear that currently they are getting concessional rates from IMF and ADB. But, you know, that's the argument that has been forwarded by the government time and again, that the rates are concessional, so, you know, they can be very easy on how those loans could be used. This is where the argument, we are saying debt is debt, no matter it is 40-year debt or it is 20-year debt or 10-year debt. It is going to accumulate and it is going to constrain the government in terms of its policies, social policies, and as I have pointed out, for developing countries, it's about, you know, strategic growth. How we are going to, you know, support certain sectors to start contributing to the economy. So that's a kind of a critical question that you have asked, but surely it needs a deeper analysis. Thank you.
I've got a question from Dionysia Tamburenguvi from Pac News. She's not here, but she's watching the live feed. It's to Dr. Sunil Kumar. She asks, while Fiji is following a similar debt path as Sri Lanka and Pakistan, and therefore exposed to similar risks that have now landed them in trouble, some would argue they don't have an FNPF government type of relationship as we do, where FNPF can be used to bail out government. It has been done before in the case of NBF. FNPF's total assets is almost the same as our GDP and is said to be in a strong position. She seeks your comments.
Thank you. I knew that question was coming. That's true. A huge, you know, bulk of the public debt in Fiji is domestic. That's the fundamental reason because we have FNPF. As I've said, we have to go deep down to figure out what is happening to these institutions. For your information, FNPF is totally controlled by the government right now. Before it used to be a different governance structure where workers reps and the employers reps and the government were coming on board. Now it's almost completely government. So so the loans are easy to come. I just had 200 million project is being supported in Lotoka and Nendi area by the FNPF, and there are many more would be coming, and that's true. But you know, again, that's loan, and that loan has to be paid because those are people's money, workers' money, and for your information again, the returns for the workers from the FNPF has fallen sharply in the last 5 or 10 years. So that's another reason why it has to be safeguarded, and it has to be safeguarded through policy that might be able to support loans for another 5 years, but there would be huge strain on FNPF funds as well. So there's an argument, surely, but not that strong an argument. In the case of, there's also a difference between Pakistan's case and Sri Lanka case. Sri Lanka is more about bad, corruption, bad governance, and so on. In the case of Pakistan, it's different. It's, ideological drift and bad governance, political struggle and violence and all that stuff. So it's not a direct comparison, but I think the pointers are there, which we have to be careful. We are a small economy. We have a military that is kind of proactive. There are clauses in the constitution that gives them powers, and all that stuff is there. So the pointers are out there, and I think we have to look at them. I know their lawyers, Richard is there. He would be able to make some comments on that as well. Thank you.
Bulare, Mr. Vuli Lesi. I am Meroniwanga. I'm a student here at USP.
I am from Vanuatu. So your presentation was really amazing. It's so good to finally see data from home being put up into an academic space. So I really appreciated that, and the fact that you are the struggles that the farmers and the fishermen that were going through at home were finally acknowledged. Yeah, just a question on that. You mentioned how the farmers back at home, they relied mostly on the commodities that they had. And usually after tropical cyclones, those commodities tended to be affected, especially after Cyclone Yasa at home. We have Ayangona plantation, and after that, that was really badly impacted. The plants themselves are rotted. So, so I can relate to that. From your experience, what would be a strategy that would help farmers to cope? Because for sure there will be more tropical cyclones that are gonna hit our Fiji. So what could be a way of coping for the farmers?
Jason, can you hear me? Yay. Excellent question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the hospitality that your island showed to us when we were there. That's an excellent question, because what I was talking about is I was sharing the story that they are actually doing a lot of things. They're doing a diversity of actions in order to cope and reduce the impacts of cyclones, and those ranging from the varieties that they plant depending on the commodities. Also, they're trying to go in early matured varieties so that they can produce yields before the cyclone season. Some of them, they're shifting the cultivation time in order to pass the cyclone season. Some of them diversify to other sources of livelihoods that are less exposed to cyclones. There is a reason why I'm listing you this, because you asked me what strategies I'm going to suggest. These are all the strategies we have been suggesting. But there is something very important here. The impact still continues. And I think that is something we really have to acknowledge. There is a limit. There are limits to our coping and our adaptation strategies, because recognizing those limits will enable us to think outside the box and come up with innovative solutions that could help our farmers and our fishers. And one of those, like what we were talking about, is looking at this microinsurance, because we do know that there are also insurance existing at the national level, but we also want to look at products that actually target the household, the farmers, just to help them recover, because some of the level of vulnerabilities is too high for some of the commodities and some of the households, that all they have to do is just to prepare to respond, and to prepare to respond in a much faster and a much earlier rates, because that is or could be resilience. It's not just trying to stop the impacts of the hazards, but also try to be prepared to get back on your feet and replant and restart or change the source of livelihood, because those are very important actions to take. And also recognizing we do have limits. There is a time we were going to say, especially we're looking at more cyclones and going into the future, what are the options for transformational adaptations that are open for us? So I thank you for that question. Sorry, I don't have the silver bullet type of answer or the cheeses kind of answer, but I just gave you the honest truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Another, at least one more. Other questions? Yep, and then over here. Yep.
Yeah, Alexander Dayan from the Law Institute. So it's a question for both, well, Rukmani and Sunil, actually. So Rukmini, you ended up your presentation saying that, you know, development partners could help us, development partners could help the tourism industry. And on the other side, Sanil, you argue that, you know, there's just too much debt at the moment in Fiji. But, you know, if development partners want to help Fiji, they might have to help through by giving additional loans. And actually loans at a very constitutional level could be enough to generate enough economic activity, not only to pay back the loan, but to regenerate a bit of economic recovery. And so, yeah, I just wanted to have your views on this point. And if you think that, yes, maybe additional loans could be a good thing for Fiji.
It's not for me. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that observation. And I think that's the argument that is going around right now. On the government side, it is being said, we need more loans because we have just come out of COVID situation, and then we have difficulties for households and so on. That's true. But there's also this argument that we can build our infrastructure and we can build, you know, make some strategic policies to grow the economy. I don't think there's any argument about that. But how exactly those monies or those resources would be used, particularly when we are confronted with a, you know, election situation. We have seen our government behave badly in the last election. You were not here, but, you know, I don't know whether it was about telecast or anything, showing there were lines of people just before the elections that were dished out with thousands of dollars. But, you know, in a European country, that European country would have been expelled from the Union if it happened there. And if it was a good, you know, democratic, you know, government, then some people would have been behind bars for doing that. So our worry is that the loans and the monies, the government public resources are being used for electoral purposes. That's a huge problem in any democracy. I remember in Brazil, there was a minister, prime minister, who did some tinkering to the social welfare, you know, policies, and she went behind bars. Of course, I think there was some other problems, some kind of, you know, political ploy as well. But the fact is, there should be safeguard laws and policies and regulations within the electoral system to avoid such behavior of the government, the incumbent government, to behave well, to not use public monies for electoral purposes. So that's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Now, I'll link it to the perspective of the assistance which I had basically mentioned is relating to the micro, small, medium enterprises where the assistance from the donors would play a very significant role in building the private sector capacity in producing those goods and services, which the owners of those private sectors are improving their livelihoods and so on and so forth, but at the same time contributing to the economy by those goods and services which can be utilized for the production, for increasing the tourism sector. So that benefit of two-way link is absolutely vital. And in the case where I basically say that the donor assistance could be, is more in terms of training, development of the resources, capability, and that perspective, which the private sector gains from that for their long-term benefit. So their livelihood is on the go, of improving that as well. So I think that is very vital perspective. So I don't think I would say that the government will come in between in that per se, but of course the role of the government does have a role in those sort of sectors when donors do come into the country, but nevertheless, for the improvement of the livelihood of the private sector.
All right, we are almost out of time. We've only got time with one more question. There was someone over here who had a question, and then there's someone at the back as well. So perhaps we'll have two questions together, and then we'll, at the side. Okay, well, we'll give you both a chance, and then we'll go back to the panel, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
My question is directly to Sunil. I'm Baljit Singh. Sunil, one of the reasons why we see the government in the Pacific Island countries generally are not able to bring down the expenditure is because of our diseconomies of scale and many natural disasters that we have seen, and the frequency of those natural disasters are increasing. And also a country like us, because of our commitment to the sustainable development goals. And that is where you can see in recent years, the government is spending a lot of money on a lot of this kind of programs, particularly with climate related projects, with education, with social welfare, pension scheme, and so on. And at the same time, I mean, as you already talked about, our tax rate is also very generous, which itself is an incentive for the businesses. And on one hand, you're saying the tax rate is low. On the other side, you're asking for more incentive for the businesses. My question is, if you were to suggest to the government, as you talked about hard reform, what are these hard reform you're talking about? We already have this. Are you talking about that we should reduce civil service? Should we go for the pay cut? Should we get rid of some of the schemes such as education or welfare? What exactly are you talking about that we should increase the corporate tax rate? What are you exactly talking about?
Okay, thank you. And we did have one more comment. Was it over here? Anyone? Yeah, just very briefly, please.
Hi. Well, I think I had one comment that kind of tied in with the two last questions. First, the question to the last two speakers. The comment that I was more gearing towards was towards the end of a presentation, Dr. Subramani touched on the fact that foreign aid was going to play a big role in the advancement of tourism, as well as by extension to economic growth. I think for me, the biggest question is just how much mechanisms that do account for accountability with regards to how those foreign aid is utilized in the country. That exactly how can we as ordinary citizens be, how should I say, be confident that those foreign aid or those money is used in the specific sectors that it should be meant for. That was just the comment. The question that I had was to the last two speakers. So we have on one side, the research done in Vanua level, and then Dr. Subramani on tourism. I was just wondering, with the two institutions that you both represent, one the people and one for the private sector, are there currently any conversations between the two where both agencies could liaise with and try and build capacity in terms of, say, disaster risk management? Perhaps the private sector could look at empowering and also building up for this, for the farmers, and the farmers in turn could perhaps market their products to these tourism institutions. Would you know if there's any such collaboration taking place? And if so, if you could just expand on it a bit further.
All right, great, thank you. So I'll just go through the panel one more time, invite you all to make sort of closing comments. Let's start with you, Sunil.
Thank you. Baljit, you have talked about what kind of reforms. I think you already know it, but you are trying to pose this question for me. A government that has huge amount of debt has to be very cautious about its expenditures, for sure. Yeah. Where exactly it goes, it should. As an economist, I would say it has to spend more on productive sectors to realign the productive sectors. You see when the COVID hit us, I've shown you the data. Our economy fell by more than 15%. I think it was probably more than 20%, simply because we didn't have options. And the adjustments that should have taken place didn't happen because the government was not proactive. If you talk about hard, reforms, I think first of all, it has to reflect on itself, the government's policy-making mechanisms. That need to be accountable, and accountability question has been asked. the parliamentary process itself lacks accountability, mechanisms. And we, as I've said, we have got a lawyer sitting there, very prominent one. He can talk about it. I have read some of his articles. When you have a system that cannot reflect on itself, or it is not mandated by law to reflect onto itself, it will have loose ends. And in the case of Fiji, we have lost millions and millions of dollars as a result of bad policies. I tell you one, the potato policy, for instance, a minister went out. Okay. A minister went out and he made an observation in terms of agriculture in Australia, New Zealand, came back and said, we will plant potatoes here. And then I think $5 or $10 million was wasted like that. This is about 5-7 years ago. But that's a small bit. The handouts and so on. The SMEs, the government talks about supporting SMEs. It doesn't have mechanisms to monitor and to advise. It doesn't have any public data at all for the more than $200, $300 million it has, dispensed from the public coffers. Those are the reforms that you have to, the basic ones we have to think about, if you are talking about, making any difference. Thank you.
For me, I think the role of the private sector will have to play a very important role. Public sector should only come in as a role in assisting in terms of the policy perspective of tourism. And if foreign aid does come in, the aid donors usually bring that is part of the capacity building for the private sector to enhance the productivity of those goods and services that these micro, small, medium enterprises can produce and support the domestic economy. So that was the perspective I was trying to go in, rather than just saying that money comes in from $10 million and goes to the government coffers. No, these days that role of the aid has also changed, where that sort of funding that when it comes goes through the private sector development, capacity building, enhancing training, skilling, all of that perspective, so that whatever the production processes are, whether if it's even agricultural sector or small, even handicraft or whichever the other sectors that can support the tourism sector, which can increase that level of productivity within the private, citizens of the country, I'm all for that. There were the good old days when foreign aid did come into the country, goes to the country, into the public sector. But now those things are basically changing over a period of time. So the role of aid is significant through the private sector as well. And I think that is very important for all nations, whether it's a small country as Fiji or African nations or Asian nations or wherever. The accountability has to be given. And that's why the objectives of foreign aid has changed over a period of time, whether it's bilateral aid or even the multilateral aid. It has to go to the sector level.
Did you want to say anything?
Final words. I laughed when Sunil talked about the potato initiative, because we conducted a model simulation, a crop model of those potato in Fiji, especially the Disari variety that was brought in. And it was very sensitive to temperature. And then that's why it was very small like this. You have seen some of them in the supermarkets those times. Anyways, yes, that's an excellent question. There are very good partnerships on the ground. There are some very good cooperatives that have helped to train the farmers and build the awareness of farmers, especially the rice cooperatives, the COPRA, the UNCDF and their team are working with. Also the sugarcane group as well. But they also have their own limits of the awareness and information they're giving out. And I just want to stress this last point, Chair, because there is a misperception that commercial farmers are super rich people. And sometimes there is a perception in the community that if you are a commercial farmer, you are a millionaire. You don't need help, you can stand on your own. A sugarcane farmer is a commercial farmer. And I think we need to keep that in mind. But when the impacts of disasters happen, there is a tendency to help everyone, the subsistence farmers, but then there is very little help going to the private sector and also to the commercial farmers because of that assumption they already have $1 million. But those commercial farmers told us they are as poor as any other farm, but they can be reached if we increase the size of the canoe. Thank you very much. Nak.
Well, thank you very much. Before we thank the speakers and close the session, I'll just say a few words. I won't try to summarize the session. I'm sure you'll all agree it was very stimulating. But I do want to thank everyone for coming along today. And on behalf of the ANU, since I have the floor as the chair, I also want to thank our co-hosts, the University of South Pacific, especially Nilesh and Josephine, of course, my own colleagues at the ANU, Beth, Evie, and Charlotte, who are here, and also our sponsors who make this possible. So Department of Foreign Affairs in Australia, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and we're delighted this year we have a new sponsor in the Asia Foundation. I'll also say I'm delighted on behalf of the ANU that we're able to have the Pacific Update again, get it on the road again. It's great to see such a good turnout. I'm sure you'll all agree today was a great day, and I look forward to welcoming you tomorrow, which I'm sure will be another very informative and stimulating day. But now we have the cocktail and kava reception and visual arts exhibition. So please stay for that. I think you're all invited. Nilesh, do you want to say anything? But please, let's close the session by thanking our three speakers for a great.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. So the cocktail and the kava reception will be held at the Oceania Center for Arts, which is 5 minutes walk from here. If you're not familiar with the place, we have our student volunteers wearing white t-shirts. We'll show you the way through to the Oceania Center. If you brought your vehicle, you can leave it here because there is not enough parking at the Oceania Center. You can come back and pick your vehicle here after the kava ceremony. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
So, in regards to your presentation, I would like you to check that before I send it for publication because I don't want to miss any of the
Sure. You want my email?
Yeah. Number.
Okay. 993 097.
You are on by bar.
I'm on my yeah. Just call me and I'll call you back.
And I'm calling you.
Yeah.
What's that?
One star. Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
From New Zealand. So I can do that.
Yes. You want my number?
The email so that I have both.
What is this? Is it digital or is it Vodafone?
For digital. Local. Yeah.
What's the name?
Kelvin. So you were with US?
No, I'm with Pacific Polytech. Yes. So you are in Japan?
I'm not in
All right. Let's see. You give me your number.
It's 75.
How do you?
7523 946. I have those two. The problem really is the government, right? At the end of the day.
That's I didn't want to say, but I have to say.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, sorry.
994. Okay, got it. Thank you. I will be in touch because it's election year, you know, and many people who are able to share, you know, their independent.
Yeah, that's
analysis.
yeah, that's
From
I
any
can do that, but you know, they are stringent laws now. You
Yeah, yeah,
have that,
yeah, yeah.
they are bloody nasty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised they'll be after it.
Yeah, I was pretty, I mean, I thought when I was listening, I was like, okay, it's been a while someone has actually, because I have read reports and interviews of yours, you know, in the local media. And all right, I'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. So you are making a show? No, I'm just visiting so far. So asking, you look well compared to I'm